Chui Lao feels uneasy inside. Over the years, he has given all his earnings to the family, but he still hasn't gotten a wife. Since his mother passed away, his older sister-in-law has been in charge of the household. She has never arranged his marriage. Since he turned 18, his father always mentioned his marriage, but his sister-in-law would say the family had no money and to wait. But they kept waiting, and now nothing has been arranged. He knows very well that his sister-in-law is just pretending. Over the years, he earned enough money to marry 2 or 3 wives, but his sister-in-law used the family's money for her eldest nephew. She always says that once her nephew gets a good position, he won't forget his uncle. He can't help but sneer inwardly. His second and third sisters-in-law don't want to split the family, but his older sister-in-law is fooling their father into not dividing the household. His brothers also don't want to go against their father, so the whole family still lives together. He has come to understand. He initially only helped to save someone, but he also ended up holding the girl's body. Now, he's willing to take responsibility. Besides, isn't this a good thing? He looked at the girl leaning against the tree, eyes closed. She's a bit small, but she looks pretty. He really should settle down and start a family. Once he made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He looked at the village chief and said firmly, "Village chief, I am willing to take responsibility. I want to marry Zheng Yuanshan." As Zheng's wife said, "I will give 5 taels of silver as a betrothal gift. I will go to deliver the betrothal in the next few days. Please help me coordinate, village chief." The village chief saw how serious he was and nodded. "Since you've made your decision, I'll handle this. But you must treat Yuanshan's girl well. She's a poor girl too." Chui Lao replied, "Don't worry, village chief. Since I agree to marry her, I will definitely treat her well." The village head turned to look at Old Master Chui and Big Brother Chui and said, "Big Brother Chui, tell us your thoughts." Over these years, Fifth Young Master has earned quite a bit of money, and everyone in the village has seen that. Now he's not young anymore. Since Fifth Young Lady left, no one from your family has taken care of him. As a father, you're really not doing your job. Do you want Fifth Young Master to remain a bachelor for his whole life? Old Master Chui felt ashamed and blushed, saying, "Let the village head decide. Since Fifth Young Master is willing to take responsibility, I have no objections." The village head then looked at Chui's brothers and asked, "And you, as Fifth Young Master's brothers, what do you think?" They all said, "I have no opinion." They knew they had indeed delayed Fifth Young Master, especially Big Brother Chui, who now felt very ashamed. If his wife hadn't been pressuring him not to arrange a marriage for Fifth Young Master, he wouldn't have been delayed so long. The children around Fifth Young Master's age in the village are already grown up. As the eldest brother, he felt he had let Fifth Young Master down. At this moment, Big Sister Chui shouted, "I disagree." Suddenly, the crowd started talking. Most villagers looked down on Big Brother Chui's family, criticizing them for sacrificing their younger brother's marriage and making him work as a laborer to support their own children. The main person everyone was talking about, Chui Jianwu, was at home resting today. When he heard about the incident by the river, he came over to see what was happening. As he approached, he overheard the villagers' gossip, which made him blush with shame, but inside, he also felt resentment toward Fifth Young Master and the gossiping neighbors. The village had asked, "Old Master Chui, since your father-in-law and husband have no objections, and as the eldest sister-in-law, don't you have the right to disagree? Over these years, as Fifth Young Master's sister-in-law, have you ever arranged a marriage for him?" Big Sister Chui said, "I think they are not suitable. Our Fifth Young Master should find a wife, but it can't be just anyone. Look at Yuan Shan, that girl is so small, she still looks like a child. Fifth Young Master is marrying a wife, not raising a child. We at Chui family don't want a wife like that. It's obvious she would be a burden." Old Madam Jing said, "It sounds like you're thinking a lot about Fifth Young Master, but I haven't seen you try to help him find a wife all these years. Aren't you just trying to squeeze him? Everyone in the village knows who you are." I just saw Chui Jianju, the grandson of the Chui family, standing among the crowd. He loudly said, "Chui family scholar, tell us, don't you also hope your little uncle won't marry so he can stay single forever and earn money to support your studies? Everyone present turned their eyes to Cui Jianju, catching him off guard. He had to step forward and say, "Old Madam Zheng, how can you say that? Of course I want my little uncle to get married. I just haven't found the right person yet. If my little uncle is willing, I have no objections." In his heart, he hated old Madame Zheng and even resented Zheng Yuanshan. The wife of the Zheng family, hearing this, smiled and said, "The scholar is sensible, unlike some people who only think of their own interests and treat their brothers like servants." Seeing her son speak like that, Cui's eldest sister-in-law didn't want to cause trouble, even if she didn't agree. She chose not to say anything but remembered this grudge. The village chief, having no objections, said, "Since everyone agrees, Cui family, in 3 days, you will go to Zheng's to formally propose marriage. Let's pick a good day and get it done." Old Madame Zheng nodded happily and said, "Yes, yes. Thank you, village chief." She then turned to the old man of the Cui family and the men of the Cui family, saying, "In 3 days, I will warmly welcome Cui family to propose marriage. From now on, our 2 families will be relatives.
Goodbye."
Old Madame Zheng helped Zheng Yuanshan and her family out, satisfied, and left. Soon after, the Cui family also left, looking disappointed. Cui's eldest sister-in-law glared fiercely at the Zheng family members walking away and muttered something softly. Since there was no more excitement, the crowd dispersed. Yun Yi was about to leave when Cui Lao stopped her, his face showing strange expressions. At the same time, the village chief and a middle-aged man approached. Their expressions were very interesting. Cui Lao said, "Brother, thank you for saving Yuanshan just now, but it's just..."
Yun Yi sudanni similet.
No wonder these people looked so strange. She was dressed as a man and thought about what she had done during the rescue. Fortunately, during the rescue, everyone's attention was on the quarrel between the Zheng and Cui women. Otherwise, this forced marriage might have been called off.
Huh?
Thinking about the old-fashioned way of thinking, Yuni looked around and saw no one else. She explained, "Please don't misunderstand, all 3 of you. I was just saving someone and..." Yuni didn't know how to explain further. She simply let her hair down and said, "It's just for convenience when going out, so I changed into men's clothes. I apologize for the rudeness." The others finally understood that the young boy in front of them was actually a young girl. They exchanged a few polite words before parting ways. When Yun Yi returned to the village, Xiao Yi and the others had already gathered the tenants on the farm and explained everything clearly. The land had been plowed and prepared for planting after the autumn harvest, so most of it was ready now. After explaining everything, the tenants, excited, went back to their fields to work on repairs. The tenants who had finished plowing the fields could come tomorrow morning to pick up seeds and start planting. They aimed to complete the entire village's planting within 5 days. Since old Master Zheng fell ill, his 2 sons managed the village. The rent from the tenants was 10% higher than others, and the tenants dared not complain about their hardships. Now, the new landlord understood the situation and wanted to renew the contracts, keeping them the same as when old Master Zheng was alive. The tenants were very grateful. They also learned they would plant winter wheat this year. The landlord said this year was just a trial, and the seeds would be provided by the new landlord. During winter, as long as they worked, they would be paid. If there was a good harvest next year, after paying taxes and rent, the rest would be theirs. If there was no harvest, the loss would be borne by the landlord. Some struggling families were so moved they cried, saying they had met good people and had hope. On the opposite side of the small lake, Xiao Wu also arranged things for the village. Seeds would be distributed starting tomorrow. The tenants went back to work on their fields, promising to finish planting winter wheat within 5 days. When Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu came to find Yun Yi, she already had a simple plan for the village's renovation, just waiting to be refined. Yun Yi named the village Pastoral Song and the one near the small lake Water and Clouds, making it look like 2 different families. For Pastoral Song, Yun Yi planned to enclose part of the forested area to raise small animals and near the small lake, plant fruit orchards in patches. She also considered planting some winter-sweet flowers in a designated area. With her own spiritual spring, any kind of trees could thrive. Plus, Lingyan City was located at a crossroads of north and south, so whatever she planted would be suitable. In spring, people can enjoy flowers. In summer, they can appreciate the scenery. In autumn, they can harvest fruits. And in winter, they can admire plum blossoms. Once these areas are connected, the view will be very beautiful and likely become a famous site in Lingyan City. In the orchard, a few octagonal pavilions can be built for viewing and resting. Around the pavilions, different flowers and plants can be planted, making it very pleasant. In the central area, a row of food stalls can be set up. Nearby, the small lake should be well used by building a fish viewing walkway, raising various ornamental fish, and planting different types of lotus flowers. A few small boats can be added for visitors to row on the lake. Some skilled watermen can be hired to operate them. 2 or 3 watchtowers can be built on the water for observing guests and providing quick rescue if needed. Regarding Yunyi's plan to develop some fields near the lake, a 3-story viewing tower named Ju Wenxian can be built in a good location. Inside, large halls facing south can be constructed for scholars and literati to relax and gather. The area can be decorated elegantly. Around the small lake, several refined courtyards can be built, serving both as rental spaces and for leisure. These pavilions can be rented by the hour or lease long-term. Additionally, elegant pavilions can be built for ordinary people to recite poetry and compose. Surrounding plants and flowers can be planted around each pavilion, such as bamboo, chrysanthemums, orchids, and plum blossoms. Each pavilion should have its own unique style to make visitors feel relaxed and happy, ensuring they will come often. In the future, according to Yunyi's plans, the scenery will be arranged with variety and charm, attracting many scholars and poets. Thinking of this, Yunyi feels very happy and confident, and her face naturally shows her pride. She stands there like a beautiful scene herself. Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu watch their mistress with shining eyes, not knowing what good news she's thinking about, and quietly stand beside her. Yunyi, coming back from her daydream, starts talking to Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu about her plans, which makes them respect and admire her even more. Unexpectedly, their mistress has thought of building such a unique estate. She truly is a remarkable woman. After everything is arranged, Xiao Wu and the children will stay here to supervise. Others are sent to nearby villages to find temporary workers to help clear and prepare the remaining fields on the estate. This way, the planting of winter wheat can be completed within 5 days. Everyone then gets busy with their tasks. Yunyi took Xiao Yi back to Lingyan City. When they arrived at the pawn shop, they coincidentally met the same steward from before. The man seemed to not recognize her and only greeted them warmly. He asked, "Do you need any help?" Yunyi said, "I'm looking for few farmers who know how to farm." The steward smiled and replied, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll have someone bring them here right away." He then turned to a young messenger nearby and soon brought over a group of men dressed in worn-out farmer clothes. After asking a few simple questions, Yunyi selected 30 experienced farmers and asked if they had families nearby who could also be taken. Hearing this, the farmers with families were very grateful. As a result, 26 more people joined, including over a dozen children. Yunyi didn't want to cause trouble or separate families, so she brought everyone together. She seemed to think well of these people, and in total, there were 56. Just then, a small injured boy hobbled over. Immediately, a steward chased after him, hitting and kicking him, telling him to go back. The boy curled up in pain but still looked at Yunyi and asked, "Honored guest, can you also buy my father, brother, and me? We don't know how to farm, but we can tend to flower and medicine fields. Please save my father and brother. I'd be very grateful.
Please."
He then bowed his head to the ground. Seeing the steward about to hit him again, Yunyi quickly called for a stop and asked, "What's wrong with him?" The steward glanced at Steward Yu beside him and explained, they used to be servants of a wealthy merchant in Lingyan City. The master mainly took care of flowers and medicinal plants. It's just bad luck for the father and son. A few days ago, The merchant bought some rare flowers for his concubine at a high price. They were thriving, but when it got cold, the leaves started turning yellow. He called them over to check. The father and older brother suggested repotting and replacing the soil. But after repotting, the flowers withered quickly. The concubine was angry and called the father and son over to scold them. In her anger, she beat them badly. The boy, knowing what was happening, broke in to help, saving his father and brother from worse injuries. But he was also beaten and left limping. The merchant, hearing the concubine's story, sold the father and son. They were badly hurt and had been waiting for days without anyone buying them. Cloud E said, "Take me to see those two people." Manager Yu replied, "It's better not to go yourself. I'll have someone bring them here." Cloud E thought for a moment and said, "All right then." Soon, the two people were carried over. Cloud E looked at them and saw their injuries were quite serious. Fortunately, she met them. If she hadn't intervened today, it might have only been a matter of a few days. She also realized she needed talent like theirs. She then told Manager Yu nearby, "Add these three people." Cloud E also asked the young boy earlier, "Do you have family here?" The boy immediately lowered his head, looking sad, and said, "No, they're still at the house." It was all so sudden. She asked again, "Who else is at the house?" The boy quietly replied, "My mother, sister, sister-in-law, and two nephews." He then started to sob. Cloud E thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry. If there's a chance in the future, I will help you bring them out." Hearing this, the boy suddenly looked up, voice trembling, and asked, "Really?" Cloud E didn't reply, but simply nodded. That nod made the boy trust her completely, and from then on, he dedicated himself to following Cloud E, becoming an indispensable assistant in her career. Manager Yu calculated that each farmer's strong man was paid 12 taels. With 30 men, the total was 360 taels. The father and two sons each received 6 taels, totaling 18 taels. The families of those farmers had 10 children, each paid 6 taels, totaling 60 taels. The women and others received 10 taels each, adding up to 160 taels. In total, the expenses came to 598 taels. Cloud E paid 600 taels directly, took the contract, and asked the pawn shop to prepare some food for them. She told them to come back later to pick them up. Seeing such a big deal completed and that the main family was paid for the food, Manager Yu saw no reason to refuse and immediately ordered people to prepare meals. Cloud E and Xiao E then bought a large amount of coarse cloth, fine cotton cloth, cotton, needles, and bedding. They also bought 5 ox carts, completed the paperwork, and arranged for people to load the goods at the shop and deliver them to the pawn shop. They sorted everything, first sending some people to Tianyuan Pastoral and Shuiyun Pavilion, handing them over to Xiao Wu for distribution. This way, Xiao E and the others could relax a bit starting tomorrow. They also handed the 5 ox carts to Xiao Wu, leaving them at the farm for future use. As for the coarse cloth, cotton, and bedding, Cloud E distributed them on the spot to these people. Ensure that everyone has enough clothing and clearly assign future responsibilities. Arrange for Yun E and Xiao E to return to Lingyan City. Buy 5 ox carts at the livestock market and complete the formalities before heading south with the remaining people. As they leave the city gate, Yun E and Xiao E part ways. Today has been very tiring. Yun E walks quickly along the official road. 10 miles is not a problem for her. She happens to pass by a luxurious carriage. Yun E is not interested in these things and keeps walking forward. However, Long Jingrui, sitting inside the carriage, notices a side profile through the small window slit. This makes him think of that young girl. He heard from the guards that she rarely goes out. She was probably just mistaken earlier. Usually, she just reads books, drinks tea, and studies food. When Yun E returns to her courtyard, it is almost evening. She sneaks back through the back door. After entering her room, she quickly checks that everything is safe, locks the door, and enters her space. She relaxes in a green hot spring bath, washing away her fatigue. Then she slowly changes clothes, teleports to the villa, and dries her hair. Lying comfortably on a large sofa, She drinks a box of pure milk and eats a matcha small cake. Only then does she tidy up and leave her space. As she opens the door, Grandma Lin comes over. She first looks Yuni up and down and asks, "Miss, are you hungry? I cooked fish soup for you. I'll bring it right away." She is about to leave. Yun-yi quickly stops her and says, "Grandma, you don't need to specially cook those soups for me in the future. If you want to cook, just ask Aunt Cheng to do it." But as she speaks, she notices Grandma Lin's face darken. Yun-yi thinks something is wrong. She knows that the older she gets, the more she fears being useless. Actually, Yuni wants her to rest more. She says, "Grandma, in this world, besides the Duke of Wu's family, my maternal family truly cares for me. The entire Huayang Marquis estate is only kind to me because of you. I understand that very well. I know you want to take good care of me, and you genuinely want to do so. You want to someday meet my mother and give her an explanation, which also comes from your sincere wish to be good to me. But because of this, I also want to treat you like family. I want to let you retire peacefully, live a better life, and not work so hard." After a pause, Yuni continues, "So, Grandma, in my heart, you are already my family. I don't want you to be tired. I just want you to live happily and joyfully in the days to come. The days ahead are still long, and you must stay with me. That's why you need to take good care of yourself. Otherwise, what will you have to keep me company? We still have many things to do. As I said before, relying on oneself is better than depending on others. I want to become strong now while I am still free and not in the estate, and build my own business. Only then can I have enough money to find my brother. I cannot rely on others for this. As long as my brother is still alive, I will find him. To fulfill my mother's last wish, although my family is kind and caring, they cannot always be with me. You must take care of yourself. I need you to stay by my side, support me, and keep me company." After Yun-yi finished speaking, Grandma Lin was already crying. "My poor young lady. Others have parents and siblings who love and protect them, but my young lady has to rely on herself. She also knew her own hard work. My young lady has truly grown up and is no longer the soft, gentle girl she used to be. I hope the heavens will bless her, and everything will go smoothly, and that she will find her little brother soon." After drinking the fish soup, Yun-yi finished her dinner in the small garden to help digestion. Then she went back to her room to write and draw. When she was almost done, it was already early evening. She dismissed the maids, tidied herself up, and took the pills that had been improved with spiritual spring water. Only then did she leave the courtyard and head to Xiaoyao village. When she arrived, Xiao Yi and the others were discussing matters and sharing experiences. When they saw Yuni come in, they all stood up and said, "Greetings, young lady." Yun-yi waved her hand to let everyone sit down and asked, "How are things going with Xiao-san and Xiao-si today?" Xiao-san replied, "Young lady, everything is normal. We brought a few tenants here, and they are adapting quickly." Xiao-si also said some fields can be sown tomorrow, so tonight we need to soak the seeds. Young lady, just wait for you to bring the medicinal water. Yuni asked them to bring in the basket outside, and told them that from now on, they could replace the medicinal water with this basket. 2 buckets of water, and 1 pill would be enough, soaking for more than 2 hours. This method not only ensures a good germination rate, but also helps prevent pests and diseases. In theory, the harvest should be good. They all looked at the pills Yuni brought, amazed at how she could come up with such good things. Yuni then asked, "Has Xiao Er finished planting the seeds?" Xiao Er replied, "Yes, my lady. Today I have already transported some of the goods. I watched over the loading myself. Tonight, I will soak the seeds needed for tomorrow from the pastoral farm and the water cloud area and bring them over tomorrow. The remaining seeds can be directly loaded onto the cart in Lingyan City tomorrow and taken there. I will go help tomorrow. We have decided among ourselves to send a few people, and once all the planting on the farm is finished, we will return." Yuni nodded after hearing this and said, "Since the new farms over there are already named, what do you all think about this side? Should we merge it into Xiaorao Farm or give it a new name?" After a few glances, Xiaoyi said, "My lady, since they are all next to each other, why not merge them into Xiaorao Farm? It's our main base after all. What do you think?" Yuni replied, all right, but we need to distinguish them. If the area gets too big, it will be hard to manage. Let's name them from left to right in order. We can use a code system, so only we understand the meaning. From now on, this will be called Zone 2. Yun-yi then taught them the alphabet letters, requiring everyone to learn and recognize these letters in the future. Once everyone had learned enough, Yun-yi asked, have all the people brought back today been settled? Xiao-yi replied, yes, they are all settled. The items have also been distributed according to your orders, my lady. Yun-yi nodded and said, where are the father and son arranged? I will go see their injuries later. Xiao-yi said, they are in the guardhouse, near the vegetable greenhouse at the front, not far from the flower sheds. It was previously used as a temporary storage room. We tidied it up, and 2 rooms are now available for them. They can also work in the flower sheds more easily from there. After hearing Xiao-yi, he thought everything was fine. He then looked at Xiao Lu, who replied, my lady, I finished transplanting 16 large greenhouses today. After work, I checked each greenhouse again. I didn't find any problems. Our seedlings are very healthy, and they look vigorous after transplanting. I will check again tomorrow morning and replace any that are not doing well. Please rest assured, my lady. Seeing that everything was nearly settled, Yuni said, thank you all for your hard work these days. Xiao, you go with them tomorrow. If anything happens, just communicate between both sides. Xiao-yi and Xiao will start staying over there tomorrow. After the planting is finished, we will make more detailed arrangements. Xiao Lu will continue to be responsible for transplanting seedlings in the greenhouses here. Xiao San and Xiao Si are responsible for the affairs in District 1 and District 3. They must complete the winter wheat planting within 5 days. If there are any issues, you should communicate and handle them promptly. I may not have time to come over these days, so if anything happens, just deal with it yourselves. The others replied together, yes, master. Yun-yi looked at the time and said, Xiao-yi, take me to those 3 men. I will check on them. She casually grabbed the prepared items from her basket. Xiao-yi stood up and said, yes, mistress. When Yun-yi arrived, the lights had already been turned off, and the village doctor had treated the external injuries. Xiao-yi gently knocked on the door. Inside, someone asked, who is it? Xiao-yi softly replied, it's me, Xiao-yi. Mistress is here to see you. Please open the door. After a short while, faint sounds of waking up were heard inside. When the lights were turned on, the door was quickly opened. The person who opened the door said, it's cold outside, come in quickly. Inside, they heard a few people say, greetings, mistress. When Yuni entered, everyone was awake. The father and son lying there still wanted to sit up, but Xiao-yi stopped them. Yun-yi said, no need to get up. Just lie down. I am here to check on you. She walked to the bed of the father and son and said, stretch out your hands. I will check your pulses. The father and son felt a bit shy. In the past, the master at the mansion never paid attention to them, so they were surprised that the new mistress was personally checking on them. Seeing they didn't move, Xiao-yi said, don't worry. Mistress is an excellent healer. It's getting late, so hurry and extend your hands. Yun-yi checked their pulses one by one. Both father and son had internal injuries, which had worsened because they hadn't received treatment for a long time. They needed acupuncture now, or it might become serious. As for the young boy, his leg was broken and needed to be reset. Yuni asked him to lie down first, then gently massaged his leg. She asked, what is your name? The boy replied, my name is Zhang-yi. To help him relax and distract him, Yuni asked, what are your father and brother called? The boy gradually relaxed and was no longer as tense. He said, my father is Zhang Juzi and my brother is Zhang Chong. They are both flower growers and they grow really well. His eyes lit up as he spoke. Yun-yi then asked, what did you do in the mansion before? Did you manage flowers with your father? At this point, the young boy's emotions were no longer as tense as before. Yun-yi moved her hands, and suddenly Zhang-yi let out a cry. There was a cracking sound as his leg bones shifted back into place. Yun-yi stopped and applied the ointment she brought. She asked Xiao-yi to find a splint. Yun-yi helped him bandage and secure his leg. She told Zhang-yi not to move around during this time. She would come back in a few days to change his medicine. She reassured him that he wouldn't lose his leg. As long as he rested well, he would recover quickly. Next, Yun-yi checked Zhang Zuji's pulse again. It seemed the original master was also a tough person. To make the lady smile, he had gone to great lengths. If not for his young son Zhang-yi risking his life to save others, the wealthy merchant might have caused trouble with the law. Luckily, they didn't have to face the worst. Yun-yi took out a jade bottle and gave him a healing pill to swallow. She also asked him to remove his shirt before carefully applying acupuncture. Then she checked Zhang Chang's pulse again. Though young and injured badly, he was better than his father. His external wounds were serious, bleeding quite a lot, and he hadn't received proper treatment for a long time. His pulse was weak and fragile. Yun-yi gave him a healing pill and applied acupuncture again. The pill could repair and nourish damaged organs and also reduce inflammation. After half an hour, Yun-yi finished the acupuncture and left a small bottle of healing pills for them. She told them to take one each day and not to worry. In the coming days, someone would come to take care of them. Once they recovered, they could leave. Yun-yi also gave Xiao-yi some instructions on how to care for the father and sons. Then she prepared to leave. Before leaving, she told the father and sons on the bed, "Rest well and don't worry. As for your family still in the old residence, I will find a way to bring them out. Don't worry." The father and sons on the bed repeatedly thanked her, feeling warm inside. They were grateful to have met such a kind person. Otherwise, they knew their fate would have been much worse. She wondered if their relatives left behind at the old house had suffered or been upset because of this. She hoped they were all doing okay. After leaving the door and walking a short distance, Yun-yi spoke to Xiao-yi. "That's enough for now. I left you some medicinal pills for soaking seeds, enough for a while." She added, "Oh, I named the pills spirit pills. I might be busy these days and can't come by. If anything happens at the farm, you all should handle it." Yao-yi replied, "Yes, my lord. Rest assured, I will take good care of this place." Yun-yi waved her hand and left, saying as she went, "The task must be done, but I can't neglect my martial arts training, especially for the children." As she finished speaking, she was gone. Xiao-yi, standing there, watched her disappear and thought that her cultivation must have improved again. His own young lady, still just a girl, was so impressive that even grown men like them felt ashamed.
Sigh.
They couldn't even compare to her. Back at the other courtyard, Yun-yi entered her space to wash up. She wasn't feeling sleepy, so she sat on the sofa in the villa and picked up a medical book from the coffee table to read. Then she remembered the gift from Duke Wu's mansion. It had been a few days. Tomorrow, she thought, she should meet those people and start her studies in this world. The next day, after breakfast, Yun-yi carried a large bag of self-made spiritual pills. In the past, she soaked seeds in prepared spiritual spring water, but it was inconvenient to carry around. So she developed these spiritual pills. Even if she left this place someday, she would leave enough for future use, so she wouldn't worry about delays. Plus, the pills are shaped like small balls, making them easy to transport. She imagined her future, with her estate spreading across the world. In the east wing of the front yard, the 4 martial artists had recovered about 70 to 80% of their skills over the past few days. A few days ago, Lu Chenbin said he planned to leave for the capital of Longting country soon to visit some old friends of his grandfather. Yun-yi came over partly to say goodbye and partly to ask them to bring these spiritual pills to Ling Xue and the others. She had already written down how to use and dose them. This way, her estate could grow another crop next year, and things would be better. Last time she passed by the estate on her way to the capital, Yun-yi had roughly looked around. The farmland was mainly in 2 mountain valleys. She hadn't gone specifically to check, so she didn't notice much. She wasn't worried about outsiders discovering it because the estate was deep inside. Apart from the main road outside, few people entered. When Yun-yi arrived, Lu Chenbin and the others had already packed up. They were about to say goodbye to Yun-yi when she approached. Seeing her, they all knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, young lady. Thank you for saving us again." Yun-yi softly said, "Get up. Everything is packed. We don't have much time. We plan to leave for the capital of Longting country today. If everything goes smoothly, we should be able to return to Yunli Kingdom in half a month. We will go back to Jintai village to handle our affairs, and then a few of us will come back to serve our master." Yun-yi smiled and said, "No need to rush back. I already said before, saving you is because we are destined to meet. You have your own lives to live and your careers to pursue. In the future, we can also cooperate. If one day I need your help, I will send someone to find you. Maybe one day I will visit Yunli Kingdom myself and stop by Jintai village to see you." Lu Chuan listened excitedly and said, "All right. When the master arrives in Yunli Kingdom, please let us know in advance. I want to treat the master to the best local food and show her all the beautiful sights of Yunli."
Hee.
Yun-yi also smiled and said, "Deal." Having spent so much time together, Yun-yi knew their personalities well. Lu Chuan is the most lively. Yun-yi continued, "I have a few things to tell you. First, I want to wish you success in completing your tasks and restoring Jintai village's glory. Second, take this with you. Inside, I've placed some pills and powders I made. They are easy to carry, effective, and can save your lives in critical moments. Third, when you pass through Jingjiao outside the capital of Longting Kingdom to find someone, you will pass by my own village, not Huayang Marquis Estate. If needed, you can stay there. Bring this package to Ling Xue and Ling Yu. I've also left a letter for them inside. Once they see it, they will understand. You can trust them to handle things if needed." After speaking, she took out a token from her body, the same as the one she had given Ling Xue and others before. It was a modern item, made of special organic glass, and now it's impossible for counterfeit versions to appear in this world. Yun-yi handed the token to Lu Chenbin and said, "Keep this safe. When you see Ling Xue at the village, show it to her. She will understand. If you need my help in the future, you can also have someone bring this token to find me." Lu Chenbin took the token, gently touching it. He was unsure what material it was, but it was transparent with a carved red character in the middle, very beautiful. His heart was full of mixed feelings. He looked at the token and then at his master. She was a stranger, yet she gave him a second chance at life. She didn't seek reward. She believed their meeting was fate. But that person was clearly his blood relative, yet she turned hostile and even wanted to take his life, his power, and his money. She couldn't help but smile coldly inside. "Haha, I am truly sad and funny." After seeing off Lu Chenbin and a few others, Yun-yi returned to her courtyard. She asked Yu Zhu to invite the several maids and teachers sent from Duke Wu's mansion over. They entered the room and bowed to Yun-yi, saying, "Greetings, Mississippi." Seeing them approach, Yun-yi stood up and said, "Yu Zhu, serve tea. Maids and teachers, please sit down. Have you been resting well these days?" One of the maids responded on behalf of the others, "Yes, we've been resting. We were just about to come and ask when we can start lessons." Yun-yi smiled and said, "It's good that you've rested. I was worried you might not be used to the climate here, and the journey was tiring. I thought you could rest a few more days." Yu Zhu then brought the tea and served it to the maid and the three teachers, then stepped back behind Yun-yi. Yun-yi continued, "Maids and teachers, how do you think we should arrange the lesson schedule?" The maid replied, "There are 4 of us. Would half an hour in the morning and half in the afternoon be okay?" Yun-yi playfully said, "That works for me. But, maids, how about 5 days of lessons with 1 day off? That way, you can rest a bit, and I'll also have time to handle my personal affairs. Is that okay?" The teachers all smiled and agreed, saying, "Very good." They thought to themselves that this Miss Yun-yi was quite nice. Then Yun-yi stood up again and said, "Starting tomorrow, we will officially begin lessons. Is that okay?" The maid looked at her 3 colleagues, and they nodded to each other before replying to Yun-yi, "Yes, that's fine." Seeing they had no objections, Yun-yi continued, "From now on, I will call you teachers directly, adding your surnames in front. Is that acceptable?" The 4 teachers had no objections and replied, "Yes." So, the teachers' surnames were Mei for painting and calligraphy, Lon for music and chess, Zhu for medicine, and Ju for manners and etiquette. Ha, how interesting. Plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, all together. Uni asked the 4 teachers to sit down then. Out of respect, she only served each of them a cup of tea and said, "Please enjoy your tea, teachers." The teachers felt very pleased. They didn't expect a 13-year-old girl to do so much. Yun-yi believed that at any time, the profession of teacher is sacred and deserves respect. After seeing off a few masters, Yun-yi finished her space training and made a batch of various medicinal powders and pills to store. Now she is also trying to refine pills, but still cannot do it perfectly yet. When she left the space, it was just about lunchtime. Grandma Lin happily came in and said, "Young miss, look at this. What do you think?" She was holding a white fox fur cloak. Yuni asked Grandma, "Where did this come from?" Grandma Lin smiled and replied, "It was brought back by the 2 young masters from the Duke Wu's mansion last time. I found 2 good fox furs while going through things a few days ago. I made this cloak for you." She added, "Try it on and see if it needs any adjustments. I think you'll look very beautiful in it. It's made from top-quality fur. Just look at how soft the fur is." Yun-yi liked it very much. She playfully pressed her face against the fur to try it and found it very comfortable. Grandma Lin helped Yun-yi put on the cloak. It fit well because it was made according to the largest size of the fur. It was a little loose on Yun-yi, but not so much that it would drag on the ground. It just reached her ankles. Grandma Lin was quite satisfied. As she helped adjust the cloak, she said, "It's very good. You're still growing. Young Mississippi high-quality fur like this is rare. I made it a bit larger this time so it can be worn next year or the year after." Yuni also agreed with Grandma Lin. She was only 13, about 163 centimeters tall now, and she was sure she would grow taller. Grandma Lin carefully folded the cloak and put it into the wardrobe. Then she called outside the door to Yuzhu, "Yuzhu, dinner is ready." After eating, Yun-yi changed into simple clothes to move around more easily. She took Yuzhu and left through the front gate of the courtyard, planning to walk around the village. As they wandered, they reached the back mountain. Yun-yi suddenly remembered the wild aloe vera on the mountain. Last time, she didn't move many into her space. Now that she had nothing else to do, she decided to go up the mountain and look for some. They hadn't brought anything with them, so Yuni said, "Yuzhu, I'll walk up the mountain slowly along this path. You go down to the village and borrow a basket and a shovel, then come catch up with me." Yuzhu was a bit worried but saw that Yuni insisted, so she had no choice but to say, "Miss, please walk slowly and don't go anywhere else. I'll be right back." Yuni smiled and said, "Go quickly. I'm not a child anymore. Yuzhu, you talk too much." Yuzhu then ran down toward the village. Yun-yi slowly walked alone up the mountain, playing as she went. When she found useful herbs, she would dig them out with her hands and hold them, waiting for Yuzhu to come and put them in her basket. This area is at the border between north and south, with hot springs underground, making the mountain look less bleak than winter in the north. You can still see some green here. Unconsciously, she reached the halfway point and came to a mountain spring pond. She had just picked a few herbs along the way, her fingers covered in dirt. She thought it was a good idea to wash her hands in the water, so she placed the herbs on a nearby stone and squatted by the spring to wash her hands. Suddenly, she saw a figure underwater, which startled her. She was careless, as she had been paying attention to her surroundings, but hadn't noticed anyone in the water. When the person surfaced, they both saw each other's faces and were surprised. Yuni said, "It's you." Long Jingruei also said, "It's you." Seeing Long Jingruei's wet clothes sticking to his body, Yuni got a bit angry and said, "What kind of hobby is this? In winter, even if the weather isn't too cold here, you shouldn't be bathing in the water." Long Jingruei realized his mistake. His clothes were soaked and clinging tightly, making him uncomfortable. He quickly used his inner energy to dry his clothes and then put on a coat from the stone in front of him. He then asked, "Why are you here alone?" Yun-yi replied a bit annoyed, "Just out for a walk." Long Jingruei said coldly, "You're a girl, and you're wandering alone in the mountains? You should have a good reason for coming out here, even if you're just joking." Yun-yi was amused and said, "Who are you? Do I need to report to you where I go?" That's funny. After washing her hands quickly, she went to pick up the herbs she had placed on the stone and was about to leave. But as soon as she touched them, both their faces changed. They looked at each other and quickly retreated behind a large rock near the spring. Yuni released her spiritual awareness and listened carefully. She saw two groups of people approaching from different directions through the dense forest ahead. Their movement was not synchronized, but both groups were dressed in black combat gear. Yun-yi immediately thought assassins and looked at Long Jingrui with concern, thinking he was a troublemaker. She whispered, "Are the assassins after you?" Long Jingrui did not answer, probably because he thought she was coming for him, so he didn't argue with her. Listening to the increasingly close footsteps, he said to Yun-yi, "Don't come out later. I'll lead them away." Yun-yi rolled her eyes, thinking she was pretending to be kind. There was no need for him to lead them away. When she saw them again, she would owe him a favor. Also, it depended on whether the people coming were really after him. In just a moment, the first person had already approached nearby. The person in front said, "That girl. Where did she go?" "She was definitely coming this way. Today is the first time I've seen her leave home," he added, "and she's alone, without anyone around. We must find her and complete the task. We only got half of the reward so far." The employer said they'd pay the other half only if we saw the girl's left hand's little finger. The two people hiding behind the rocks looked at each other after hearing this. Yun-yi squinted her eyes, and Long Jingrui couldn't help but look at the little finger on Yun-yi's left hand, which had a small red mole at the tip. Yun-yi showed a cold smile. She thought about who might have done this. Was it the person who had ambushed her earlier, or someone from the Marquis of Huayang's household? No matter who it was, if they dared to provoke her, they should be prepared to face her anger. Long Jingrui watched Yun-yi's changing expressions and knew she was probably feeling upset. Such a clever girl would surely realize these people were after her. He couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for her and softly said, "I will protect you. Take care of yourself later." Suddenly, one of the men said, "Come out. We know you're here. We're just doing our job, taking money to help others. Don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for blocking our way." The girl, "Stop hiding. It's useless. You can't escape today. We've been waiting here for days, knowing you're around." At this moment, Yun-yi's spiritual sense detected a figure on the small path in the distance, Moon Bamboo. Yun-yi thought this was bad. If she waited for her to get closer, it would be even more trouble. So, she decided not to hide anymore. She pulled a soft, semi-face mask out of her space pocket and put it on. 4 throwing darts appeared in her hand, which she immediately threw at the black-clad men across from her. The enemies weren't prepared. The 4 darts hit and killed 4 of them instantly. Yun-yi then leaped out and fought with the remaining black-clad men. Within a few moments, Yun-yi was fighting and simultaneously took out a bag of white powder, scattering it into the air. One of the men in black said to the leader, "Boss, this girl is pretty skilled. The information we received doesn't match her. Maybe we've got the wrong person." Before the man could answer, the other black-clad men all fell down. The man who had been questioning and the leader looked shocked and also collapsed. Yun-yi didn't care about this. She wanted to finish things quickly, take Yuju away, and had already scanned the area with her spiritual sense. She knew there was a small cave near the spring. Yun-yi glanced at Long Jingrui, who was watching the scene, and said impatiently, "What are you still doing there? Come help and move them into that cave over there." Long Jingrui didn't expect Yun-yi to be so good at fighting, nor did he expect her to speak like that, with such a commanding tone. If it had been before, he would have knocked her down with a punch. But now, he obediently went to help. After moving everyone into a small cave near the spring, Yuni said, "Go clean up the fight marks. More people will come later." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun-yi disappeared. Long Jingrui was surprised that she knew more people were coming and that her light skills were so good. In a flash, she was gone. He didn't think she was trying to run away. He had no choice but to accept it and clean up the fight scene. Just after he finished, another group arrived. The leading black-clad man said, "Prince Rue, long time no see. At the same time, he gave a signal to a nearby black-clad man, who quickly made some hand gestures. The others dispersed and surrounded them. Yun-yi, standing far away, smiled as she looked at Long Jingrui across from her. Her eyes were full of challenge, as if saying, "Don't think you can laugh at anyone." It was clear that this group was here to find Long Jingrui. Long Jingrui kept a calm face but thought to himself, "This girl doesn't take any losses and is really brave." Even now, she still has the mind to challenge him. Among the 10 or so people earlier, only 2 had martial skills reaching level C, while the others were just martial artists. They had easily defeated them. Now, the black-clad men in front of him were all experts, at least at the level of martial cultivators above level B. Some had already reached level C Saint Martial. They hadn't fought yet, but he could tell these people were not easy to deal with. In this continent, such cultivation levels are considered mid to high level. Yuni thought there were probably over 30 of them. She wondered who this person was, always provoking these powerful fighters. She looked at Yu Zhu, who was drugged and lying in the distance, analyzing the pros and cons of the current situation. If she didn't act, how likely was her victory? But if she didn't intervene, she would face many problems later. She thought, since he hadn't abandoned her earlier, she couldn't just stand by now. After the fight over there, she decided to wait. She was worried that something might go wrong, so she put the unconscious Yu Zhu into her space. Then she took out a whip she had found earlier in the small space, holding it in her hand, and quickly joined the fight. She didn't realize how tough the fight would be. Usually, she only practiced alone in her space, so she had no real combat experience. But fighting alongside so many experts, she discovered how advanced her training was. Although she had only reached the 4th level, she felt confident fighting these level 4 martial saints. After half an hour, with their teamwork, only 3 of the 30 black-clad men remained, all of them martial saints. The 3 saw they couldn't win and tried to retreat. But Long Jingrui and Yun-yi wouldn't let them go. They were of the same kind. Since they dared to come, they couldn't escape. After another incense stick's time, only one person was left. With a 2-on-1 disadvantage, the black-clad man had no chance of winning. Both Long Jingrui and Yuni noticed he was about to commit suicide and moved at the same time. The man's mouth was filled with poison. Long Jingrui grabbed his jaw with a firm grip and broke it with a cracking sound. Yun-yi then searched his mind for information. What she learned shocked her. She looked at Long Jingrui with sympathy. It turned out this man was a loyal assassin raised by the second prince, who had received orders to kill the current king of wisdom, Long Jingrui. Yun-yi finally realized that the man they faced was the famous war god praised by the people of Longting Kingdom, the king of wisdom personally appointed by the emperor. Now she understood why the situation was so tense when she met him last time. She had heard some stories about Long Jingrui before. Yuni said, "Take this person away. Don't worry, I won't say anything about today's events." Long Jingrui didn't reply, just nodded and sent a signal flare. Seeing his arm was injured, Yuni said, "Sit down, I'll help treat your wound." Long Jingrui didn't refuse. Yun-yi took out a small bottle, tore off his outer robe, and used mountain spring water to clean and treat his wound. She applied medicine and wrapped it simply. Not long after she finished, someone arrived. Long Jingrui gave instructions to the newcomers. Then they searched the black-clad men on the ground, dealt with them, cleaned the scene, and reported back. Long Jingrui told the 2 remaining people to stay on guard here. The others, along with the only black-clad man left quickly, probably eager to return for an interrogation. As for Yun-yi, the information she obtained from soul-searching earlier, she couldn't simply reveal it directly. Seeing that everything was settled here, Yun-yi headed toward the cave beside the mountain spring. She took out the antidote from her bag and fed it to the leader and his follower. Long Jingrui also came over, and Yun-yi didn't stop him. Since he knew what had just happened, there was no need to hide anything from him. As the 2 underground figures slowly regained consciousness and saw the people standing there, they looked terrified and asked, "Who are you?" Yun-yi smiled softly and said, "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" The 2 black-clad men exchanged glances. The leader said, "You're Zhang Yun-yi." Yun-yi sneered and replied, "Yes, you've tracked us here, so why ask?" The follower said, You can't be Zhang Yun-yi. She doesn't know martial arts at all." Yun-yi didn't bother to argue and instead performed a soul-searching spell on him. She then did the same to the leader and suddenly started laughing. She said, "Since you took money to help solve someone's problems, I'll show you some mercy and give you two choices." The black-clad leader asked, "What do you want?" Yun-yi said, "I have a principle. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I will retaliate. I can spare the woman behind you for now, but that doesn't mean I'll let her go. As for you, it depends on your choice. You can choose life or death. If you choose life, I will erase all your memories and make you serve me forever. If you choose death, then join those who have already fallen." She pointed at the 4 dead black-clad men beside the cave and looked at the two with a calm expression, waiting for their decision. The two felt a cold chill run down their spines, realizing that the girl opposite them was not joking. After a moment of silence, they exchanged glances and understood they had been defeated. The leader said, "We choose life." Yun-yi handed over 4 pills and said, "Feed these to them. Let them choose either die or serve me." After a few moments, the 4 men woke up, looking dazed. Seeing their leader still alive, they hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what's going on? Why are we here?" The leader glanced at Yun-yi, repeated what she had just said, and then remained silent, waiting for their decision. One of them said, "Big brother, we've been following you since we were young. Wherever you go, we go. Our promise is always true." Another added, "Big brother, without you these past few years, there would be no us. We all listen to you." The leader took a deep breath and said, "Since everyone feels that way, I want to say that it's better to live badly than to die. We've fought and risked our lives with me for many years just to survive." He continued, "Today we lost to this girl, but I admit I was beaten fair and square. Since she has not abandoned us today, from now on, she will be our master. We are willing to serve her loyally." He led the others to kneel before Yun-yi and said, "Master, please accept my bow." Yun-yi responded calmly, "Since you have made your choice, I won't let you down. I'll ask again, have you all thought it through?" The group nodded firmly and said together, "We are willing to serve the master wholeheartedly." At this moment, Yun-yi used her mental powers to search their minds. They only felt a dizzy spell and a slight headache, thinking it was just the aftereffects of fainting earlier. She knew these people were either orphans or not well treated at home, so she had no worries about them. Yun-yi was satisfied. She took out a small bottle from her pocket and poured out a few restorative pills. She told them, "Close your eyes, clear your mind, and don't resist." Yun-yi released her mental energy, dividing it into several strands to erase their memories. However, she didn't go too far. She kept some memories about their families. After all, even if those memories were painful, they were still their loved ones.
She didn't want to take that away.
Once they took the loyalty pills, she believed they would serve her wholeheartedly, and that was enough. When Yuni finished, the others opened their eyes. She had planted a subtle suggestion in their minds with her mental power, so they didn't show any unusual reactions. Then Yun-yi took out the loyalty pills and said, "This is a loyalty pill. Take it. I prefer things straightforward and don't like wasting effort. As long as you don't betray me in the future, this pill will do you no harm. But if you do, you'll find out for yourselves." After a few people took the pills, they immediately put them into their mouths. The pills dissolved instantly, and 6 light orbs entered Yuni's body, indicating that the contract was complete. After finishing the matter, Yuni said, "You all stay here for now. I will come to pick you up in a few days. It's not appropriate for you to appear in the village like this." She added later, "I will deal with those 4 people and then look around for any leftover traces. Help clean up everything. The villagers near the mountain often come up to gather firewood, so don't be startled." The others replied together, "Yes, young lady." They felt their bodies were less uncomfortable than before, perhaps thanks to the 2 pills Yun-yi had given them earlier. Having received their response, Yun-yi turned and left the cave. Dragon Jingrui was standing outside. He heard everything Yun-yi said just now. This young girl was truly full of surprises. This morning, after receiving news from the capital, he had made plans. Unexpectedly, a young girl from the Zhang family appeared along the way, and he didn't expect her to be so skilled. She disrupted his plans, but also helped him greatly. Without sending any signals, he teamed up with her to eliminate those people. What a clever move. He wondered how the people in the capital would react if they knew that the expert he sent could be easily defeated by this young girl. Their faces would probably be very ugly. Thinking about this, and looking at Yun-yi, his eyes showed something he might not even realize himself. As the others had said earlier, the information they received was very different from the truth. It seemed this young girl had many secrets. She was becoming more and more interesting. He liked her straightforward personality. The saying, "If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I will retaliate," was very fitting. She was genuine and sincere, much better than the women in the capital's inner circles. She handled things without fuss, was free and relaxed, but not reckless. She lived true to herself, honest and sincere, not selfish or simple-minded. She was a very interesting young girl. Yun-yi glanced at Dragon Jingrui at the cave entrance, cleared her throat softly, and said, "Don't worry about today's matter. I won't say anything. We've settled everything, so let's part ways here. We won't see each other again." Dragon Jingrui didn't expect her to be so straightforward, but he really didn't have time to stay longer. There would be more opportunities later. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Long Jingrui." Yun-yi was stunned. She didn't expect him not to be angry, but instead to say his name. She couldn't quite understand what he was thinking. Even if she knew he was the war god King Rui, as the common people called him, it didn't change anything. She had met him twice, and neither time had been good. So, she decided to stay far away from him in the future. She didn't want to get involved in the power struggles often shown in dramas among the wealthy and powerful. She wanted to live freely and happily in this world, traveling across the beautiful landscapes of ancient times and seeing all the wonderful sights. Yuni thought it was better to pretend she didn't know anything. She would act as if she didn't hear the assassin call him King Rui, or understand that he had just introduced himself. It was better to stay confused, or she would have to bow and pay respects. Ancient rules were complicated. It was better to avoid trouble. If she didn't, others might hold a grudge later. Yuni said, "Since there's nothing else, I will take my leave now." The people in the courtyard might be waiting anxiously. Anyway, Yun-yi had figured out that she couldn't hide her identity, and there was no need to. She decided to tell the truth. As long as she pretended not to know his identity, it would be fine. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun-yi gathered her energy and disappeared in a flash. Standing behind her, Long Jingrui found it amusing. He wondered what she was doing, running away. Was she trying to avoid him? Or was she still angry about what happened earlier? Thinking this made him feel both annoyed and amused. She was the first woman he had seen who wanted to cut ties with him. Yun-yi was quick. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she found a safe place, released Yu-ju, and let her smell the medicine. Only then did Yu-ju slowly open her eyes. Looking confused, she asked, "Miss, what happened to me?" Yun-yi nervously touched her nose and said, "I waited for you but couldn't find you, so I came back to look for you. I found you lying on the small path above. I had to drag you down here, which almost tired me out." Hearing her words, Yu-ju felt a bit embarrassed. She blushed and said, "Miss, I don't know how I fainted. I didn't do it on purpose." She continued, "I'm fine now. I can walk by myself. I really am sorry for causing trouble, Mississippi. I shouldn't have done that." Her face was full of shame. Worried Yu-ju would feel guilty, Yuni asked Yu-ju, "Do you want to learn martial arts? That way, you can protect yourself and me, your lady. What do you think?" Yu-ju's eyes lit up immediately. She stammered, "See, can I? Miss, is it really possible? Then I can protect you from now on." Usually calm and steady, Yu-ju showed a different side today. Her excited expression made Yun-yi feel warm inside. Her first thought was not for herself, but to protect her lady. This made Yun-yi feel happy and a little guilty. She had thought about letting the maids learn martial arts before, but she forgot when she was busy. It seems she needs to put this on her schedule when she returns. They don't need to become experts, but at least they should be able to defend themselves. So she said, yes, after you go back, ask Yulan and the others if they want to learn too. If they do, start tomorrow. Yu Zhu was happy and jumped up from the ground, saying, great.
I think they will agree.
We even discussed this before. She gestured excitedly, looking very happy. After resting for a while, Yu Zhu felt there was nothing more to do and said, Miss, it's getting late. Let's go back down the mountain to the courtyard. If we stay later, Grandma Lin will worry. It's all because I delayed your plans today. Yuni didn't want to talk about it anymore and said, yes, it's getting late. Grandma Lin will be worried. When we get back, don't mention today. Just say we were out for a walk near the village to avoid her concern. Yu Zhu replied, understood. Mississippi Yuni stood up and walked ahead, thinking about what happened today. Her face suddenly turned cold, and she secretly thought, one day, you'll get your comeuppance.
Just wait and see.
When the two returned to the village, they passed by the house where Lord Hai and his family lived. Outside the yard, there were many people gathered. Usually, there are no entertainment activities here, so everyone came to join the fun. Hearing loud noises from Lord Hai's house, Yun-yi saw that Grandma Lin was also among the crowd. She took Yu Zhu and went over. When they got closer, Grandma Lin saw Yun-yi and quietly explained what was happening. It turned out that the troublemakers inside were the family of Lord Hai's daughter, Xiaoyun. Lord Hai Zhan Sihai had one son and one daughter. His son was 12 years old and studying at a nearby village school. His children were well educated. Previously, Lord Hai received a reward for his good work, but instead of accepting the reward, he asked for a favor. His daughter, Xiaoyun, was 18 and married last year. The people causing trouble in the yard were her mother-in-law and her husband, who was standing behind her. The reason was that Xiaoyun had been married for a year and a half, but had not yet become pregnant. This is when Granny Xiaoyun loudly scolded, "Are you trying to bring disaster to our Li family? Your daughter has been married for a year and a half, and she still can't have a baby. Even if she just gives birth to a girl, that's fine. Now, what's wrong with us taking a concubine? Do you want the Zhan family to leave us childless? And now, when things don't go your way, you run back to your family. I want to see what the Zhan family plans to do." Mrs. Xiaoyun's mother protected her daughter and said, "Mother-in-law, you keep saying she can't have a baby and that our family will be left without heirs. That's embarrassing for Li Teal. They're still young, and they will have children someday. We also have daughters who haven't married for years, but eventually, they had children. Sometimes it happens early, sometimes late. No one can control that." Grandma Xiaoyun replied, "You speak nicely, but this isn't your problem. You know our Li family only has 3 generations. If Xiaoyun can't get pregnant in her life, what will we do? We just want to take a concubine to leave a successor for the family. It's not like we're going to divorce her. If she's unhappy, why does she have to run back to her family and embarrass us?" Xiaoyun's mother was furious. She had never liked the Li family, mainly because Li's wife was known for being fierce and protective. It was because her own daughter didn't listen to advice and was easily swayed by the sweet words of Li's son. She only has one son and one daughter. They may not be rich, but they are cherished. She didn't want to make things difficult for her daughter. Her own husband was nearby and could help look after her. The Li family only has one son, and her daughter was raised too simply, without sisters-in-law to compare with. Life would be easier that way. Although her mother-in-law was strict, she only acted that way toward outsiders. She only has this one son, and she still hopes his wife will be respectful. She couldn't be too harsh. So she reluctantly agreed to this marriage. But now, such a thing has happened, and it really makes her furious. Xiaoyun's mother wanted to save some face for the Li family, but now her mother-in-law didn't want to give them any. She then said, "Mother-in-law, as mothers, I understand how you feel. But you can't just bring a woman home who is already pregnant and tell us now that you want to take a concubine. Isn't that bullying us? If you had this idea, you should have said it openly and in advance. If Xiaoyun has opinions or other thoughts, we can discuss it. But what you're doing now, what does that count as? The women outside are already pregnant, and you only come back 3 days later to say you'll bring a concubine into the house. Is this how you handle things? When you first came to ask for marriage, what did you say? Don't tell me you've forgotten. The crowd watching the scene was shocked when they heard this. It turns out that the son of the Li family got a woman pregnant outside, which is why they are now rushing to bring her into the house. This is really unfair. Although Xiaoyun has been married for 1.5 years without getting pregnant, this behavior is just too shameless. What does it mean? It shows that the son of the Li family is a bad person. When the Li family heard Xiaoyun's mother speak openly, they were initially embarrassed. But since everything was out in the open, they decided to give up and accept it. They said, yes, it's because Xiaoyun can't have children. Now someone is carrying our son's child. Do you think we want our family's blood to be lost outside? It's all your fault, Xiaoyun. If she had given us a son or daughter earlier, we wouldn't need to bring in someone from outside. Everyone sighed. Li's wife was known for being bold and protective of her family. But now, what is this? It's simply shameless. Her son committed such a disgraceful act, and she still dares to boast. Master Haizhuang, Zhang Sihai, who was nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and said, "Why is the mother-in-law here today? What does she want? My daughter has married into the Li family, but has not yet given birth to a son or daughter. But this isn't her fault. If she's been mistreated, can't she go back to her family? And now, the mother-in-law is here to humiliate us." What does this mean? Although Li's wife was bold, she still considered Master Haizhuang Zhang Sihai's status. When her son liked Zhang's daughter, she supported it. Even though Zhang Sihai was just a village head, his backing was from powerful people in the capital. She was attracted by this status. Plus, Xiaoyun from the Zhang family was indeed beautiful. That's why she pushed for this marriage. But since Xiaoyun has been pregnant for so long without any signs, she couldn't give her family a successor. The Li family has only 3 generations. Since Xiaoyun can't carry on the family line, she must find someone outside. This is their family's future. Thinking of this, she no longer cared about Zhang Sihai's status. She said, "Father-in-law, I know we are at fault this time, but I didn't say anything wrong. If Xiaoyun had given Tyra a son or daughter earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Our family needs this child. So I hope father-in-law can understand our situation. You know, the Li family only has 1 child, and we really cannot give up on this child. So, I kindly ask the future in-laws to be reasonable and help us persuade Xiaoyun. The wedding is the day after tomorrow, and she will be brought into the family then. Rest assured, our Li family only wants this child. As for the concubine, she will never replace the main wife, Xiaoyun. I am getting old now, and Xiaoyun's care is very important to our family." Xiaoyun is upset and only crying now. She never expected Li Tai to treat her like this. If she hadn't overheard her husband and mother-in-law talking, she wouldn't have known. But when her mother-in-law said this out loud, everyone watching found it very interesting. It's about bringing Xiaoyun back home to serve the woman who is about to join the family. Xiaoyun's mother feels sorry for her daughter. She was already upset, but hearing this, she got very angry. She said loudly, "Future mother-in-law, you should go back now. My daughter Xiaoyun can't accept what you've done. Since you're determined to bring in that outsider, our family, the Zhang family, won't interfere. Let Xiaoyun stay at her mother's house for a few more days so she can think clearly before returning." Her mother-in-law is bold, but not stupid. She knows that if this continues, it won't be good for the Li family. Today, she came mainly to use Xiaoyun's return home as an excuse. She also wanted to take this chance to let Zhang know about the concubinage, which might be a way to clear the path. After all, she's not wrong. Xiaoyun from the Zhang family hasn't gotten pregnant, so the Zhang family probably wouldn't oppose too much. But she never expected that Xiaoyun, that stubborn girl, would find out about the woman's pregnancy and even tell the Zhang family.
It was a big mistake.
She had planned to pressure the Zhang family first, so no one would know if the baby was conceived before marriage. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so arrogant earlier. She wouldn't have let Xiao Yun's mother speak openly, which now made the Li family look guilty and put her on the defensive. But now that things have come to this, she thought it might be for the best. It saves her from having to hide things later. Anyway, Xiao Yun likes her son, and a few days of trouble are understandable. The Zhan family loves their daughter, but they wouldn't want her to leave her husband. After thinking it over, her mother-in-law softened and said, "Fine, we'll follow what you," the future mother-in-law, said. "I know this has been Xiao Yun. Let her stay at her mother's house for a few days to think things through. When she's ready, she can send a message, and I'll ask Tai Er to come pick her up. We'll leave now. There's still a lot to do at home." Li Tai felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. If his wife didn't return home today, how would he pick up Xiao Chui in 3 days? Originally, he was happy to hear Xiao Chui was pregnant and couldn't help but tell his mother immediately. However, his wife overheard their conversation when she came back to get her belongings. He had planned to talk with his family first and then persuade his wife to accept some money, bringing Xiao Chui back later. He thought that since his wife loved him so much, he could soothe her later and everything would be fine. But he didn't expect her to hear his talk with his mother and quietly pack her things to go back to her parents' house. Now, if she went back like this, what about the money?
He knew well what his family was like.
He had promised Xiao Chui to pick her up in 3 days and was also preparing a dowry of 10 taels of silver. When he heard Xiao Chui was pregnant, he was so excited that he agreed, without thinking. But before he could tell his mother, he saw Xiao Yun run away with her bundle. He wanted to chase after his wife, but his mother held him back, saying Xiao Yun should go home first, and they would catch up later. He also needed to inform the in-laws about the marriage proposal first, so everything would be proper. Usually, even if Xiao Yun was upset at home, she never went back to her parents to complain. This time, his mother misjudged. Not only did Xiao Yun tell about the marriage proposal, but she also revealed Xiao Chui's pregnancy. He could see that his father and mother-in-law were very angry now. But he couldn't just leave. He didn't have the 10 taels of silver himself, so he could only let Xiao Yun use her dowry silver to cover the costs. But Xiao Yun didn't want to talk to him, or even look at him. He was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. Watching the crowd gather, they thought he was upset because Xiao Yun was crying and felt sorry for her. Only Yun, standing nearby, had just used her mental power to sense his thoughts. She was shocked to find out he was a complete scoundrel, wanting to marry a concubine and use the main wife's dowry money. What a big world, full of all kinds of people. Li Tai thought for a moment. Confrontation wouldn't work with so many people watching. So he said, "Xiao Yun, I know you're upset with me. It's my fault first. If you don't want to see me now and want to stay at your parents' house for a few days, I understand. But I have a few things I want to say to you alone." He looked at his father-in-law and mother-in-law, worried they might stop him. Xiao Yun usually appears weak, but today she suddenly had courage. She looked up at Li Tai and, trembling but firm, said, "If you have something to say it here. I don't want to be alone with you." Li Tai felt anxious but tried to stay calm. He looked at Xiao Yun with deep affection and said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I know I was wrong to Xiao Yun first, but I was also tricked. Now, that girl's family is forcing her to be pregnant, and if I don't follow their instructions and bring her back, they will go to the authorities to complain. I have no choice. Xiao Yun, do you think I treat you badly? You should know that." He then looked sad and pitiful. Yuni thought he really is a talented actor. He should become a performer. Although Zhan Sihai was not a big person, he had seen a lot. He knew what kind of man his son-in-law was. Being tricked? That's unlikely. He glanced at his crying daughter and worried wife and said, "Since things have come to this, your mother also said that the Li family won't give up that child. They insist on taking her in. Our Zhan family doesn't want to get involved. You can go back now. As for Xiao Yun, let her stay at her mother's house for a while. We'll deal with the rest later. Bring your mother home first." Li Tai couldn't pretend anymore. He thought, how come none of this family is sensible? He quietly said to Xiao Yun, "Xiao Yun, how much silver do you still have? Lend it to me." He added, "Don't worry, after this is over, I'll ask my mother to return the silver to you. But right now, they're pressuring me hard. I really have no way out. You wouldn't want me to be taken to the authorities, right?"
He spoke softly.
Normally, only those nearby could hear him, but Yun-yi, from later times, hated shameless men like him. Using his mental power, he amplified his voice so everyone outside could hear. When he said this, the crowd got excited and started talking. Zhang Zi's wife, who was not afraid of anything, said, "Oh my God, how did Xiao Yun choose such a husband? She really made a bad choice." That's okay, though. The Sea Lord often helped their family, so it's not a big deal. But Xiao Yun didn't give the Li family a son, or even a daughter. Although the Xian family often helped the Li family financially, Xiao Yun always returned empty-handed and took away small bundles of things. All the items were already fed to the dogs. Now it's fresher. If she can't handle things herself, she's out there flirting and causing trouble. She even got a girl pregnant outside the family, and only then did the family find out. Now she still expects the official wife to use her dowry to help marry a concubine. Oh, I tell you, the Li family really has some crazy ideas. The women nearby agreed and said, "Yes, we didn't expect Li Tai to be such a child." Someone else added, "It's true. People are hard to read. He looks lively outside, but he's really irresponsible." Mrs. Li didn't know what was happening. She wondered what her son was doing and how these words got spread around. She was upset and looked at her son. Li Tai was confused too. What's going on? Why did his words get out? He had spoken softly, but when he saw the disapproving looks from the onlookers, he felt embarrassed. Mrs. Li quickly took control of the situation and said, "Xiao Yun, you need to help Tyre. You don't want her to report this to the authorities, do you? It's not entirely Tyre's fault. He was set up by someone. Now that Xiao Chui is pregnant, she's forcing him to marry her. You and Tyre have always been good together, and everyone can see that. Tyre would never want to hurt you. But right now, there's nothing we can do. Please, for the past kindness Tyre showed you, help him out. Okay? Your mother will treat you well too. I'm old now, and just want a grandson. Please think about me and your father-in-law, okay?" After hearing her mother-in-law's words, Xiao Yun felt even more heartbroken. Since marrying into the Li family, she had worked hard and never complained about tiredness, just because she liked Li Tai and was willing to give everything. But as time went on, she hadn't become pregnant. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law gradually started to dislike her. At first, her husband even defended her. Later, her mother-in-law began to act differently in front of others. Xiao Yun endured several hardships and told her husband. Over time, he grew impatient with her and sometimes spoke coldly or sarcastically. Eventually, he often stayed away from home. For her husband's and the Li family's reputation, and for her own dignity, she never told her family back home. She was worried they would be upset if they knew about her troubles. This time, something even more ironic happened. Now, what's more upsetting is that I have to pay my own money to let him marry an outsider. Xiao Yun smiled. She could be foolish and pretend to be deaf and mute, choosing to avoid things. But now, what am I? Actually, Li Tigan probably never liked me. Maybe he once did, but his feelings were probably not pure. Thinking about the past year, my parents worried I would be mistreated in my husband's family. They gave me many good things and kept supporting me because I hadn't gotten pregnant yet. They even lowered themselves in front of Li's family several times. Now, I have to endure such shame for myself. I really am useless. Suddenly, I found the courage and asked, "Mom, Dad, if I leave him, will you still see me as an unfilial daughter?" Zhang Sihai and his wife didn't expect their usually obedient daughter to say such a thing. They were so distressed their eyes turned red. Zhang Sihai, the head of the Zhang family, said, "You will always be our precious daughter. As long as you think it through, that's good. We will support you all our lives." Shi Yulian, holding Xiao Yun, had already cried into tears. Her daughter was so good and obedient. They had raised her with love since she was little. She knew her daughter's personality well. Today, She could say such words. She could imagine how much suffering she had endured in Li's family these days. She cried uncontrollably. If only she had insisted more back then, maybe her daughter wouldn't have suffered like this. She pitied Xiao Yun so much. Thinking of this, she held her daughter and cried even more sadly. Li Tigan opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect Xiao Yun to say she wanted to leave him. He was stunned and only had one thought. How could this be? Yun Yi stood among the crowd, feeling admiration for Xiao Yun. She loved and could let go. She liked this kind of personality. Li's wife was the first to react. She blurted out, "You unproductive hen.
My son didn't dislike you.
You just put on airs.
If you want to leave, fine.
I want to see what kind of man you'll marry. You're so shameless. I didn't like you at first. If it weren't for my son, Li Tigan, liking you, you wouldn't have entered our Li family." Her words were harsh. Zhang Sihai couldn't hold back anymore. Since his daughter had spoken out, he had nothing to hide. He directly said, "If you, the mother-in-law, look down on our Xiao Yun, you should have said so earlier. Our Zhang family isn't wealthy, but we won't let our daughter suffer your nonsense. Since you want to marry a new bride, why not do it today? Let's settle the matter of her leaving him now." In front of so many villagers, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Just then, a woman outside teased, "The Li family, everyone believes you're a person of your word, right?" The nearby crowd began to agree, and someone said, "Yes, it's better to divorce. Anyway, you're about to welcome a new bride. If she's brought in like this, she would be a concubine, and the child would be considered illegitimate." Some people whispered, "I think Mrs. Li is reluctant to let her son divorce." Over the past year, the Zhang family has given her many gifts. A woman beside her added, "That's right." Oh, what a tragedy. Maybe they married into the Zhang family because they admired how much they pampered their daughter, hoping to get benefits from them. Others chimed in, "It's because of the Shanghai Lord status. His master is a powerful person in the capital." These words reached Mrs. Li's ears, and she became furious. She shouted, "What nonsense are you talking? The marriage was arranged because the children liked each other. The Zhang family isn't wealthy, so there's nothing for us to envy. No matter how capable they are, they're still servants. What's there to boast about? And just because someone is a noble in the capital doesn't mean they're the same everywhere. I've never seen their master visit, and it's all just what Zhang Sihai says." As soon as she spoke, everyone fell silent and looked at Yun Yi standing among the crowd, thinking Mrs. Li must have lost her mind. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Yun Yi didn't pretend. She stepped forward and stood close to Mrs. Li, softly saying, "Yu Zhu, slap her 20 times. Yu Zhu quickly approached Mrs. Li, who hadn't reacted yet, and then the sound of slaps, pa, pa, resounded. After 20 slaps, Yu Zhu said, "How dare you disrespect our Marquis of Huayang and our young lady? Are you out of your mind?" Yun Yi also said with disgust, "You have quite the nerve." Although Yun Yi wore a style of clothing similar to a combat outfit today for easier mountain travel, the material was top quality. Her presence and demeanor clearly showed she was not from an ordinary family. Mrs. Li finally realized she might have offended someone important. Could this girl be a noble from the capital? The daughter of Lord Zhang? Oh, and earlier, that maid said she was from the Marquis of Huayang's estate. Quickly kneeling down, she said, "Please forgive me, miss. It was my old wife who was talking nonsense. She knows she was wrong. Please be kind and forgive her. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I was just upset by them earlier." Yun Yi didn't like this person and didn't want to waste words. People who look down on others and bow their heads too much are really unpleasant. She then said to Lord Haizhuang, "As a member of the Huayang Marquis' household, I don't want you to bully others with your power, but you don't need to be afraid of everything. As long as it's a fair matter, the Huayang Marquis' house will always support you." After speaking, she stepped aside to sit on a chair prepared for her by Lin Mama. She said, "Lord Haizhuang, handle your family affairs.
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm just here to watch the fun." Lord Haizhuang was grateful for the third young lady's support. He went inside to get a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. When he saw Li Jiajin from the crowd, he called out, "Li Jiajin, since you're here, can you help us with the notarization?" Li Jiajin had only just arrived, but he already knew the story from the villagers nearby. He said, "Since both families agree, I will write and notarize it." In the yard, Li Jiajin had never expected such an outcome. Seeing Jiajin ready to help, he said, "I don't agree, Xiuyun. I never wanted a divorce. Why are we even at this point? Don't listen to my mother. She was upset earlier and said those things. We still want to live happily, Xiuyun." He tried to step forward and pull Xiuyun. Lord Haizhuang, Zhang Sihai, stepped in to stop him, with a hostile look in his eyes. He said, "Our Zhang family always keeps their word. If you had treated Xiuyun well, she wouldn't have talked about divorce. You promised her when you asked for her hand. If you can't keep your word, don't pretend here. She hasn't given you children, but you know how she feels about you. Now that you have a new love outside, and she's decided to divorce, your family can't keep her. We won't let our daughter be disrespected anymore. That's enough." While they were talking, Jiajin from Li Jiajin's village had already written the divorce papers. Xiuyun walked over without hesitation, signed her name, and pressed her thumbprint. Li Jiajin didn't expect his wife, who had just begged him to come home earlier, to now coldly sign the divorce papers. He didn't know how he ended up at the table, signing and stamping his fingerprint, just hearing his mother constantly nagging but unable to understand a word she said. He never thought about divorcing Xiuyun. Over the past year, Xiuyun had been bringing home lots of things every time she visited, and he didn't have to worry about household matters. Even when there were problems at home, his parents or his in-laws would come to help. So how could they divorce? What would he do in the future? Mrs. Li just wanted to finish everything quickly and leave this place. She truly didn't know that the young lady from the Zhuangzi, Master Zhang Sihai's daughter, was resting there. Their poor family couldn't afford to offend the noble lady from the Ho mansion. Xiuyun had visited the Zhuangzi twice before, but she wasn't a talkative person. She knew the third young lady from the mansion was resting in the back courtyard, but she never mentioned it when she returned to her husband's family. Recently, Mrs. Li wasn't often at home, staying at her second brother-in-law's house to take care of her second daughter after her confinement. She had only returned a few days ago, so she truly didn't know that Yun Yi was living in the back courtyard. Once both parties signed the documents and the witnesses signed, it would be official. Li Taishan finally reacted, pulling away his mother's hand that was holding his arm. He walked up to Xiuyun and said, "Zhang Xiuyun, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Your previous affection and kindness towards me were all just acting. You're really something. I thought I was wrong to bring Xiao Chui into the family, and I wanted to make it up to you later. But now, it's just a joke. Ha ha ha. Once Xiuyun leaves me, you won't find a good man. Don't forget, you can't have children. You're just a hen that can't lay eggs. Your parents love you, but so what? You're just a hen that can't lay eggs. Just wait and see. I and Xiao Chui will have many children, living happily together. You can stay with your lonely parents for the rest of your life." Xiuyun lifted her tear-streaked eyes and shouted almost in anger, "Even if I have to live a lonely life, it's better than being with your Li family. Since I married into your family, how have you treated me? Even eating a meal was limited. I never had a full meal. Endless work, constant suffering, and sometimes I had to go back to my parents' house to escape. Ask yourself honestly, how good have you been to me? Half a year after the marriage, you started to be absent from home. When your mother was pretending to be kind to me in front of you but scheming behind your back, where were you? I told you what I thought, but you only said one sentence. Both of you, no matter your mood, always take your anger out on me. You even want me to use my dowry money to help you take care of other women outside. What kind of man are you? You take my kindness for granted and treat our family as your private money tree. Whenever something happens, you make me go back to my parents' house. I am also foolish. Every time something happens, I am easily fooled by your kind words and lose my way. I keep hurting my parents' feelings. I was blinded by foolishness, confused and silly." He paused for a moment, then said, "Li Tai, now I see clearly who you really are. You are a hypocrite and a coward. You have no real skills, only a good mouth. Today, I am leaving to escape your family's bullying. I wish you and Xiao Chui a happy life together. We will not recognize each other anymore. Do as you wish." The people watching the scene started talking again after hearing these words. No one expected the Li family to be so shameless. Standing in the yard, the mother and son of the Li family wanted to find a way to run away. Now that everything was done, the mother wanted to leave with her son. Just then, Zhang Sihai said, "Since the two are divorced, the dowry items from Shiyun must be brought back today. I ask everyone to help witness this. I thank you all." Li's mother hurriedly said vaguely, "It's getting late today. Maybe we can do it tomorrow. We need to go back and count everything." Zhang Sihai wouldn't let her succeed. Besides, he didn't want any more contact with the Li family. He said, "Let's finish today's matter today. Everyone is here, and we can help move things back. I am very grateful." The mother and son of the Li family panicked. What should they do? Some of the dowry had already been taken by Li's two married daughters, and a small part was taken by Li Tai for Xiao Chui. Master Haizhuang called people to go to Li's village. Since there was no work in the fields now, everyone was at home relaxing. They all wanted to see the excitement. Yuni also became interested and went with everyone to Li's village. She wanted to see how shameless the Li family really was. The mother and son of the Li family didn't know what to do and could only follow the crowd into the village. The village was less than 2 miles from Li's home, and they arrived quickly. But when Master Haizhuang and his group entered, everyone was stunned. The new house had very few belongings. Besides some large decorations like the bed and wardrobe, everything else was gone. Everyone was surprised and confused. Li's wife cleared her throat and said, "These things are just borrowed temporarily. They'll be returned tomorrow." This sounded like a lie. No wonder Xiao Yun wanted to leave her marriage. How could her dowry be borrowed out? That's too unfair. The Li family seemed like vampires, draining others. It seemed Xiao Yun was still kind-hearted. She had spoken kindly earlier at the farm, hiding many details, which was a way of saving face for the Li family. The scene became awkward. The village head stepped forward to smooth things over and said, "Since it's like this, let's discuss how to handle it. No need to talk about other things." The village head was fed up with the Li family and wanted to settle the matter quickly so he could leave. He didn't want to stay and be embarrassed. At this moment, Li Tiejia's father, Li Wu, came in. From overhearing conversations outside, he learned what had happened and looked very angry. The two troublemakers sighed inwardly, squeezed in, and smiled as they said, "The bride's family is here. What do you think?" Before they finished, Master Haizhuang, Zhang Sihai, said, "Please just call me by my name. We can't keep calling each other in-laws anymore. Our families are no longer connected. I'm here to take my daughter's dowry." Li Wu looked uncomfortable. He knew there was no way to turn things around. He understood what kind of son his was, so he said, "It's our Li family's fault first. Let's see how to resolve this, so you're satisfied." Master Zhang, Haizhuang, said, "The matter is settled. The divorce paper has been signed. I'm here now to take my daughter's dowry. Once it's counted, I'll leave." He pretended to be confused and didn't respond further. Li Wu felt very embarrassed. He went to the village head, and after whispering for a while, they both came back. The village head said, "Master Haizhuang, as you've seen, the dowry items are mostly gone." Li Wu suggested, "Would it be okay to settle this with silver instead?" Master Zhang didn't want to argue with the Li family. He said, "I have no objection. But let's settle this now. I don't want future trouble." He handed the dowry list to the village head. After about half an hour, aside from the items still in the house, the rest was valued at about 12 taels of silver. Master Hai said, "I won't take much from you. Just 10 taels of silver will do. The 2 taels can be considered as my family's depreciation fee." Li Wu hurriedly gathered some silver from different places and found only 8 taels. This was his savings from many years, and he had already taken it out. He still needed 2 more taels, so he had no choice but to borrow 2 taels from the village chief of Li Jia to settle the matter. Li Pozi saw that this wouldn't do. Their family didn't have much silver, and this old man was hiding private savings. She ran over and loudly said, "The Zhang family, don't think that having powerful backing means you can bully us. Your daughter's shabby dowry isn't worth that much silver. This is unfair. How did our Li family end up with such a wasteful daughter-in-law? Not even a single egg, and now she's ruining our family. I will go to the government office to ask. If having powerful friends means you can be so arrogant, I want to ask the heavens if there is still law and order." Yuni looked at the sky. It was getting late, and she was a bit hungry. The lively scene no longer interested her. The Li Posey was just a troublemaker, so she pushed through the crowd and entered the Li family courtyard. She said, "Should I invite the heavens judge to come and ask him? Then I can also tell him about your son's situation outside." Li Posey immediately shut up, stared at Yun-yi with wide eyes, and hated her to death, but dared not say anything more. The village chief of Li Jia and Li Wu stepped forward to greet her, saying, "Greetings, Miss San. Please forgive us for any offense." Yun-yi didn't want to use her status to pressure others, so she said, "No need for formalities. I'm just here to watch the fun." She took a few steps forward and said to Li Posey and the two men from Li family, "In the future, mind your manners. Since Xiao Yun and your son have already divorced, there's no more connection. You still keep saying she can't lay eggs. Do you know Xiao Yun is perfectly healthy? It's your Li family who delayed her." After speaking, she bid farewell to the village chief and left. A crowd of onlookers was left confused, not understanding what the third young lady meant. Yun-yi was too lazy to explain, as it wasn't her concern. Li family was willing to act like turtles, and no one could blame others. It was all their own fault. When Yun-yi and Yu Zhu returned to the private courtyard, Madame Lin was standing at the gate, looking around. Seeing Yun-yi approaching, she smiled and said, "Finally back. The food is ready, and I was worried it might get cold if you were late." Yun-yi smiled and replied, "There's no more excitement, so I came back." Behind her, Yu Zhu carefully recounted everything that happened at the Li family to Madame Lin. Madame Lin sighed and said, "Oh dear, how could Lord Hai find such a family for Xiao Yun? Isn't he just hurting his own daughter? What a mess. The Li family is also quite something.
What kind of people are they?"
It's a pity for Xiao Yun. What will she do in the future? As Yun-yi walked inside, she listened to Madame Lin's sighs. She then saw Zhang Yuan and Qin Hu busy in the yard and smiled, saying, "Divorcing is good too. It saves suffering. Maybe life will be better for them later." She kept walking without stopping, but a plan was forming in her mind. Suddenly, she thought of the 4 words, "Marriage is destined by heaven." After dinner, Yun-yi gathered the 4 maids, Zhang Yuan, Qin Hu, and the helpers Qian Yu and Xiao Qiu. She asked, "I have something to tell everyone. Yu Zhu wants to learn martial arts. Is there anyone willing to learn with her? Let me clarify, learning martial arts is voluntary. But you should know, it's very tiring and hard. So, I'll give you some time to think. If anyone wants to learn, meet in the front yard 3 days from now at the end of the hour of the horse. You don't need to become experts, but you should learn enough to protect yourselves. That's the minimum requirement." After hearing this, you may ask first, "Miss, who will teach us?" Yun-yi smiled and asked back, "Who do you want to teach you?" You may whispered, "Miss, there's no martial arts master in our courtyard." Yun-yi said, "All right, don't think too much. You'll find out in 3 days. So, think carefully over these days. I don't want you to decide, and then slack off. Once you start learning, you can't give up. I've said it before, voluntary and not forced. That's all. You're dismissed now." The next day, Yun-yi began her journey of learning various talents in this different world. The teachers didn't know her previous training at the mansion, so she showed her true strength right from the start. She had many things to do and no time to waste on unnecessary things. When she left the capital, she agreed to have someone sent from Duke Wu's mansion just to come for her. This is to prepare for future visits to the capital so she can use her skills when needed and have a clear record. Since she hasn't learned everything herself, it's good to identify her gaps and improve. Yun-yi doesn't oppose studying, she is very serious about it. Her teachers are very pleased with her attitude and progress, silently giving her a thumbs up. The teachers privately talk about Yuni, saying she is a rare talent, the smartest student they've ever seen. They are eager to see how far her abilities can go. After dinner, Yuni sends away Yu Zhu and the others, telling them to rest early. She warns them not to be late if they want to learn martial arts tomorrow morning. After confirming everything is safe, she enters her space. She practices with her whip for a while. Recently, her 2 martial arts techniques have improved a lot. She is close to reaching the 4th level of her skills, and even Yu Xiaoman Tian is about to break through to the 5th level. Yuni has been working hard these days. She swings her whip fiercely and moves skillfully. With her lightness skills, she probably has few rivals on this continent. She thinks that after spring planting, she should go out and explore. The person she trained might be useful then. She also plans to start searching for her brother soon. The only regret is that she has no clues about her brother's whereabouts. The vast crowd makes it hard to find him. It's very frustrating. Her martial skills are almost ready, so she stops practicing, puts away her whip, and moves to a pavilion near the hot spring to focus on her mental training. At the prince's residence in the capital. In the dark night, heavy snow mixed with howling north winds falls rapidly, turning the streets into a sparkling silver world. The entire mansion is quiet in darkness. It's late, and most courtyards have their lights off and are resting. Suddenly, from the study in the front yard, there are sounds of teacups smashing, crash, crash, and the room is in chaos. Prince Second, Long Jinghao, is furious, saying, "A bunch of useless people. What's the point of raising you all? Last full moon night, we lost so many people, and he only got seriously injured. This time, we sent people with martial skills of at least level B, even some with level C, and they all disappeared without a trace. It's been days, and we haven't heard anything." Dragon Jinghao was furious and upset. He felt terrible inside. He failed twice, and now Dragon Jingrui probably knows it was him who made the moves. If he can't eliminate him while he's recovering, there will be endless problems in the future. This is not what he wanted to see. Since they are now enemies and cannot be turned into allies, he must not let him become someone else's helper. The next full moon is coming soon. He doesn't believe that luck will stay with him forever. It's also because Long Jingli is such a useless person. Such a good opportunity, with several inside helpers in good positions, yet none succeeded. He still dreams of taking over the Prince Qing's residence. What a foolish dream. Haha, my advantage isn't so easy to take. If I suffer, you all won't have it easy either. In the capital, at the Prince Qing's residence, Long Jingli sat in his study, lost in thought. He was waiting anxiously for news from the second prince's residence. This time, he must succeed. Otherwise, if Long Jingrui recovers, no one will have a good outcome. Over the years, he had always been cautious. Since he was young, he knew he couldn't compare to Long Jingrui or compete for resources. His father had always emphasized the importance of distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children. As he grew older, he learned about the things his birth mother had done. If his father hadn't pleaded with him, and if his legitimate mother hadn't made concessions for the royal face and the heirs, he wouldn't even be alive. So he had lived very humbly all along. He was always careful, afraid to make a wrong move. Despite being the son of the same father and not inferior to Long Jingrui, he couldn't gain his father's favor. His father often left after only a few words, making excuses. As a child, he didn't understand why his father was like this. Every time he faced unfair treatment, he felt sad for a long time. No matter how hard he tried, he was never truly valued by his father. Until Long Jingrui became more outstanding, gaining more praise from the emperor and later earning many military achievements, eventually being made a prince by the current emperor. His father felt he couldn't control Long Jingrui anymore, so he turned his attention to him. But he was already past the age to need a father's protection. He hated his father's irresponsible choices, which pushed him into the spotlight. Either he continued to stay silent, a useless burden, or he fought against Long Jingrui and lived the way his father liked. But neither option was what he wanted. So, the second prince approached him several times, sharing his ideas. After careful consideration, he decided to cooperate with him. Without Long Jingrui, I could only be the future of this prince regent's residence. But I never expected that the people sent out would never return, leaving no clues, as if they had vanished into thin air. Later, the second prince and I kept encountering trouble, clearly related to Long Jingrui, as a warning. So this time, the second prince came to me again, saying that if we don't eliminate Long Jingrui, neither of us will have good days. I got involved once more. It's been 6 days now, and if this turns out like last time, I really can't bear it. It's too frightening. Before, Long Jingrui and I kept to our own ways, but now I have provoked him first. When he retaliates, I won't have any chance to turn things around. My hand clenched into a fist on the table, veins bulging, as I thought about how to handle the situation. If father finds out, what will happen? Maybe he already knows. My mind was a mess. I slammed my fist down the table with a loud bang. I hadn't rested well for days, my eyes bloodshot. I wiped my face tiredly. Since there's no way back, I can only continue working with the second prince. Long Jingrui must die. With this firm thought, I stood up and headed for the door. Looking at the snowy world outside, I ignored everything else and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Yun-yi relaxed her mind in the space, focusing on absorbing spiritual energy. She circulated it through her meridians for 12 rounds, then stored it in her spiritual sea, exhaling a dull breath before closing her cultivation. She was busy collecting and planting in the space. Looking at the supplies in the storage, she wondered how to use them. She couldn't let them go to waste here. She also thought that the new year was coming soon. Should she prepare some gifts to send back to the Wu Kingdom? Maybe also to the Marquis of Huayang's residence. She wondered how they would react to the gifts. She was really looking forward to it. Seeing that the time was almost right, she took off her clothes and soaked in the pool to wash away her sweat. Afterward, she returned to the villa, dried her hair, tidied herself up, and left the space. She quickly left the courtyard and flew toward the mountain spring pool on the hillside. When she arrived, a few people were already roasting fish and eating. Their wounds had almost healed. Seeing Yun-yi approach, they all stood up and said, "Greetings, young lady." One of her attendants joked, "Young lady, I thought you forgot about us." Yun-yi replied calmly, "My wounds are almost healed." The leader replied, "It's all done. The medicine the master gave is truly miraculous." Yun-yi didn't hesitate and immediately told them to follow her to Xiaoyao village. On the way, the 4 strong men couldn't help but be convinced. Whether in lightness, skill, or strength, they were all fully convinced by their master. When they arrived at Xiaoyao village, Xiao Yi and the others had just finished practicing and were about to discuss tomorrow's plans. Seeing Yun-yi come in with a few people behind her, they all stood up and said in unison, "Greetings, master." As Yun-yi walked inside, she asked, "How have things been these days?" Xiao Yi replied, "Master, all the vegetable seedlings in the greenhouse at Xiaorao village have been transplanted. The situation is very good." Yun-yi took out 2 indoor thermometers from her basket and handed them to Xiao Yi, along with a piece of paper that recorded the required temperatures for the greenhouse at different times. Xiao Yi didn't understand what these meant, so Yun-yi explained, "These are thermometers, very precious. I got them by chance." The paper shows the temperature needed during day and night in the greenhouse. She then told 2 people to get familiar with the temperature changes and to be responsible for monitoring it in the future. It took about 15 minutes to teach them how to use the thermometers and read the scales, but luckily they weren't slow. Xiao Sen smiled and said, "I didn't expect such valuable tools. That's really rare. Master, you're amazing." Yun-yi just smiled and took a sip of tea from the cup on the table, then asked, "Xiao San, have the winter wheat been planted in District 1 and District 3? Xiao San replied, "Rest assured, Master, everything has been sown. Our oxen have been very helpful this time." Thinking of the oxen brought back later, Yun-yi felt that the farm was starting to have some wealth. She looked at Xiao Yi and asked, "What about Tianyuan Muge and Shurianjian?" Xiao Yi answered, "There are more good fields over there. It will probably take 2 more days." Xiao Wu is staying there to supervise. I don't trust the greenhouse here, so I came back today to check. We'll go there early tomorrow. Yuni nodded and then pointed to the people she brought, saying, They are about your age. Now they also recognize me as their master. Xiao Yi, I'm handing them over to you. Tomorrow, take them to Shuyanjian and assign them tasks. Xiao Yi replied, Yes, master. Yuni looked at the others and said, They're your seniors. Your job is to do your best. If anyone causes trouble, don't blame me for being harsh. Several people bowed and said, Master, don't worry. I will do my best to complete the task. Yuni looked at the group and said, Please introduce yourselves. They looked at each other and replied, Please give us your names, master. Yuni thought for a moment and said, Since that is the case, when Carefree Manor was first built, Xiao Yi and the others made great contributions. So, when I named them, I used a homophone of Xiao for simplicity. Since you are the second group of warriors who recognize me as your leader from now on, use the homophone of Yao for your names. There are 6 of you, after all. Your group will be called the Yao generation, with Yao Yi as the leader. Rank yourselves by your martial skills. Soon, the 6 stood in line and said together, Yao Yi, Yao Er, Yao San, Yao Si, Yao Wu, Yao Lu. Greetings, master. Yuni looked around, noting their ranks, and said, Although Carefree Manor is just starting, I believe that with everyone's effort, it will grow stronger in the future. From now on, you will rely on each other for the manor's affairs. The others inside the house responded together, We will do our best. Yun Yi then said, Xiao Yi, tomorrow go and bring all 6 of them over. Keep them there for a few days and quickly copy over the management system and ideas. Once they're used to it, hand over the management of that place to Yao Yi and the others. You can bring Xiao Wu back here. Xiao Yi didn't hesitate and replied, Yes, master. He knew Yun Yi had a plan. Yun Yi took out some silver notes and handed them to Yao Yi, saying later, Xiao Yi and the others will explain the situation here to you. Your manor will be managed based on this system. Copy it and implement it. Yao Yi touched his head and asked, Master, what does copy mean? Yun Yi chuckled, surprised at how the words from later times just popped into his mind. He shook his head with a smile and said, Copy means to set up the new manor following the system and management style of Carefree Manor. You also need to find some orphans with martial talent or other special skills, regardless of gender, and train them yourselves. Xiao Yi will tell you the details. Yao Yi finally understood and said, Yes, master. If I have questions in the future, I will ask my brothers from the Yao generation. Yun Yi nodded with a smile and said, That's right. They've been with me for a while and know everything. If you have questions later, just come and ask Xiao Yi. Yun Yi took out 6 small bamboo tubes and handed them to Xiao Yi. She said, Help them cleanse their marrow later, then let them choose their martial arts. Guide them well. I hope you all progress together. Do you understand? Xiao Yi replied, Yes, young lady. I understand what you mean. Yun Yi smiled. She was worried Xiao Yi and the others might have their own ideas, but she only wanted her subordinates to be strong. In the future, no matter who they faced, they could handle things on their own. Xiao Yi also smiled, understanding her thoughts from her eyes. He knew her intentions and realized she was just overthinking. Since they accepted Yun Yi as their leader, Xiao Yi and his brothers had no selfish motives. Yun Yi provided them with a stable life and valued them highly. Most importantly, after cleansing their marrow, she gave them precious martial arts manuals, which helped them improve their skills by 2 or 3 levels in a short time. This was not something ordinary people could achieve. They had sworn in their hearts that, thanks to Yun Yi, they had a new life and would serve her loyally for the rest of their lives, not just with words. Seeing that everything was settled, Yun Yi stood up and said, Xiao Yi, I leave this to you. I'll go check on those young masters. Xiao Yi replied, Yes, young lady. Let Xiao Lu accompany you. Yun Yi nodded and headed outside. Xiao Lu followed behind as they walked toward the care room near the large shed. After knocking on the door and entering, Yun Yi saw that Zhang Yi's injured leg could not touch the ground. He could walk by supporting himself against the wall, hopping along, which looked frightening to Yun-yi. She was worried he might fall and hurt himself again. The father and son saw Yun-yi and were about to kneel, but she stopped them with a word. Yun-yi told them to lie down and checked on each of them in turn. She helped Zhang-yi change his medicine, telling him to be careful and not to let himself get hurt again. She said he could stand on his own in 2 months. Usually, injuries to muscles and bones take about 100 days to heal, but with Yun-yi's restorative pills, he might recover faster. 2 months was a conservative estimate. Yun-yi could have made him recover sooner, but she didn't want to take risks. A slightly faster recovery was acceptable. She also gave the father and son acupuncture treatment and instructed Xiao Lu to continue boiling medicinal soup for them for 5 more days. After drinking it, they should be nearly healed. Once everything was done, she told them to rest, and Yun-yi and Xiao Lu left. After Yun-yi and Xiao Lu came out, looking at the distant darkness, Yun-yi said, "Xiao Lu has 2 tasks for you. First, starting tomorrow at dawn, help me train the servants and guards in the other courtyard. It doesn't matter how skilled you are in martial arts, but you must be able to protect yourself." Xiao Lu nodded and replied, "Yes, my lady." Yun-yi took out a piece of paper from her and said, "Second, take this blueprint to the carpenter in the village and have him make a set. Give it to Zhang-yi so he can move freely and go out easily." Xiao Lu took the blueprint, put it into his, and since it was dark and he couldn't see well, he didn't open it again, though he was curious. Yun-yi saw him put it away and said, "You can ask the carpenter to prepare several sets, with different heights, just in case. The children in the village train so hard every day, they might bump into things, so it's better to be prepared." Time quickly passed, and a few days went by. During these days, Yuni followed her teachers to classes during the day, and at night, she read books, made medicine, and practiced martial arts in her space. Her skill in the carefree and untraceable technique had reached the 4th level, and her jade flute sky had broken through to the 5th level. She now had strong self-protection abilities. Yuni thought that after the new year, she would go out for a walk. She wanted to enjoy the natural, pollution-free scenery of this ancient land and look for clues about her biological brother, wondering how he was doing now. News from the Carefree Manor said that the vegetable greenhouse was growing well, and the leafy greens would be ready to harvest soon. Yun-yi also told Ling Yan Cheng's shop to start preparing. She planned to set up a stall there, believing that fresh vegetables in winter would sell well. Before the new year, she might even get a good price. Later, the farm produce could be sold there. The shop was quite large, so Yuni asked them to redecorate it according to their ideas. They put up various shelves, and it should be ready in a few days. Just like in later times, customers could see everything at a glance. She also prepared many small baskets for shoppers to use. That day, Yun-yi finished her lessons early. Yume kept nagging about the winter bamboo shoots in the back mount. She also wanted to go out, so she told Lin Mama, and then went with Yume to the back mountain. Coincidentally, they ran into Long Jingrui, who was hurriedly walking with a group of people. When they saw each other, neither spoke, and they simply passed by each other. Yuni saw that the person had already left, so she and Yume headed toward the bamboo grove. From afar, they saw Xiaoyun and her mother also digging for winter bamboo shoots. Clearly, Xiaoyun and her mother heard the footsteps and turned to see Yun-yi and Yuzhu. They smiled and stood up, saying, "Greetings, Miss Third. Are you here to dig bamboo shoots too?" Yuni didn't expect to meet them here, so she also smiled and replied, "Yes, Yume has been wanting to eat winter bamboo shoots. Since I had some free time today, I came to take a look." Since Xiaoyun and her mother left last time, Yun-yi hadn't seen her again. They had gone to another courtyard to thank her, but Yun-yi was in class, and Lin Mama had received them. Now, Xiaoyun looked a bit unwell. Her mother stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Miss Third, for your help last time." After speaking, she bowed slightly. Then she added, "If it weren't for you, we might not have been able to handle things so smoothly. When we went to thank her at the other courtyard, Lin Mama said you were in class, so we didn't want to bother you. We didn't expect to meet here today." Yun-yi looked at Xiaoyun. She thought the girl was quite pretty. At 18, she was in her prime, with bright, clear eyes that looked lively and beautiful. But now, there was a hint of sadness in her expression. She wore a thin cotton jacket in a deep red color and a matching embroidered pleated skirt. She stood tall and graceful, like a delicate jade. It was a pity she married into such a family, which seemed to have delayed her happiness. But seeing Xiaoyun now, Yun-yi suddenly had a different thought. Perhaps it was a good match after all. Maybe it was a happy fate.
Hee.
Yun-yi wasn't very good at comforting others, so she said, "You are still part of the Marquis of Huayang's household. How could they let that family bully you? It's better to part ways if needed. Xiaoyun is just starting her life. Don't carry too much burden in your heart. It's not your fault. Honestly, I think parting might be a good thing. Focus on healing your body. Fate is decided by heaven. You deserve better." Hearing Yun-yi's words, Xiaoyun's mother felt very happy inside, though her eyes turned red. She had been feeling guilty for pushing her daughter into such a difficult situation. The young Miss Third was still so young, yet she said such kind words, which made her feel much better. Yes, her daughter deserved better. The Miss Third was right. Maybe parting was for the best. Hearing Yun-yi's words, Xiaoyun also felt less worried. She smiled faintly at Yun-yi and bowed again, saying, "Thank you, Miss Third, for your kind words. I feel much better now." Yun-yi also said, "Actually, there's something I don't know if I should say. Well, sometimes you should go to the city and find a good doctor to check your pulse. I heard many people say this when I was in the capital. Actually, not being able to have children isn't always the woman's fault. Many times, it's because the man has hidden health issues. So, you should find a reputable doctor to examine your pulse. As for why I say this, I am just guessing. The woman outside might not be a good person, and the child in her belly might not be your ex-husband's." Having said this, she implied her point. Whether you believe it or not depends on yourselves. But if she were still just a child, it would be hard to say. Yun-yi simply liked Xiaoyun's carefree and decisive personality. Although Xiaoyun looked shy, she acted quickly and confidently. Yun-yi didn't want her to carry such a heavy mental burden, so she gave a few hints. Yun-yi saw that Xiaoyun listened carefully and said, "In the future, come off into the other courtyard to play. The Moon Bamboo and Moon Plum there are a bit younger than you, but they are good company and easy to talk to. It will also keep you from staying bored at home." Xiaoyun smiled softly and replied, "Okay. Thank you, Miss San, for your kindness." Yun-yi didn't say much more and prepared to help Yu Mei dig winter bamboo shoots. Xiaoyun and her mother also helped out, and Yun-yi was just here to have fun, but she dug along with them quite skillfully. After dinner, Yun-yi took a short walk outside and then went back to her room. Since it got cold, Grandma Lin no longer let her walk outside for too long after meals, saying she had been weak since childhood and was afraid she would catch a cold. Yun-yi knew Grandma was only caring for her, so she didn't argue. She just wanted Grandma to feel at ease. In fact, she knew her body was not weak at all now. As it got colder, night fell early. After Yu Zhu and the others finished helping Yun-yi bathe and wash up, they tidied up and left. Yun-yi had planned to go into her space, but for some reason, she remembered meeting Long Jingrui earlier that evening. This man had apparently offended many people. The few times they met before, he was almost always attacked. This time, it wasn't an attack, but someone close to him was injured. From his clothes, it was clear he had been in a fierce fight. In the past, she often heard about him in the capital. Most of what she heard was praise, but she never expected him to be in such a situation. Sigh, it seems you can't judge someone just by their outward appearance. Looking at the flickering candlelight inside the room, I think about the path I must take in the future. In this ancient world where status matters and the strong prey on the weak, she is not allowed to retreat. Without a strong backing, she will only end up being passive and beaten. My influence is still growing and not yet powerful enough. I have some concerns about my actions. The winter vegetables coming soon to market need support. Without a reliable protector, I will face many problems. However, thinking of the Duke of Wu's residence, I can still use it if necessary. At least it won't cause trouble later. The reputation of the Marquis of Huayang is better left alone. I don't want unnecessary conflicts. But when the enemy comes, I will defend myself. If someone foolishly causes trouble, it's better to handle it secretly. I am not a kind or devout person. As I wake from my thoughts, I am about to pick up my medical book again when I suddenly sense an unfamiliar aura approaching. I release my spiritual awareness to look. It's Long Jingrui. What is he doing here? We both know each other's identities, but neither has revealed it yet. Why is he here today? Thinking about what I saw earlier in the day, I understand now. A few moments later, Long Jingrui arrives at the small courtyard where I am. He is standing outside my door, and neither of us speaks. Today, Long Jingrui has a serious matter to ask about. He originally wanted to send someone under his command, but he was worried I might not give face. He knows his subordinates' temper. If things go wrong, they might resort to violence. But considering my skills, which are not ordinary, and the fact that others haven't been able to handle me, it would be bad if I got hurt. So, after thinking it over, he decided to come himself. Standing outside the door, he feels it might be too abrupt. We don't have much of a relationship, but he's worried about his friend lying inside. The journey to Yao Valley is long, and help might not arrive in time. He's willing to risk propriety and come late at night, asking me to save his friend Lu Yixuan. I want to see how long he plans to wait outside. I ignore him and continue reading my medical book. Outside, Long Jingrui's breathing changes several times. Since childhood, I've never interacted with women other than my mother and the eldest princess. All my attendants are men. Those who try to get close to me are quickly sent away before they even get near. After a while, Yun-yi saw no movement outside the door. Just as she was thinking about whether to go out and check, she heard a knocking sound. She got up and opened the door. She saw the usually serious and proud Prince Rui standing there with an awkward look. His clothes were no longer the armor from the afternoon, but a black yun brocade robe. Smart people, Yuni thought playfully, but she still asked, "What brings you here so late at night?" At this moment, Long Jingrui's face returned to a cold expression. His magnetic voice said, "Coming at this hour is urgent. I hope Miss Zhang will forgive my intrusion." Yuni asked, "Tell me, what's so urgent that the legendary aloof Prince Rui would disregard his reputation and come to a lady's chamber at midnight? What's the meaning of this?" Long Jingrui looked at the young girl in front of him, feeling a bit amused. Her delicate, fair face had her cherry lips naturally red and charming, which made his heart flutter. He suddenly realized he was acting improperly. He quickly looked away. The girl was only 13, now tall and graceful. She wore a light pink inner garment. Yun-yi also realized she was still in her pajamas, which was inconvenient. She said, "Wait a moment, I'll put on some clothes," then closed the door again. After a while, the door opened again. Yuni said, "Come in now. It's too cold outside, and it's not convenient to talk standing there." As someone from the future, she wasn't too concerned about the rules of men and women being alone. She guessed that Long Jingrui, though not a perfect gentleman, was not a flirt either. Long Jingrui looked around, hesitated for a moment, then entered the room. He couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he stepped inside, he directly said, "I came to ask Miss Zhang to come with me to help treat my friend. His condition is very serious. I had already sent someone to the Medicine King Valley for help this afternoon, but water from afar can't quench the immediate thirst. The doctors here can't handle his wounds. So I took the liberty to come here. It's urgent, and I hope Miss Zhang can help. I would be very grateful." Yuni thought for a moment and said, "How can the prince be sure I can treat him? If I go and can't cure him, won't that delay his condition?" Long Jingrui didn't fully believe she could definitely heal him, but his intuition told him to trust her. Last time, when he was seriously injured, she had also healed him. So he calmly said, "I believe in you. Even if I can't cure him, I won't blame you. Please, Miss San, get ready now. Saving a life is the most important thing." Yuni saw him say this and felt relieved. She thought, considering he is a noble prince, he wouldn't break his word or change his mind afterward. So she said, "I can help you go and check, but I can't promise I will definitely cure him. Let's be clear about that first." Long Jingrui replied, "Miss San, don't worry. Just helping to look is enough for me to be grateful. Yun-yi suddenly thought of something and asked, if I can cure him, how will you thank me? Long Jingrui squinted at the young girl in front of him, who suddenly looked lively and clever. He wondered if she had some other plan in mind. But he still said, whatever you suggest. Yun-yi was happy now and cheerfully said, great, it's a deal. Yun-yi was worried because her career was just starting and she had no backing. Now, just when she was feeling sleepy, someone sent her a pillow. Perfect. She packed herself up, put on the new cloak made by Madame Lin, and took her prepared medicine box. She didn't expect to use it so soon. She also found a bamboo tube in the room, poured some spiritual spring water she had previously prepared and stored in her space, then followed Long Jingrui out of the room and headed toward the prince's estate. No wonder she kept running into Long Jingrui. Their estate was not far apart. Both were in two mountain valleys on the same mountain, with the prince's estate having more dense woods. When they arrived, the estate was in chaos. The two doctors there had never dealt with such serious injuries and didn't know what to do. Today, Dr. Huang was out and not at the estate. Seeing the prince return with a young woman wearing a half-mask behind him, everyone was confused. A man in armor hurried over, his eyes red, and said hoarsely, Prince, you're finally back. You must find a way to save our young master. Right now, the most reputable doctors in Lingyan City have been called, but no one can treat our young master's wounds. The people from the Medicine King Valley can't arrive so quickly. What should we do? If something happens to our young master, how can I go back and explain to the Lord? Following behind Yun-yi, she looked at the grand palace courtyard in front of her. She thought to herself that the difference was truly like heaven and earth. The marquis's courtyard was small, not just in size, but even the yard was simply built with bricks and tiles. Inside, there were a few small gardens, but they could never compare to this palace. Every path here was carefully designed, with pavilions, towers, ponds, mountains, water, flowers, and grass, all so delicate and beautiful. The area was more than 10 times larger than the marquis's courtyard, showing a quiet luxury everywhere. Yun-yi suddenly remembered the lines, built to embrace mountains and water, with great effort and skill, scenes of heaven and earth are all here. These lines described the Grand View Garden by Chao Qin. Although Yun-yi couldn't imagine how magnificent it was, she believed this place was also built with great care and resources. It seemed that Long Jingrui was truly a man with plenty of money, and he had good taste. That's good, then she wouldn't need to hold back when speaking to him in the future.
He.
Long Jingrui's face remained calm, with a slight frown, as he led Yun-yi toward the largest room on the left. Passing by another nearby room, Yun-yi saw through the open door that many people were inside, some with medicinal boxes carried by young doctors. These people were probably the doctors brought in from Lingyan City, as the armored man had said. The fact that so many were disturbed suggested the injured person was not in good shape. When Yun-yi was about to follow Long Jingrui into the room, she was stopped by the armored man. He said, Miss, wait here. It's not convenient for you to go inside. Yun-yi looked at Long Jingrui in front of her. She heard him softly say, Let her in. She can save your young master. Hearing this, everyone looked skeptical. Although Yun-yi wore a mask, it was clear she was young. The well-known doctors in Lingyan City would not dare to treat the young master, so how could this girl confidently say she could heal him? They all looked at Long Jingrui, who simply said calmly, If she can't heal him, then it's your young master's life. Even the fastest medicine men from Medicine King Valley would take until tomorrow evening to arrive. By then, whether your young master is still alive is something you should think about carefully. The armored man was unsure what to do and hesitated before saying, All right then. Please forgive us for earlier. I was just nervous about our young master. Please don't take it to heart, miss. Yun-yi did not speak again. She simply nodded and followed Long Jingrui inside. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still surprised when she saw the injuries on the young master mentioned by the armored man. He was really lucky to survive. Behind them, a group of people entered quietly, not daring to make a sound. The armored man looked nervous, his face pale and beads of sweat on his forehead. Long Jingrui asked, "Can he be treated?" He was unsure himself, knowing she was just a young girl. But he cared about his best friend and couldn't ignore him. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't give up. Yun-yi took a small pair of tweezers from her medical kit and carefully examined the wound. She said, "Luckily, it's still urgent to treat him, but the doctor who helped earlier did a good job. They stopped the bleeding in time, and the intestines haven't been infected after being exposed to air for so long. He's very lucky. Thank goodness I arrived in time. Everyone, please leave now. Only one person stayed to assist me. It's too late if we wait any longer." Long Jingrui told the others to leave and stayed to help. Yuni glanced at him but said nothing more. There was a reason Long Jingrui stayed. He had been injured many times on the battlefield and often treated himself. His skills weren't as good as a doctor's, but he could help as an assistant. Also, he didn't want others to know about her medical skills, for reasons he kept to himself. She was still young and unaware of how cruel the world could be. Some things were better kept secret. Yuni said, "Prepare some white cotton cloth boiled in hot water for later, and some strong rice wine. Also, bring in warm water quickly." She started disinfecting herself, putting on a protective suit made of oiled paper to prevent bloodstains from soiling her clothes. They worked quickly. Soon, everything was ready. Yun-yi first washed her hands with rice wine, then cleaned the wound with warm water. Although the person was still unconscious, Yuni took out her homemade anesthetic from her medical kit and gave him a local numbing shot, just in case. She disinfected again with rice wine. Fortunately, the previous doctors had stopped the bleeding, or even the gods wouldn't have been able to help after so long. This was the first time using the surgical tools they had prepared earlier. She carefully cleaned the dead intestine that was exposed, then stitched it up. After cleaning everything thoroughly and disinfecting with alcohol, she used the prepared spring water to rinse again, making sure nothing was left inside. Next, she put the intestine back into the abdomen, disinfected and stitched the injured area on the stomach, then cleaned the wound with the spring water again and bandaged it. She took a deep breath, then checked the other injuries on his body. They were not serious, and the doctors in Lingyan City had treated him well before. She packed her things, disinfected everything with strong alcohol, and put the medical tools back into the box. She also disposed of all used cloths and medical waste in the room. Then she checked the pulse of the young master again to make sure he was fine. Satisfied, she packed her things and left the room. As soon as she opened the door, a group of people gathered around her. The armored man asked anxiously, "Miss, how is our young master?" Yun-yi felt no dislike for such loyal subordinates. She replied, "If nothing happens tonight, then it should be fine. But tonight is very important. He might have a fever or even a recurring fever, so we need an experienced senior doctor to stay and watch over him." Everyone was excited and thanked her repeatedly.
They seemed a bit more at ease now.
The armored man then knelt before Yun-yi and said emotionally, "Thank you, miss, for saving our young master today. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Bei Chenlin will do everything to serve you." Yun-yi was actually a little tired. She said, "Please get up. Judging by your clothes, you are probably a soldier. Your young master is likely the same. We should also thank you brave warriors who protect our country. You risk your lives to guard our land and people. You deserve respect and admiration. Thank you for your hard work." Yun-yi wasn't just being polite. In her previous life, she also admired soldiers very much. No matter when, they always appeared first when needed, defending the borders of the homeland year-round without fear of hardship. She had just seen a suit of armor placed nearby in the room, which was probably the young master lying in bed. So, whether in her past or present life, she respected soldiers deeply. Bei Chenlin didn't expect Yun-yi, a young girl, to say such words. He felt a surge of emotion and gratitude but didn't speak. Instead, he ran off directly, then pulled out an old man with a white beard from the next room. He said to Yun-yi, "Miss, please repeat what you just said to this doctor. I'm worried we rough folk might forget. Sorry to trouble you." Yun-yi nodded and said, "Doctor, The patient might develop a fever tonight, so you must pay close attention and prepare in advance. I made a special fever-reducing pill that melts in the mouth, since he can't drink herbal soup right now. Also, his fever might come back repeatedly. You must stay alert tonight and assign someone to watch over the patient. Besides the pills I gave you, you can also use alcohol to reduce the fever physically. Use a clean cloth dipped in alcohol to wipe areas like the neck, limbs, armpits, soles of the feet, and back, though it's difficult to wipe his back now. If his temperature remains high, you can also use some ice wrapped in a cloth and place it on his forehead. This can help too. I believe the doctor has more experience than I do and will take good care of the patient. So, tonight I trouble you, doctor. The doctor, with a hint of arrogance, replied, "Don't worry, miss. I've been practicing medicine for over 30 years. This is nothing I can't handle." But his eyes showed disdain, thinking, where did this young girl come from? She doesn't know her limits. The doctor in the next room is a seasoned healer with many years of experience. Yun-yi saw the disdain in the doctor's eyes, but she stood firm. Whether they follow her advice or not is their business. It's not entirely the doctor's fault. They were all in the next room earlier and didn't realize the person inside had already been treated by Yun-yi. That's why they behaved this way. They also thought they would wait for the people from the Medicine King Valley, so they didn't take Yun-yi seriously. Yun-yi then looked at Bei Chunlin and said, "Bei Chunlin, remember, no eating or drinking until the person's breathing is normal." If it weren't for this concern, she wouldn't have left the fever-reducing pills for them to brew their own herbal soup.
Bei Shenlin Asket, Breting?
"Miss, what do you mean?" Yuni felt a bit embarrassed by his question and explained, "Cough, it means passing gas. Only then can he eat some light foods like porridge." Seeing that she had nothing more to say, Yun-yi turned to Long Jingrui and said, "There's nothing more.
I'll take my leave now."
Dragon Jingrui calmly said, "I'll take you." Yun-yi initially wanted to say no need, but since she remembered he had promised, she didn't say anything more. This time, neither of them used light skills to travel. They just walked side by side in silence. Yun-yi said, "Don't forget the promise you made to me." Dragon Jingrui turned to look at Yun-yi's profile, watching her lively eyes. He thought to himself how much she must not trust him. He replied, "Don't worry, I won't forget. As long as Lu Yishuan is fine, you can ask for anything." Yuni felt reassured and took a deep breath, then continued walking. She left a message in the air, saying, "I can manage on my own, so there's no need for you to see me off. Please go back." Dragon Jingrui watched Yun-yi disappear into the darkness in the sky, shook his head with a smile, and felt a strange, hard-to-explain feeling inside. The next day, after finishing a morning of lessons and preparing to rest, Grandma Lin brought over her homemade snow pear soup with rock sugar. She said, "It's been really cold these days. Young miss, you must stay warm. I just made this snow pear soup. Even though we're wintering in the south this year, we still need to be careful." Yun-yi appreciated Grandma Lin's thoughtfulness and, for some reason, thought of her mother in her past life. Before her grandfather passed away, her mother also always took care of her like this.
Sadly.
Life is unpredictable. Jingcheng, Huayang Marquis Residence Qingfeng Courtyard. Now, there's hardly any scenery left. In winter, northern courtyards look especially bleak. Inside the main hall, a woman dressed in dark blue ink-patterned silk with floral designs was pacing anxiously, frequently looking outside the door, appearing very worried. Seeing her maid, Zhang, hurriedly come in from outside the courtyard, she quickly went to meet her. She looked around and asked urgently, "How are my uncle and aunt? Are they feeling better? Did my cousin send you any message for me?" Zhang replied, "Yes, I saw them. Both uncle and aunt are in good health. They were happy to see the things you asked me to bring. Your young master also saw me. He asked me to tell you, the young lady of the Marquis' family, that the matter you entrusted to him has been arranged. He told me to tell you to stay calm. As soon as there is news, he will inform you. He also said that this time, you can rest assured because the people he found are reliable. They will definitely handle it well. Just wait at home for the news." Madame Feng, the wife of the heir, listened to the maid's words and finally felt somewhat relieved. However, She calculated that quite some time had passed, and under normal circumstances, there should have been news by now. She hoped nothing would go wrong. Only if that stubborn girl disappeared would they not have to repay the money, and the main family could live peacefully. Thinking of this, Madame Feng's eyes were filled with anger. She believed all this was the girl's fault for causing so much trouble for their family. Even if she didn't act, the mysterious person behind her wouldn't let her go. At that moment, they heard voices outside the yard. The young maid guarding the courtyard said, "I've seen the second miss." A haughty voice responded, belonging to Wan Yu, the close maidservant of Zhang Yunyu, saying, "Get up, don't block the way. The heir's wife is in the yard." The young maid had not been in the estate long and, feeling nervous, replied, "The heir's wife is here." Zhang Yunyu quickly entered the yard, rushing in without even entering the house. She called out with a crying, coquettish tone, "Mother." Seeing her daughter come in, Madame Feng smiled and asked, "What's wrong now? You didn't go to the Princess Chang's plum blossom viewing today, so why are you back so early?" Zhang Yunyu was dressed in a soft blue satin dress with dark floral patterns, and she wore an ivory white embroidered cloak with cloud and vine patterns. But now, her skirt was stained with tea, her hair was a bit messy, and one of her jade earrings with a sunflower design was missing. Tears still clung to her face. Her pitiful appearance would surely make the young noble sons and young masters of the capital feel heartache if they saw her. Madame Feng, seeing her daughter's appearance, hurriedly asked, "What happened? You were fine when you left. Did someone bully you?" Zhang Yunyu threw herself into Madame Feng's arms, crying, "Mother, you have to stand up for me. They all bullied me." Madame Feng knew her daughter was a bit delicate normally, so she thought it was just some minor trouble outside. She came to her for comfort, but when she saw the tears on her daughter's face and the tea stains on her skirt, she realized things might be serious. Seeing her daughter crying, she asked Wan Yu beside her, "Tell me, what happened today?" Wan Yu, feeling a bit scared, said, "Madam, you have to help our young lady. Today, at the plum blossom viewing, she ran into the third miss of the Jingning Marquis estate. The conversation was going well, but then two daughters from the Kai family, Kai Jingguan and Kai Jingwei, came into the pavilion. Later, Princess Ziji also arrived. Somehow, the topic shifted to Lu Qingbin, the second young master of the Jingning Marquis estate. Kai Jingwei from the minister's household said some unpleasant things. She bit her lip and continued. She said that a few days ago at Tanja Temple, she saw our second young lady and the second young master of the Jingning Marquis estate going out to play together. She also said some things that hurt the second young lady's reputation. It's really too much. Mrs. Feng, the wife of the heir, looked grim and said coldly, "Exactly what did she say? Tell me every word." Wan Yu looked at the second young lady, Zhang Yunyu, who was crying so hard she could hardly breathe, and then continued. She said she saw the second young lady holding hands with the second young master of the Jingning Marquis estate, calling her a shameless flirt. So, the second young lady argued with her. "They're so unreasonable." I was angry and fought back. "Please don't blame the second young lady, Mrs. Feng. She was only trying to help me and got caught up in it. If you want to punish someone, punish me. I really don't blame the second young lady. They were the ones bullying us, spreading false accusations about her, without any reason. If Uni had known about this, she would have happily said, 'Good will be rewarded with good, and evil with evil. Justice will come in time.' Don't believe it? Look up. Heaven spares no one. Stop thinking everyone is stupid."
Ha!
In the capital, people are always looking for your faults. Mrs. Feng's face darkened immediately. She knew that Kai Shangshu's family and her eldest daughters-in-laws, Gung Shangshu, didn't get along politically, so their families kept their distance. But this was too much, dragging her Huayang Marquis family into it. She made a note of it and decided to watch and see. Suddenly, she remembered something. She looked down at her crying daughter in her arms and said sharply, "Stop crying. Tell me exactly what happened." Zhang Yunyu looked guilty as she stepped out of her mother's embrace and said, "A few days ago, I was at Tanja Temple making offerings when I ran into her. We just exchanged a few words. I lost my footing and sprained my ankle.
She was nearby and just helped me.
But then her sisters saw it and told everyone. They even said I was trying to my cousin's husband. Isn't that bullying? I didn't do it on purpose. After listening to Yen Yunyu, Mrs. Feng felt upset and confused. Her young daughter was so careless, making such a simple mistake and giving others a reason to criticize her. But now she was already very sad, so she couldn't say much. She only said from now on, do not meet him privately again. Do you hear me clearly? Some things can't be rushed. They need to be done slowly. You, my dear, have been spoiled by me and lack common sense. If only you had half of your sister's intelligence, I would feel more at ease. Yen Yunyu pouted and called out softly, Mother. Mrs. Feng then said impatiently, you don't need to worry about this anymore. For now, stay inside the house and don't go out wandering. Spend more time learning from your eldest sister about the household chores. I will handle this matter. Yen Yunyu knew she couldn't hide things from her mother, so she replied, Yes, Mother. Mrs. Feng then sternly told the maid beside Yen Yunyu, Wan Yu, watch the second young lady carefully. If I find out she sneaks out again, you can all expect to be punished and expelled from the house. Wan Yu trembled and quickly knelt, saying repeatedly, I know I was wrong. Please, madam, don't be angry. I will stay by the second young lady's side at all times from now on. Seeing her daughter's condition was not good, Mrs. Feng said, Take your young lady to change and rest. After they left the Qingfeng courtyard, Mrs. Feng's face suddenly changed. The Feng family was really pushing her to her limit. She then called over her maid, Wen Lan, and whispered a few words in her ear. Wen Lan nodded and left. Mrs. Feng showed a strange smile on her face. 2 days later, Yun Yi saw Long Jingrui again, but this time outside the side courtyard, near the bamboo forest on the back mountain. She had told Yu Mei she wanted to dig some bamboo shoots to pickle and teach Aunt Zheng how to make some tasty dishes. Because the weather had gotten darker earlier, there was no time to dig bamboo shoots after afternoon classes. But Yun Yi still wanted to go play in the bamboo forest with them. So, after lunch, Yu Mei suggested they go to the bamboo forest on the back mountain to dig bamboo shoots. Yun Yi could follow and enjoy the sunshine. These days, she had been busy attending classes with her teachers and didn't have time to go out. Yun Yi was eager to go. When she followed them, she saw from afar Long Jingrui dressed in a light blue yun brocade robe, skillfully climbing onto a big tree. Yun Yi naturally knew that this person had come to see her. If she wasn't planning to use his reputation as a backup in the future, she wouldn't bother with him. However, since the matter was good, she only considered it settled once that person was gone. Could it be that something unexpected happened to him? Yun Yi sent the few people who followed her to dig bamboo shoots. She said she needed to go back and get some things, then took a turn halfway and headed straight to the prince's private residence. Before long, Long Jingrui followed her. Yun Yi said impatiently, Is there something the young master needs? Fearing she might misunderstand, Long Jingrui replied, It's not about him. Yesterday evening, the young master from the Medicine King Valley came here. He wanted to see you, so I came to ask if you're willing. Yun Yi suddenly stopped. She thought that person had something urgent, which was why he came straight here. But now, hearing that the Medicine King Valley people wanted to see her, she felt a bit reluctant. Without thinking much, she stopped. In her excitement, she chose a poor place to stand and almost fell. Long Jingrui quickly reached out with his long arm to catch her. Their eyes met, and both couldn't help but remember the awkwardness from last time. After landing, Yun Yi felt extremely embarrassed. What kind of trouble had she gotten herself into? Seeing her expression, Long Jingrui was worried she might feel shy, so he quickly changed the subject. Don't worry, I haven't told him your details. I just came to ask if you're willing. Yun Yi thought for a moment. She didn't like hiding, so she decided she'd just wait and see. She said, I'll go there tonight. I'm busy this afternoon and can't go now. Seeing that she was willing to meet the Medicine King Valley people, Long Jingrui thought at least he had given Xiao Yunyao an explanation. Later that night, Yuni finished her work in the space and changed her clothes before heading to the prince's private residence. On the way, she unexpectedly met Long Jingrui coming to pick her up. When they arrived, the young master who had been badly injured earlier had already woken up. He was sitting on the bed eating porridge. Seeing Yuni enter, Bei Qinlin quickly said, "Miss, you came just in time. It's thanks to you that we were able to save him." He continued, "Our young master has woken up." Xiao Guzhu said, "He can now drink some thin porridge." "Thank you so much," Mississippi Yuni replied. "It's good that he's okay. Now I can rest assured." "Has he regained consciousness?" Bei Chunlin nodded. Yes. Inside the room, two other people, Lu Yixuan, who was drinking porridge on the bed, and Xiao Yunyao, the valley master of the Medicine King Valley, looked curiously at the girl who followed Long Jingrui inside. Although this girl wears a half-face mask, making her face hard to see clearly, it cannot hide her good temperament. Yun-Yi ignored the curious glances from the two men and confidently talked with Bei Qinlin. Bei Qinlin said, "Why don't you give our young master a pulse?" Yun-Yi hesitated and replied, "Since Prince said that Xiao Guzhu from Yaoang Valley has come, I don't need to show off anymore." Long Jingrui came over and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the girl who treated Yixuan. You can call her Miss Zhan." Lu Yixuan clasped his fists on the bed and said, "Thank you, Miss Zhan, for saving me. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. You can find me at the Guard General's mansion in the capital." Yun-Yi smiled lightly and replied, "You're welcome. I've taken note of that." Meanwhile, Xiao Yunyao also stood up and said kindly, "I didn't expect that Miss Zhan, at such a young age, has remarkable courage and medical skills. I truly admire you." Looking at this gentle and refined man, Yuni smiled and said, "It's just a coincidence that I know a little." Xiao Yunyao looked at Yun-Yi with admiration and said, "Miss Zhan, you are humble. Being able to keep Yixuan safe under such circumstances is probably something few can do." Yun-Yi simply responded with a faint smile. Xiao Yunyao became interested in this calm and steady Miss Zhan and said with a gentle smile, "Since you're here, why not help Yixuan take his pulse again? Let's see if anything was missed, so we can discuss it." Yun-Yi didn't hesitate. The young master of the general's mansion was badly injured that day. She even used spiritual spring water to help, and just to be safe, she wanted to check his current recovery. Yun-Yi stepped forward and said, "Young general, if you don't mind, let me check your pulse again." Lu Yixuan smiled and said, "That would be very helpful, Mississippi." Then he rolled up his sleeve and revealed his wrist. Yun-Yi sat on a small stool in front of the bed and took his pulse. The weak pulse was deep and thin, soft and powerless, not strong enough to press. The symptoms indicated insufficient vital energy and blood, with blood deficiency causing weak pulse and qi deficiency making the pulse faint. After the illness, the pulse was weak, which was normal. This means his pulse was very soft, deep, and thin, indicating a lack of energy and blood. It wasn't just because he lost so much blood that day. Only a few days had passed. Fortunately, the doctor from Lingyan City had stopped the bleeding that day. Otherwise, he would have died. Yun-Yi smiled and said, "I am not very learned. Besides being weak in qi and blood, I haven't learned much. After all, I am young and training in martial arts, so I recover quickly." Xiao Yunyao also nodded with a smile. He had just checked Lu Yixuan's pulse and, as Yun-Yi said, besides being a bit weak and lacking strength, everything else was fine. Feeling a little embarrassed, Xiao Yunyao asked, "Miss Yan, I wonder if you could tell me about your stitching technique." Yuni knew that perhaps the word surgery hadn't appeared on this continent yet. She thought there was no need to hide it, so she explained Lu Yixuan's condition to Xiao Yunyao. Maybe it could help more people in the future. Xiao Yunyao's eyes lit up more and more as he listened, and he was full of admiration for Yun-Yi. The questions kept coming, and he never expected such a young girl to know so much. Time passed by second. The others in the room couldn't understand their conversation, but it didn't affect their enjoyment of watching the two focus so intently. Only one person felt very annoyed, Long Jingrui. Now, he truly regretted agreeing to Xiao Yunyao's request to find Yun-Yi for him. Seeing the endless back and forth between the two, Long Jingrui ignored everyone else in the room and stood up. He cleared his throat and said, "It's getting late today. How much longer do you two need? The two, who had been happily talking, both looked up. Yun-yi saw Long Jingrue's cold face and didn't know what had happened, but she realized it was indeed late. Xiao Yunyao was the first to feel awkward and said, Miss Zhang, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that you, a young girl, would be so skilled in medicine and have such unique insights. I was too impulsive today. Your insights have truly opened my eyes, he continued. I wonder if I can still see Miss Zhang in the future to continue our discussions. Yun-yi smiled and replied, It's my honor. Xiao Yunyao, getting bolder, asked, Then where should I go to find you in the future to ask for your advice? Yun-yi thought for a moment. She couldn't hide her identity anymore. Besides, if she returned to the capital later, she would have chances to meet them again. She didn't want any more trouble. Making more connections wouldn't be a bad thing for her. She could clearly feel their kindness. Moreover, even if she didn't say anything, Long Jingrue knowing her background wouldn't be easy to hide. I realized the truth, so I used the way of future generations and confidently said, Let me introduce myself again. My name is Zhang Yuni, the legitimate daughter of the second house of the Huayang Marquis residence. Recently, I was seriously ill. Since the air here is good for recovery, I was sent here to rest. But there are some things everyone should know. I don't want them to be known to everyone, so I hope you will keep it a secret. Seeing everyone's confused expressions and noticing their eyes focused on the hand I raised, I felt a bit shy and retracted my hand, nervously touching my nose. Feeling a little embarrassed, I explained, that was just a gesture to say, okay. It can also mean approval or agreement.
Hee.
Although everyone didn't quite accept it, they nodded and said, Understood. Yuni looked at everyone's expressions and found them amusing. Inside, she felt unexpectedly touched. Even though they looked a bit confused, they seemed to truly believe in her, which made Yuni happy. Suddenly, she felt a desire to consider them friends. She thought that in this different world, besides the people from the Duke Wu's family and the elders like Lady Lin who genuinely cared for her, she didn't have many close friends. First, her original personality was reserved, and she rarely went out when she stayed in the mansion. As for friends of the opposite, she didn't have many. But as a person from the future, Yuni was naturally free-spirited and didn't worry so much. She thought for a moment and said, I now live in the annex of the Huayang Marquis residence on Qingshuang Mountain. If you have time, you can come visit. Our Aunt Zheng in the annex is an excellent cook. But please don't come with grand airs. The people in my annex are ordinary folks and can't handle being scared.
Hee.
Long Jingrue accompanied Yuni back to the annex. Yuni didn't want him to come, but he insisted, so she didn't argue. Before leaving, she even said, I will come over myself someday. Yuni was initially slow to react, but then realized what he meant and couldn't help but chuckle. As Long Jingrue turned to leave, having just gathered his breath to fly away, he suddenly felt his heart race when he heard her laugh behind him. Yuni watched Long Jingrue disappear into the night and couldn't help but think that he wasn't as unfriendly as people said.
Sigh.
After that, Yuni resumed her studies. Honestly, with the careful teaching from her 4 masters and her own dedication, she learned a lot of new things she hadn't studied before. And Yunyi's quick learning impressed several masters, who secretly admired her. Her progress was so fast that she might finish her tasks and return home soon. During her free time, Yuni taught Aunt Zheng and others how to make spicy white radish, sour and spicy bamboo shoots, and she also dried plenty of bamboo shoots to store. She showed them how to make century eggs and various sausages, including 5-spice and spicy flavors. They made a lot because the new year was coming soon, and Yun-yi wanted to send special gifts to the Duke Wu's mansion in the capital. She had already asked Aunt Zheng and Grandma Lin if they had seen these items before. They hadn't, so Yun-yi instructed them to prepare everything in advance for making these products. Everyone in the side courtyard, except Zhang Yuan and the 4 masters, helped with the preparations. It took 3 full days to get everything ready in this 3-story courtyard. The entire yard and side rooms were decorated with dried sausages. Yun-yi felt like she was back in her previous life. She had once visited Sichuan, where a friend's family made Sichuan-style sausages. She stayed there for a while, went into their sterile drying room, and also visited Harbin, where she saw the workshop making red sausages. Seeing these sausages made by her hands filled her with nostalgia and happiness, and suddenly she had a new idea, which made her feel very joyful. At night, Yoon-i sent the maids away, practiced martial arts in her space, tidied up, then went to check on the breeding farm. Satisfied, she left the space. Dressed in her armor, carrying some of the best-made sausages, century eggs, spicy white radish, and sour bamboo shoots, she left the side courtyard heading to Xiaorao village. She thought to herself, why hadn't she thought of this before? This was a sure way to make money, and she had delayed it. She quickened her pace. When Yun-i arrived, Xiao-yi and the others were practicing martial arts. She placed the items she brought aside and watched them finish. Only then did she call them over to sit. They had become familiar with each other, and Yun-i, finding it troublesome to be overly formal, had told them several times privately not to be so restrained, so they no longer followed many formalities. Xiao Lu said, "Master, you haven't come for a while." Yun-i smiled and replied, "You all are doing well, so I don't need to supervise. I've been busy with other things lately." She asked, "How are the vegetables in the greenhouse? Are the leafy greens ready to be sold?" Xiao-yi replied, "Master, a few days ago, those leafy vegetables started to be harvested. We kept some in the shop and also gave away some for free to the big families, just as you instructed before. We visited several restaurants in the city, and now we've signed contracts with 2 larger ones. The prices are several times higher than regular winter vegetables. Our fresh large-leaf vegetables are now selling for 25 coins each. In a few days, the vegetables you mentioned that we haven't seen before in Longting country will be ripe, and their prices are likely to be even higher," he said with some excitement. Apart from training the children and practicing their martial arts, their biggest hobby now was running into the greenhouses to see the healthy plants. Those were real money. The master said that after the new year and into spring, she would have many more varieties to plant. Yuni thought it was best not to release everything at once. Rare items are more valuable when scarce. Earning some money in the first 3 years was enough. Later, they would need to promote these products. Since they had come to this continent, they should contribute something. Yuni asked, "How are things going at Shuyanjian and Tianyuan Pastoral?" Xiao-yi replied, "The winter wheat the master arranged has already been planted. Right now, they are mainly looking for talented martial arts students. I went there the day before yesterday, leaving Yao-yi at the farm to handle daily affairs. Everyone else has gone out in different directions. There are already over 30 children at the farm, and Yao-yi is training them, using the same training grounds as Xiaoyao Zhuang." Yuni nodded and continued, "Today I came here with something important to tell you." She took out several items for them to taste. After trying each one, they eagerly grabbed the leftovers and enjoyed them thoroughly. Xiao Lu said, "Master, these are so delicious. This sausage is amazing. I've never had anything this tasty before." The others also nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes, so good." Watching how they ate, Yun-i couldn't help but shake her head. She took out a few sheets of paper and handed them over, saying, "These are the recipes for these foods. Tomorrow, you need to go to the pharmacy again and pick some women who look fresh and lively, people we trust to use." Xiao-yi responded, "Understood, Master. I'll handle it tomorrow. But since the person you selected has returned, even though we have the recipes, it's best if you come over again and supervise them making the dishes yourself." Yuni thought about what Xiao-yi said and realized he had a point. She then said, "All right, tomorrow we will split up. Xiao-yi and I will go into Lingyan City to pick people. We will meet at the South Gate as usual." Xiao-yi stood up and replied, "Yes, my lady." Yuni continued, "Xiao-er and Xiao-wu, you will buy pigs tomorrow. The ones on the farm are not enough. Bring some of the farm workers and gather a batch to prepare." Xiao-er and Xiao-wu responded, "Yes, my lady. Rest assured, we will do it well." Yuni thought for a moment and said, "Xiao-si and Xiao-lu, you are responsible for reinforcing the pig pens tomorrow. Add a few more to make sure they are strong enough." Xiao-si and Xiao-lu received the orders and said, "Yes, my lady." It was only Xiao-sen left. Yuni looked at him and said, Xiao-san, you'll take care of the greenhouse tomorrow. Be sure not to make any mistakes. Xiao-san replied, yes, my lady. Yun-yi then took out the spiritual pills from the basket and handed them to Xiao-yi, saying, here are 1,000 spiritual pills.
Keep them safe and dry.
Xiao-yi carefully took them, hugged them, and smiled, saying, rest assured, my lady. Even if they get wet, I won't let them be damaged. Seeing that things were almost settled, Yun-yi asked, how are Zhang-yi and his father doing? Xiao-yi answered, my lady, the walking stick you asked Xiao Lu to make last time is really good. It helps people walk easily and freely. We made a few more just in case. Now with the walking stick, Zhang-yi can go out on his own. They live not far from the flower sheds, so when he's free, he helps out in the greenhouse. He's quite active. The father and son take good care of the sheds, and many flowers are now in bloom. We also shipped some to Lingyan City. We've also made contacts with the big families there. Some of them even ordered many potted plants to be delivered before the new year. Yun-yi smiled happily and said, those big families probably had their own sources before. How did you manage to persuade them? All the others laughed. After they finished laughing, Xiao Wu finally said, it was Xiao Lu's idea. It took a few days. He and I went to Lingyan City to find out about the big and wealthy families. Then she gathered a few pots of flowers that were already in bloom and took them to the front of someone's house. She loudly called for them to come out and accept the flowers. The housekeeper was confused and didn't understand what was happening. She specifically looked for times when the women of the household went out or returned home. When the women saw the flowers looked nice, they would accept them on the spot, even if they were sent to the wrong house. Xiao Lu would then boast about it to others. Several families immediately agreed to buy from them, promising to deliver the flowers to the estate before the new year, and the orders were quite large. After visiting a few families, Xiao Lu became more confident and boasted about how many pots each family ordered. They were all different kinds of flowers. It was strange how the women of wealthy families liked to compare. No matter if the price was high or low, once they heard someone else ordered flowers, they would also place their own orders without hesitation. The master was assured that their flowers truly had good sales. Also, for some reason, their flowers looked better in quality and color than those of other farmers, and the flowering period was longer. The next morning, Yuni asked her masters for leave and explained the reason to Lady Lin. After changing her clothes, she got into Xiao Lu's carriage and headed to Lingyan City. She met Xiao Yi at the south gate. Xiao Lu's task was considered complete. Yuni told him to drive the carriage away. Tomorrow morning, they would go to teach the people at the martial arts school, so it was fine to leave now. Yun-yi took Xiao Yi again to the flower shop. This time, she came specifically to select women who looked clean and hygienic, as they were important for preparing food and running a food business. As soon as customers entered, the staff at the flower shop quickly came to greet them and asked, please come in. Are you looking to buy a person, a shop, or some farmland? We have good options here. Yuni said, I want to find women who look clean and tidy. Do you have any? The staff member flattered her and replied, yes, yes. This is the largest and most complete flower shop in Lingyan City. Please wait a moment, I'll go get some women for you. After saying that, he looked at Yun-yi. It was clear he knew who was in charge. Yuni nodded, and he went to the back courtyard. Soon, he brought a group of women over. Yuni asked them all to extend their hands, and she examined each one. She selected the ones that looked suitable and asked them to step forward. After this process, about 36 women were chosen. Yuni took another look inside and picked 4 more women. She then told the flower shop staff, these are the ones. These people, Yun-yi has already recognized them up close. They are honest and kind women, and even in such a harsh environment, they keep themselves neat and tidy, showing they are not lazy. At this moment, in the unchosen group, a well-dressed woman glared at Yun-yi and asked, why didn't you choose me? Because she also noticed that most of the women who were selected earlier were very neat in their clothes and had very clean hands. Yuni looked at the woman who spoke and saw her still looking at her with a face full of blame. Yuni replied, why should I choose you? She looked at her with a smile, wanting to see what she would say. The woman confidently said, "The women you chose earlier were all dressed neatly and had very clean hands. My clothes are also very clean and tidy, and my hands are washed very well. Plus, I am more beautiful than them. Why didn't you pick me?" Yun-yi looked at her. She was right. The woman was more beautiful, dressed neatly and cleanly, and her hands were even more delicate and clean. But when Yun-yi was choosing earlier, she noticed the disdain in her eyes, and her hands had no calluses at all. She clearly wasn't used to hard work. Also, when Yun-yi passed by her earlier, she could sense from her aura that this woman was not a peaceful person. Yun-yi didn't want to cause trouble for herself. Every time she came to the pawn shop to select people, she always came with her because she could sense the kindness or malice in these women. She didn't want to bring trouble home with someone unruly. Besides, she was looking for capable workers. This woman looked delicate and spoiled. Was she bought just to be kept as a decoration? Yuni looked at her with disdain and said, "I spend silver to buy people, and I do it because I like it. Do you still want to interfere?" Before the woman could speak again, a middle-aged man from the pawnshop stepped forward and whipped her without hesitation. She was so frightened that she quickly begged for mercy, but it was too late. The whip had already struck her, tearing her clothes.
It was clear how harsh the strike was.
The man who whipped her said, "You ungrateful thing. Do you think you're still in the Jia family as a concubine, where you can say whatever you want? Offending guests will get you in trouble. Now get out of here." The woman hurriedly crawled backward to the backyard, still running and crying, "I won't dare anymore, I won't dare anymore." Yun-yi watched quietly, thinking to herself that this was truly a strange person. With just one whip, she had surrendered. So where did she get the courage to cause trouble? Yuni looked at the 40 women in front of her and said, "Do any of you have family members here?" Immediately, 6 women stepped forward. One woman knelt and begged, "Please, kind master, have mercy. My husband and children are here. Please show kindness and buy us all. We can do any work, just give us a chance to eat. Please, I beg you." Yun-yi told the middlemen, "Let me see the families of these women." Soon about 15 or 16 people came out, mostly children around 10 years old. There were no very young children, and 4 men were among them. Yun-yi examined them one by one. Except for one man and one girl with bad intentions, the others seemed okay. Yun-yi is a careful person. She ordered those 2 to step forward and also asked their family members to come out and stand together. It turned out that these 2 were father and daughter, and one of the 4 women selected was from their family. Yun-yi decided not to take these 3 people. She told the middlemen, "That's all." In the end, there were 39 women, 3 men, and the rest were children around 10 years old. Like last time, a man was worth 12 taels, a woman 10 taels, and each child 6 taels. The total was 516 taels. Yun-yi followed her usual practice and gave an extra 2 taels. She asked the people from the trading house to help prepare some meals for them. She and Xiao-yi then went to buy livestock, purchasing 5 ox carts. After completing the paperwork, they also bought some coarse cloth, fine cotton cloth, and cotton. Only then did they go back to pick up the people and head to Xiaorao village. When they arrived, Yuni told them to split into 2 groups, go settle into their new homes, wash up, and gather when ready. Yun-yi went directly to the flower shed to see the cultivated flowers. As expected, these were grown with spiritual pills. Each plant was bright-colored, with thick, healthy leaves. There were many varieties, including some from her own space, like the modern-day seeds she brought back, such as cyclamen in several colors, chrysanthemums in multiple varieties, tulips in 2 colors, as well as clivia, camellia, wintersweet, lilies, hyacinths, daffodils, longevity flowers, orchids, lucky plants, and spider plants. The 5 large greenhouses were now full of thriving plants, thanks to the careful care of the Zhang family father and son. All the greenhouses looked lush and vibrant. Many flowers are nearing their blooming period. Some are still small buds, some are about to open and look ready to bloom, and a few are already in full blossom with various colors and clusters of flowers, creating a beautiful scene that makes people reluctant to leave. Standing in the flower shed, I take a deep breath, feeling the strong scent of flowers all around. This feeling is very pleasant. When Zhang Yi arrived, he saw the lady standing among the flowers, dressed in a light yellow cloud-patterned robe. Her hair was tied high, and she was closing her eyes to enjoy the fragrance. She was wearing a half-face mask, so her face was not fully visible. When she heard footsteps, she quickly opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes and lively, clear eyes caught his attention perfectly. Zhang Yi nervously said, "Greetings, my lady. I came to get a shovel. Am I disturbing you?" Yuni smiled and replied, "No. How is your leg injury lately? Don't push yourself too hard. Rest is very important for your health." Zhang Yi responded, "Thank you for your kindness, my lady. I will be careful. There's nothing much to do when I'm free, so I help out around the flower shed. It feels good." Yuni nodded with relief and said, "That's good. Take good care of yourself so you can help me more in the future. All right, you should go now. I need to get back to work too." She then left toward the other side of the garden. Zhang Yi watched her figure disappear, feeling stunned for a long time. Even after a while, thinking back on that moment warmed his heart. He silently vowed to serve his lady loyally for a lifetime and never betray her. When Yuni arrived, everyone had already finished preparing and was waiting. She divided the group into 2 teams, instructing Xiao Yi and others to take the people to a newly built courtyard from some time ago. Originally, Yun Yi built these extra courtyards because she was worried there wouldn't be enough space on the farm if too many people gathered. Now, they're being used as workshops. Yun Yi had just ordered Xiao Yi and the others to bring the necessary materials to the courtyard, then began teaching them step by step. First, she taught them how to make cured sausages. The pork had been slaughtered early in the morning by Xiao Yi. Yuni showed them how to clean the intestines and then arranged for them to chop the meat into filling, adding various pre-prepared seasonings. Some of these seasonings Yun Yi brought yesterday, as she had plenty stored in her space. To avoid suspicion, she planned to start planting her own herbs after the new year, but she provided some in advance. By teaching and learning at the same time, many people worked together. It didn't take long for one pig to turn into dried sausages. Luckily, yesterday before she left, she told Xiao San to go to the butcher's house near the village in the morning and collect some small intestines. There might not be enough, but seeing the whole pig turned into sausages hanging up was very impressive and gave a strong sense of achievement. Yun Yi quickly selected 2 people from the group. One was made the team leader, responsible for managing all team members, including personal hygiene, especially checking fingernails daily before work and managing daily accounts. The other was assigned as the quality inspector and ingredient mixer, responsible for adding seasonings when preparing the filling and checking if their products meet standards. She also arranged for Xiao Yi to make 2 sets of white cotton clothes she brought back from Ling Yanqing, drawing a simple design and explaining what they would look like after making them. They must finish making 1 set tonight, including clothes, hats, sleeves, and masks. She thought to herself, "We are like a proper team, huh?" Actually, these are work uniforms like those in food factories. They need to wear these uniforms next time they work in the small workshop. Since food safety is very important, Yun Yi believes that setting rules in advance makes everything easier. After all, rules are necessary for order. She told the team to go rest and prepare the work uniforms before continuing to teach the next group how to make spicy white radish. First, they cut the radish in half and soak it in salt water for about a day. For today's trial, they only marinated it for half an hour before washing and setting it aside. Meanwhile, she prepared a pot of water with glutinous rice flour cooked into a paste, something Yun Yi provided herself. She plans to plant about 100 acres of rice next year for backup. Then, she crushed and garlic into juice, added it to the cooled rice paste along with chopped green onions, shredded white radish, chili powder, and sugar, mixing everything well. Fortunately, all these ingredients are available here. It would be even better if they had apples and pears, but Yuni noticed that the locals don't usually eat chili. She spread the mixture evenly over the radish. To ensure good flavor, Yuni added a special spiritual pill into the marinade, which would allow the product to be sold before the new year without side effects. Although the locals don't pay much attention to these details, Yuni still tries to do her best. She doesn't seek perfection, just to be at peace with herself. Seeing the women in the yard doing their work properly, she felt reassured. However, she also selected 2 people to be the team leader and quality inspector, as well as the ingredient preparer. Both roles require responsible and careful individuals. She repeatedly explained the process and instructed them to marinate the white scallions in salt water tonight for use tomorrow. She also emphasized that the ingredients must be mixed strictly according to her specified ratios. After watching the team redo the task without any issues, she was satisfied and left the workshop. Yun-yi went to the office area to talk with Xiao-yi and others about the upcoming tasks. She asked them to urge the men on the farm to gather white scallions, pigs, and also to buy small intestines. She also instructed them to buy duck eggs and chicken eggs for making preserved eggs, and to collect some ash, natural alkali, lime, wood shavings, and soil. She told them that flowers in the flower shed could be sent to the shop occasionally, and that the temperature in the carts and the shop must be kept steady. She told the shop assistants to accept pre-orders, record the delivery times, and ensure that the responsible person signs and stamps the orders. When the time comes, they will deliver the goods. Xiao-yi and the others responded, "Yes, madam." Yuni added, "I will come again tomorrow night. Prepare more of the items listed on this paper. I will teach them how to make preserved eggs and spicy bamboo shoots tomorrow night. These can then be sold in our shop." Hearing this, Xiao-yi and the others looked excited. But then Xiao-yi said, "Madam, there are many powerful families and officials in Lingyan City. This business will definitely succeed. I just worry that someone might get jealous and cause trouble for us." Yun-yi smiled faintly, thinking it was not bad. At least Xiao-yi and the others were smart enough not to be blinded by profit or overestimate themselves. She said with a smile, "You can rest assured about that. I've already thought of it. I've found a strong backing for us. When the time is right, let him show himself. We'll pick a good day to officially open, and he can help us gain reputation. We'll also invite some officials from Lingyan City to attend. I believe no one will dare to trouble us then. But we must stay low-key. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. Do you understand?" She continued, "If anyone dares to cause trouble in the shop with your current skills, it shouldn't be a problem, right? We're just missing a visible backing now. You can rest easy now." Yao-yi smiled and said, "We're not afraid of anyone. We just think our master once said that doing business should be peaceful and harmonious. We don't want to cause trouble for the master. The master also said, stay low-key and quietly make money." "Ha." Yun-yi suddenly laughed and said, "Good student, you've learned well. Our main idea is to stay low-key and quietly make money. We avoid trouble unless absolutely necessary. But if someone dares to bully us, we're not afraid. We'll fight back hard. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Do you understand? Right now, our power is still growing. We're not a big force yet. We're mainly focused on steady and strong development. Other things are minor. If someone is foolish enough to mistake our kindness for weakness, they're making a big mistake. When the time comes, we'll deal with them secretly." The 6 of them stood up together and said, "Yes, master. We will follow your teachings." Then they all smiled. Yun-yi chatted with them for a while, then said, "All right, that's all for today. There's nothing else. I'll go back first. If anything comes up when I'm not here, you can discuss it among yourselves. Just follow Xiao-yi's lead." She also told them that once their peaceful estate business was on track, Xiao-yi should go and copy some documents over there. She hoped they would divide the sales areas well. They're all on the same team, aiming to maximize benefits. Xiao-yi replied seriously, "Don't worry, master. I understand all this. I won't let you down." Seeing that everything was settled, Yun-yi said, "All right, let's end here for today. Make sure those people are properly arranged." Originally, Yun-yi planned to take a small path home, but she changed her mind and asked Xiao Lu to bring the carriage. She got in and left directly. Xiao Lu wanted to see her off, but Yun-yi didn't agree. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't taken anything from her space yet. Today was a good opportunity. After walking a distance and finding a hidden spot, Yun-yi confirmed it was safe around her. Then she put the carriage into her space, where she had prepared many things. There was honey, glutinous rice, tea, apples, pears, tangerines, quite a lot. She also stored some seafood and fish from when her cousins visited before. The amount was quite large. When she thought she had enough, she stopped and organized everything. She put the items back into the carriage, checked that it was safe outside, then moved out happily toward Qingliang Mountain Villa. Today was busy, and I lost a lot of time. When I returned, it was almost dinner time. Yun-yi saw Grandma Lin and Yu Zhu standing outside the side courtyard, looking in this direction from afar. A warm feeling filled her heart. She called out to the horse, pulling the cart ahead to speed up. When they were close enough, Yu Zhu said, "Grandma, the young lady is back. She's back. Now you can rest assured. I told you the young lady would be fine. Even if you're worried, why wait outside in this cold weather? If the young lady finds out you've been waiting here all this time, she'll worry about you." Grandma Lin smiled and said, "Don't talk too much, Yu Zhu. It's better if we just came out quickly. Did you hear that?" Yu Zhu replied helplessly, "Yes, Grandma. You and the young lady are both the same, each more disobedient than the other. Isn't that hard for you, Zhu? Later, I'll bring you a bowl of soup to drink. We've been out for a while, so don't get frozen. Just in case, Grandma, you must not refuse to drink it later." Grandma Lin knew Yu Zhu cared about her. She was old now, and the young lady didn't want her to worry about other things. She only wanted her to take good care of her health. She understood that she was no longer as strong as before. Taking good care of herself, staying healthy and free of illness, was helping the young lady. She couldn't cause trouble for her, or she'd become a burden. She smiled and said, Okay, I'll drink it when we get back. I'll have 2 big bowls. Now you can rest assured, girl." In just that moment, Yun-yi's carriage arrived nearby. Actually, Yun-yi listened carefully to Yu Zhu and Grandma Lin's conversation without showing it. She simply said, "Grandma, I'm back." Grandma Lin was happy and said, Good, you're back. It's cold. Let's go inside quickly." Looking at the carriage, she saw Yun-yi alone. Her face suddenly looked unhappy, and she asked, "Young lady, why are you alone? Where's Xiao Lu? Why didn't he bring you back?" Yun-yi was worried Grandma Lin would be concerned, so she said, "Grandma, he just took me to the gate of the village before leaving. I didn't let him come in because it was getting late, and it would be hard to see the road." Hearing this, Grandma Lin's face looked a little better. At this moment, Zhang Yuan and Qin, who had already opened the gate. The carriage went straight into the yard. Yun-yi ordered, "Zhang Yuan, Qin Hu, unload the things from the carriage later. Send the seafood and fish to Aunt Zheng in the kitchen. The rest will be brought to my courtyard." After hearing this, Zhang Yuan replied, "Yes, miss. I will deliver it to you soon." Qin, whose eyes lit up at the mention of seafood and fresh fish. Like Yume, she is also a foodie. She chuckled softly and said, "All right, miss. I will send those treats to the kitchen shortly." She thought to herself, maybe there will be something delicious again. With this thought, her movements became much quicker. Yun-yi, along with Grandma Lin and Yu Zhu, headed to the backyard. On the way, Grandma Lin asked about her health warmly, making Yun-yi feel very warm inside. When they entered the house, Yun-yi had just finished washing up and changing clothes. Yu Zhu brought in several bowls of soup and said, "Miss Grandma, it's cold today. Drink some soup to warm up." Grandma Lin first handed a bowl of soup to Yun-yi and said, "Here, young miss. Drink this soup quickly. A young lady should take good care of her health." Grandma Lin thought that after the new year, the young miss would be about 14 years old. Her menstrual cycle should have started by now. Previously, the young miss was weak and hadn't started yet. Recently, she wasn't sure if it was because her mood improved or because Qingliang Mountain was good for rest and recovery. Since coming here, the young Miss's complexion has improved and she no longer looks weak. Grandma Lin was happy to see this. As long as the young miss was well, she could feel at ease, even in the afterlife. Yun-yi took the soup, blew on it, and drank it sip by sip. She reminded Grandma Lin, "Grandma, you should drink some too. When I go out next time, you don't have to worry." You don't need to wait at the gate either. It's very cold now. Take good care of yourself, or I won't be able to rest easy outside. Hearing Yunyi's words, Grandma Lin felt warm inside. Since the young miss recovered from her illness, she had changed a lot. She used to be a bit shy and not very expressive. After the young miss fell ill and almost passed away, Grandma Lin was terrified. If it weren't for the Duke of Wu's estate constantly sending medicine and supplements to Zhu Di's residence, she might have lost her. She still shudders when she thinks about those days. She stayed by the young Miss's bedside silently, afraid she wouldn't make it. Fortunately, heaven blessed her, and the young Miss gradually got better day by day. But ever since she recovered, she had changed. She became more assertive and smarter. Grandma Lin thought this was good. It was all because she was forced to grow up quickly. Her eyes turned red with emotion. Fearing Yun-yi might notice, Grandma Lin turned away and picked up another bowl of soup, drinking it herself. She thought to herself that she was becoming less capable. Yun-yi didn't fail to notice that Grandma Lin seemed a bit off. She probably thought of her mother again, or maybe she was just feeling proud of growing up and becoming more sensible, which made her feel warm inside. Yuni looked at Yuzhu standing nearby and said, "Yuzhu, you should also drink a bowl of soup to warm up. If I have to go out later and come back at night, you don't need to wait at the gate." Yuzhu replied, "Thank you, Mississippi.
I'm fine."
Grandma Lin knew Yun-yi was secretly showing her care and also felt responsible for Yuzhu having to wait at the gate. She said, "Yuzhu, listen to your Mississippi. Go have a hot bowl of soup. If you get sick, how can you take care of Miss? Hurry up." Yuzhu nodded politely and said, "Then I will go now. I'll come back later to clear the dishes." After Yun-yi finished her soup and felt warm again, she called outside, "Yulan, come in and clear the dishes." Yulan, who was waiting outside, heard her and quickly came in to clear the dishes. When she saw no one was in the room, Yun-yi remembered that the new year was coming soon and she needed to send some festival gifts to the capital. Yun-yi said to Grandma Lin, "Grandma, the new year is coming soon. I plan to send some gifts to Duke Wu's residence and also bring a gift for Marquis Huayang's house. It's just to be polite. What do you think?" Grandma Lin replied, "That's right, Mississippi. When do you want to send the gifts? There aren't many days left." Yuni thought for a moment and said, "Once our preserved sausages, century eggs, and spicy turnips are ready to eat, I'll ask Zhang Yuan and Xiao Lu to make a trip. I brought back a lot of things today, so I can also prepare some food to send along." Grandma Lin thought Yun-yi was right. The house had nothing, but her caring heart was enough. It showed how much Duke Wu's family loved her. Seeing such a thoughtful, intelligent, and lively young lady, Grandma Lin thought to herself that Yun-yi should rest peacefully now. Just then, the voices of Zhang Yuan and Qin who outside the yard came in. Yu Zhu entered to report, "Miss, Zhang Yuan and Qin who have brought the things over. Where should I put them?" Yuni thought for a moment and said, "Just move them to my room. Place them next to the bed in the outer room. It will be more convenient for me, so I don't have to ask you to fetch things all the time." Yu Zhu replied, "Understood. I will have them move the things in now." After the items were brought in and arranged, Yun-yi suddenly remembered that many of the items included fruits. She said, "Yu Zhu, I just remembered, there are a lot of fruits among these things. Find some items yourself, pick a few of each, and while Zhang Yuan and Qin who are here, have them take some out to share with everyone." Yu Zhu smiled and said, "Okay, miss. I will thank the young ladies on her behalf." Zhang Yuan also said, "Thank you, miss." Qin who grinned and said, "It's great to follow the miss. We get to eat all the fine things." He then patted his head and chuckled foolishly. At this moment, Yume came over and said, "Miss, the food is ready and has been placed in the side hall." Yun-yi had been busy all day and didn't eat much at noon. Now she was really hungry. She replied, "Got it. I'll go over right away." Then she said to the people inside, "You all get ready and come down to eat later." Yun-yi tidied up a bit, then said to Grandma Lin, "Grandma, eat with me. I don't enjoy eating alone." Grandma Lin lovingly replied, "All right, I'll eat with the young miss. It's cold now, so the dishes might get cold quickly. Let's go now." Now, Grandma Lin felt like family to Yun-yi. She was from another world, and although she couldn't change much, she still had control over her small piece of land. Thanks to Yun-Yi's frequent teasing and acting cute, Grandma Lin was also persuaded to relax her usual strict rules. Now, Grandma Lin only cared that the young miss was happy. She hoped Yun-Yi would become closer to her. Looking at the dishes today, it was clear that Jung Annie had added 2 more dishes at the last minute. Both were dishes Yun-Yi had just brought back. Last time her cousins visited, Yun-Yi had taught Jung Auntie how to make some seafood dishes. Grandma Lin saw this and said, Jung Annie added more dishes again at the last minute? Usually, Yun-Yi had already given instructions that 4 dishes, including meat and vegetables, were enough. No need to waste food by eating too much. But now, 2 more dishes had been added, braised shrimp and scallops stir-fried with and scallions. Yun-Yi smiled and said, Grandma, sit down quickly. I can't wait to start eating. There were 6 dishes on the table, each not very large, which Yun-Yi had requested. Besides the 2 seafood dishes, there was minced pork tofu, bamboo shoots with pork, stir-fried bok choy, and ribs with radish soup. Just enough for 2 people. After dinner, Yun-Yi still took a walk in the small garden in front of the courtyard to aid digestion. After walking twice around, she returned to her room. She looked at her medical books for a while, practiced writing, then asked Yulon to go to the storeroom and fetch some of the porcelain jars they had ordered earlier. The honey she had last time was bought by Yuju outside, and she added a bit of spiritual spring liquid. This time, I used honey directly from the space, which already contains some spiritual energy. I added less spiritual spring water than before, allowing it to nourish slowly. Honey is very nutritious, helps replenish energy, moistens dryness, and detoxifies. It can also improve beauty and skin. Most importantly, my grandfather and grandmother are getting older, and drinking a little each day helps with digestion and movements, which is very good for their health. I made about 12 jars this time, storing them in the space because they won't spoil there. I also thought that my aunt's skincare products might be running out soon. After dismissing the maid and confirming everything was safe, I entered the space. Using the space's roses, I made a batch of essential oils, toner, and moisturizer. The next day, Yun-Yi woke up early and went to the front yard. She found Zhang Yuan and said, Zhang Yuan, later you and Yulon should go to the warehouse to pick up some walnut and Wang Wali what I brought back last time. Then go to the carpenter's shop at the village to order a batch of wooden boxes. Have him make 5 boxes from Wang Wali wood first. Yun-Yi wanted to make more storage in advance, so she wouldn't run out when needed. Zhang Yuan replied, Yes, miss. I'll handle it now. After that, he was about to find Yulon. Yun-Yi stopped him and said, Later, when you have time, go to the kiln at Yangjia Market. Ask them to make a new batch of porcelain jars in various sizes, based on the previous designs. Just store them in the warehouse after they're made, so they're ready when needed. This isn't urgent, so do it when you have free time. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, Understood, miss. I'll remember. After breakfast, Yun-Yi and her people began processing the seafood they brought back yesterday. Yun-Yi had already learned that although Lingyan City is close to Yunligua, they can still ship some seafood here. However, it's mostly just boiled and eaten directly, with simple dipping sauces to keep the original flavor. This gave Yun-Yi many ideas. When she has enough strength, she wants to try making more processed seafood. Perhaps it could become a new source of income. Yun-Yi asked Yu Zhu and the others to help. They removed the fish bones, chopped the fish into mincemeat, added a little rice wine to remove the fishy smell, then added salt and a small amount of water. They also took a lot of lotus roots, peeled and chopped them into pieces, mashed into paste, and mixed everything into the fish filling. She then took out a small wooden spoon she made in the space last night. It's hollow in the middle. She pressed the filling into the spoon, forming fish balls. When the oil was heated to about 60% of its capacity, she fried the fish balls until they turned light yellow, then took them out and fried them again. The freshly made dish was gone in no time, and everyone kept praising how delicious it was. Yun-Yi then boiled the remaining leftovers in water a few times, scooped them out, drained the water, and kept them for future cooking. She also made a lot of shrimp balls and smoked mackerel pieces. By the time everything was ready, it was almost noon. She spent the whole morning in the kitchen. Fortunately, she had already taken leave from a few masters earlier that morning. Just as she was about to rest for a while, Qin who came to report that visitors had arrived. They said a few young gentlemen, all handsome and elegant, were here. Yuni immediately recognized who they were and was surprised they actually came. Madame Lin looked at her young lady after hearing this. Yuni said, "It's okay, madam. My friends are here. They are all sons of officials from the capital. Later, you can accompany me to meet them." Madame Lin nodded and replied, "All right, young lady. You should freshen up first." Yun-yi smiled. She had been in the kitchen all morning, covered in oil and smoke. She asked Yu Zhu and the others to prepare hot water so she could take a bath. Then she told Qin who, take them to the main hall in the front yard and seat them comfortably.
Just be honest with them.
Tell them I've been busy in the kitchen all morning and need to wash up before I can meet the guests. Qin who responded, "Yes, young lady. I'll go now and bring the distinguished guests to the main hall. I'll serve them well." Before leaving, Yun-yi instructed Zheng Auntie on the lunch menu for entertaining guests. Then she took Yulan and Madame Lin back home. Not long after Yun-yi returned to her room, Yu Zhu and the others brought in warm water for her bath. After arranging everything, they left. Yun-yi usually preferred to bathe alone without anyone waiting on her. She locked the door, stepped behind the screen, and entered her space. She moved to the small mountain, took off her clothes, and quickly soaked in the white hot spring pool. She washed herself for a few minutes, then got out of the pool. Yun-yi wanted to save time, so she moved to the villa, dried her hair until it was half dry, then dressed and left her space. She placed her dirty clothes next to the bathtub, splashed water outside the bucket to create a scene, then opened the door and called Yu Zhu and the others to help her style her hair. Yun-yi asked Yu Zhu to make a simple bun. Yu Zhu and the others were skilled and quickly styled her hair into a neat bun. Yun-yi complained it was too troublesome, so she simply inserted a crystal hairpin shaped like a phoenix to hold the bun. She refused to let them put any other decorations on her head. After tidying up, Yun-yi took Madame Lin, Yu Zhu, and Yulan to the front yard. The visitors were none other than the noble and handsome Long Jingrui, the gentle and refined Xiao Yunyao, the elegant and charming Lu Yixuan, along with their attendants. At this moment, a few people were chatting and drinking tea when they heard footsteps outside. They all looked toward the main hall door and saw a woman wearing a purple embroidered dress with vine patterns. She had long, flowing hair like a waterfall, styled simply into a neat concentric bun. A lock of hair flew loose, and Yun-yi reached out to smooth it. Her skin was as smooth as polished jade. She wore a blue sapphire bracelet with cloud patterns, a sash tied with a butterfly-shaped tassel, and embroidered shoes with floral patterns and cloud motifs. She looked stunning, as beautiful as an autumn moon. Everyone was stunned, unable to recover for a moment. It was Lin Mama, behind Yun-yi, who couldn't bear to watch any longer. She cleared her throat, and that brought everyone back to their senses. Yun-yi smiled gently and bowed, saying, "Yun-yi greets the prince, the young general, and Master Xiao. Sorry to keep you waiting." Long Jingrui sat calmly at the head seat, appearing indifferent, and didn't say much. Xiao Yunyao and Lu Yixuan both stood up. Xiao Yunyao said kindly, "Sorry for our rudeness. We didn't send a notice beforehand, and came suddenly. I hope Miss Zhan won't mind." Yun-yi smiled and replied, "Master Xiao, you're joking. Your arrival has brought great honor to my humble courtyard. There's no need to mind." Everyone smiled in response. Lu Yixuan also said, "It's because we're under imperial orders and will return to the capital soon. We can't stay long, so we came today. I hope we didn't disturb Miss Zhan." Yun-yi also smiled and said, No. I'm happy you came. I've already told the kitchen to prepare some of our best dishes for you. You're in for a treat. We've been busy in the kitchen all morning." Lu Yixuan laughed and said, "It seems we arrived just in time. We must taste everything later." Seeing everyone standing, Yuni said, "Please sit down and chat. Standing is tiring." Then she walked over and sat down at the seat next to Long Jingrui. She then asked Lu Yixuan, "Young general, how is your health now?" Lu Yixuan replied, "I'm fine now. Thank you, Miss John. Your help saved my life. I can't thank you enough. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will do my best to help. Yun-yi said politely, you're too kind. It's what I should do. With brave soldiers like you risking your lives for the country, we can live peacefully behind the scenes. There is a famous saying, there is no such thing as peaceful days, only people carrying heavy burdens for you. The soldiers ahead of you are exactly those who carry heavy burdens, brave heroes who protect their homeland without fear of death. What have I done that is worth mentioning? The attendants who came with Long Jingrui and Louis Xuan had all fought in battles before. Hearing Yunyi's words, they felt very excited. They never expected a young woman to speak such patriotic feelings. Everyone admired her and thought she had great courage, even more than many men. Long Jingrui, sitting at the head, felt his heart race. He had never seen such a relaxed, patriotic, kind but not naive, and beautiful girl. She was truly impressive. He wondered how many other hidden sides she had. He admired her personality. Louis Xuan took out a jade pendant from his sleeve and said, "Please accept this, Miss John. In the future, if you need anything, just show this token and come to the general's mansion." Yun-yi hesitated. In ancient times, this jade pendant was a very personal item. If she accepted it, it might seem inappropriate. But if she refused, she might seem too delicate. At that moment, Lin Mama stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Young General, our young lady is still young. She cannot accept such a valuable gift. I hope you understand." Everyone in the main hall looked at Lin Mama, realizing something. Louis Xuan quickly said, "I apologize for my rudeness." Lin Mama replied, "I apologize to the young general and the young ladies." Yun-yi also said, "This is Lin Mama, my mother's nurse. She is not related by blood, but she has taken care of me since my mother passed away. She is more like family than family." She then smiled and said, "Young general, remember what I said today. If one day I send a formal invitation to visit the mansion, please don't forget."
Hee.
Louis Xuan laughed loudly and said, "Life-saving kindness, I will never forget. Though I am rough, I am a man of my word. Miss John, if you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." At this moment, Long Jingrui suddenly stood up and said coldly, "Are you done? This is our first time visiting your courtyard. Miss John, why don't you show us around?" Yun-yi heard Long Jingrui say this and felt a strange sensation, like Long Jingrui was upset. What was wrong with him? Could it be because she hadn't spoken to him for a while? She felt ignored. Yun-yi was a bit confused, but it was understandable. She was coldly sitting at the head of the table with a calm expression. Who would want to bother her without a reason? After speaking, Long Jingrui stood up and walked out. Xiao Yunyao and Louis Xuan saw he was getting impatient. To prevent Yun-yi from overthinking, they said, "Yes, Miss John, would you like to take a walk with us?" Yun-yi had nothing to say. The others were already leaving, and she didn't mind. She was here to host them, but she didn't want to flatter them or act overly submissive. She said, "Please go ahead. But this courtyard isn't very pretty in winter. How about we walk around the village instead?" The group left the courtyard and didn't go far, just wandering nearby for a while. Louis Cheng asked curiously, "Miss John, with the new year coming soon, when will the Marquis of Huayang's residence take you back to the capital?" As soon as he finished, several pairs of eyes looked at him. Louis Xuan asked confusedly, "Did I say something wrong? Isn't Miss John here to rest and recover? I see you look healthy and your complexion is good." They all didn't want to listen to his foolishness and looked away, feeling a bit sympathetic toward Yun-yi. Yun-yi said she felt fine and was happy here. She replied, "Thank you for your concern, Major General, but I like it here. There are fewer rules than in the capital, and I can relax every day. It's much more comfortable than being in the palace. When spring comes, the mountains will be full of beautiful flowers, and the climate here is more humid and nourishing than in the capital. Most importantly, it's not far from Yunli Kingdom. The city of Lingyan often has seafood from there, so I can enjoy it any time."
Haha.
Long Jingrui walked ahead but listened to the conversation behind him. He thought to himself that this girl was clearly a little foodie, a small glutton who loved freedom. He couldn't help but smile at her carefree attitude. Ah, what a restless girl. Yun-yi didn't realize that in just a short while, someone had already labeled her as a foodie. It was also because Louis Xuan didn't think much about it. The rear courtyard of the guarding the nation general's mansion only had the general's wife. There were no concubines or servants, only his mother and her 3 sons. They are all grown men, so they don't think much about complicated matters. Louis Xuan is like a blank sheet of paper in this regard. However, he has heard others talk about how chaotic their backyard is, but he has never experienced it himself. Hearing about it is just stories to him. So, he doesn't overthink it. He just thinks Yun-yi is here to rest because she's unwell. That's why he didn't ask any questions earlier. Everyone is smart. They can tell from their friends' expressions that they might have asked the wrong question, so they quickly try to fix it. Actually, it's the same anywhere. During the new year, it's just how it is. Hearing this, everyone thought, better not to say anything at all, and felt they had been quite foolish. Just as everyone felt awkward, Yume came over to report, "Miss, esteemed guests, the food is ready." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Then let's go back. The weather isn't as cold as in the capital, but after a while, the food will get cold." Louis Xuan said, "Yes, these days they keep mistreating me. They only indulge themselves with good food and drinks, while I only get some thin porridge and small dishes. My stomach has been protesting for a while. It's a good chance to come here and nourish myself. Look, I've become thinner lately, all because Zhao's family keeps starving me." Yun-yi knew he was joking but still replied, "You were seriously injured before, with a large part of your small intestine damaged. If you start overeating after waking up, it would be harmful." Xiao Yunyao shook his head with a smile and said, "Jing Rui, did you see that? This little guy has learned to complain now. I really underestimated him." Everyone burst into laughter. Seeing that the earlier awkwardness had passed, they relaxed. They were worried that their words might remind Yun-yi of something that would make her sad again. After all, she was still a young girl who had been sent hundreds of miles away to Qingliang Mountain to rest. They suspected it was just an excuse. Yun-yi's situation was somewhat understood by Long Jingrui. Although her family cared for her, they couldn't interfere too much. Now they thought to themselves how fortunate Yun-yi was to be so easygoing. If she had a more serious personality, things might have been different. If Yun-yi knew what they were thinking, she would probably just smile and say, "Fortunately, I came here. Otherwise, things could have been worse." After returning to the other courtyard, Yun-yi went straight to the side hall of the main courtyard with her people. The food was already laid out there. The place was quite spacious, originally designed for entertaining guests. However, the inside was only simply decorated because no one had come to visit for a long time. When Zhang Zi's family was here, they were too lazy to even clean, so how could repairs be done? Since Yun-yi moved in, she had tidied up a little, drew her own plans, and ordered wood to be made into shelves by the carpenter on the estate. Yun-yi also arranged a few small potted plants herself. When a few people entered, they were surprised to find that, although simple, the decorations were very tasteful. The most eye-catching were the potted plants, which looked carefully cultivated. These large potted plants were actually designed by Yun-yi based on ideas from the future, arranged in the space, and then sent to Xiaoyao village by Xiao Lu from that side. There was a small bamboo plant on a shelf, a woven lucky bamboo basket with 2 small handmade lanterns hanging on it, and a hanging spider plant placed high up. Xiao Yunyao came in and said, "Miss Zhan, your potted plants are well taken care of." He pointed to the woven lucky bamboo basket and said, "This is the first time I've seen something like this. I didn't expect it could be raised like this. Amazing." Yun-yi, in her previous life, was someone who loved to grow flowers. Besides purifying the air, these green plants could also help relax the mind when tired. Most importantly, taking care of them herself could bring peace of mind and soothe restless feelings. Yun-yi said, "Yes, I like to play with these flowers and plants when I have free time." She was not wrong. The potted plants in the main courtyard and the flowers in her own courtyard were all cared for by Yun-yi whenever she felt interested. Even when busy and unable to tend to them personally, she would remind Yu Zhu to water or prune them. Louis Xuan also said, "Yes, Miss Zhang, your potted plants are very unique and have interesting shapes. I haven't seen such ones elsewhere." Yun Yi suddenly thought of something and said, "It's a pity this place is far from the capital. Otherwise, I could send you some potted plants to display during the new year." Louis Xuan looked regretful and said, "It would be great if I could take some back. My mother especially likes these flowers and plants, but it's too far. Even traveling quickly takes 5 days, and by the time we reach the capital, we might freeze to death."
Sigh.
Hearing this, Yuni thought for a moment and said, "If you really like them, I can think of some ways. But the transportation costs won't be low. It can definitely arrive in the capital before the new year." Louis Xuan was a bit excited and said, "Miss Zhang, are you serious?" Yuni smiled and said, "Really, let's sit down and eat first, or the food will get cold soon." Everyone also smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes, let's eat first and talk after we're done." After sitting down, they saw the dishes on the table, which were quite different from what they usually ate. They were eager to try them but still appeared polite and modest. On the table, there were sliced preserved eggs, cured meat, spicy white radish, sour and spicy bamboo shoots, cold bean sprouts, 5 spice peanuts, and fish and shrimp balls that had been fried again, along with large prawns cooked in oil, scallops stir-fried with scallions, minced meat tofu, smoked mackerel, radish ball soup, twice-cooked pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, sticky rice with red beans and lotus root slices, and fragrant sea fish. The main staples were rice and a mixture of corn flour and white flour with red dates in steamed cake. They didn't prepare soup separately, but there was radish ball soup, which was perfect. Yuni said, "Prince, Major General, and Master Xiao, please enjoy your meal. I hope it suits your tastes. Major General, try the spicy dishes, but don't eat too much." Louis Xuan replied, "Okay, then I'll have more of the other dishes. They look very appetizing." Yun Yi then ordered Yu Zhu, "Take these guards downstairs to eat." Yu Zhu responded, "Yes." Mississippi Yu Zhu went to the side and said, "All the guards, please follow me." Long Jingrui picked up his chopsticks, and everyone started eating. At first, the maids behind them served the dishes, then they began to serve themselves, and eventually they even started to compete for the food. Even the usually cold prince joined in. In the end, except for Yun Yi, everyone was full. Yun Yi then asked Yulan to go back to her room and bring some tea, specially brewing a pot of fresh tea for them. Yulan brought the tea, which was not ordinary tea. It was Yun Yi's previous life Xinwu tea, grown in a small patch of tea trees in her space. She had recently taken some out and placed it outside, and now it was useful. Drinking the tea helped these people digest their food so they wouldn't get sick, especially Louis Xuan. Yun Yi slightly regretted making so many dishes. He was just about to get better, and she didn't want him to get sick again. It would be troublesome. So now, he used the tea from her space to brew tea, hoping it would help him digest quickly. Chinese tea culture is long-standing. In her previous life, Yun Yi also loved drinking tea. Whenever she had free time, she would brew a pot and enjoy it slowly. Overall, the refreshing and elegant feeling that tea gives is unmatched by other drinks. Yun Yi's graceful hand movements, like flowing clouds and water, made a few people more curious about this small girl. She carefully prepared tea, heating the pot, warming the cup, placing the tea, washing the tea, pouring high, scraping foam, and pouring slowly. Soon, the room was filled with the rich aroma of tea, making everyone feel refreshed. The brewed tea had a delicate, orchid-like fragrance. After each person received a cup, Yun Yi also picked up her own and sipped slowly, enjoying the sweet, lingering flavor. This cloud mist tea used to be a tribute in her past life. She didn't know if such tea existed on this continent, but it seemed that going out after the new year was necessary. She wanted to explore, find her brother, and see how this continent differed from her previous world. Maybe she could find some business opportunities along the way. No rush, just take it slow. The others often drank good tea, especially Long Jingrui, who received a lot of tribute tea from the palace every year. But after tasting this tea, he felt it was much better than those tributes. His eyes narrowed slightly, thinking this girl had many secrets. He looked at Yun-yi with a half-smile. Yun-yi had just taken a sip of tea, thinking to herself that this was truly a space-produced tea. Its taste was rich and full, with a strong, unique aroma, leaving a lasting aftertaste. She suddenly felt a gaze on her. She looked up and met Long Jingrui's teasing eyes. She rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, what kind of look is that? She didn't want to seem mysterious or profound, so she ignored him and continued enjoying her tea. Long Jingrui felt like a feather was gently brushing his heart, making him both itchy and amused. He couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunyao also drank her tea, her eyes brightening as she stared at Yun-yi with excitement. Someone unfamiliar might think she liked Yun-yi. She blurted out, Yun-yi, where did you get this tea? It's really top quality. Suddenly, Long Jingrui shot her a sharp look, and Lu Yixuan also looked over. Yun-yi was stunned. What was going on? How did her sister end up calling herself Yunyao in just one cup of tea? When did she become Yunyao's sister? Feeling everyone's suspicious and curious looks, Xiao Yunyao shyly said, well, I think we should address each other more casually. Since we're close friends, how about we use different titles? It might make us feel more familiar. What do you all think? Lu Yixuan nodded happily. Yes. Yunyao is right. We're friends, right, Jingrui? Dragon Jingrui had already looked away, his gaze resting on his teacup. He calmly said, I have no objections. Then, the three of them looked at Yun-yi together. As someone from future generations, Yun-yi was indifferent to these matters and said, it's up to you. Xiao Yunyao gently said, since everyone agrees from now on, just call each other by name, okay? But Yun-yi, you're younger than us, so you'll have to call us brothers in the future. Yun-yi smiled lightly, stood up, and said, well, Yun-yi is taking advantage of this. Making friends with such powerful and famous people, I won't be polite anymore. Yun-yi is being respectful now. After speaking, she bowed politely. Everyone smiled. Even Dragon Jingrui showed a faint smile. Though it was hard to see clearly, the slight curl of his lips was obvious to these few. Yun-yi then said, if you brothers don't mind and are satisfied with the tea, I can bring some Yunwu tea back for you when I leave later as a gift. Is that okay? Xiao Yunyao's gentle voice sounded again, saying, that's fine. Besides medicine, my greatest hobby is tea. Thank you very much, Yun-yi's sister. Everyone drank some tea and chatted for a while. Then Yun-yi said, I'll take my leave now. You all can continue drinking. Yun-yi returned to the backyard to tell Grandma Lin to prepare 3 gift boxes, which included lunch items like cured sausage, preserved eggs, spicy white radish, sour and spicy bamboo shoots, smoked mackerel chunks, fish balls, shrimp balls, and half a jean of Yunwu tea for each person. Once everything was ready, she arranged for people to pack the items and bring them to the front yard. Only then did she return to the main hall in the front yard. After chatting a bit longer, the 3 of them stood up to say goodbye. Yun-yi said, I've prepared some things for you, placed in the yard. It's just the food you had for lunch, nothing fancy.
Please don't dislike it.
Lu Yixuan was the first to smile and said, no dislike, no dislike. Who would dislike good food? He then looked at Dragon Jingrui and Xiao Yunyao, as if seeking allies, and asked, right? Unexpectedly, even the usually aloof Dragon Jingrui nodded, and Xiao Yunyao also smiled and nodded, showing agreement with Lu Yixuan. Lu Yixuan then asked, Yun-yi's sister, about those flowers you mentioned before, do you have a way to send them to the capital? Can you tell me how? Yun-yi smiled as she handed out a piece of paper. On it was a simple sketch she had just drawn in the backyard, just a longer carriage with an extra pair of wheels. She suggested adding a shelter around it, with enough space inside to place a sealed charcoal basin, which would keep the carriage's interior warm and prevent the plants from freezing on the road. Although it would cost some money, for someone who loves flowers and plants, receiving such a gift would surely make them happy. Lu Yixuan smiled after looking at it and said, it's not too complicated. I'll have someone take care of it when I go back. Once the carriage is ready, can I come to pick flowers? Yun-yi replied, that's fine, but it's better to set a specific time so I can prepare. Lu Yixuan said, How about the day after tomorrow early morning? I'll come to set up the flowers. Does that work? Yuni thought for a moment and asked, the carriage looks simple. Can it be finished in a day and a half? Louis Xuan assured her, no problem. I'll leave the day after tomorrow and want to see it on the road myself to feel at ease. You wouldn't understand how obsessed my mother is with flowers and plants. Over the years, I've brought her rare flowers from the capital to make her happy. Yun-yi wasn't surprised by this. Everyone has different tastes, so she agreed happily. All right, you can come early the day after tomorrow to set up the carriage. As they prepared to leave, each of the three handed her a jade pendant. Yun-yi was a bit confused. What was going on? Xiao Yun-yao explained, we already accepted the gift you gave us. Since we're now friends, and you're still young, and our little sister, it's not too much to give you a small gift. This is a token of friendship from the three of us. It's simple and not too formal. It's just a keepsake for us. If you ever face trouble, you can send someone with this token to find us, which might save you a lot of trouble, right? Yuni nodded and said, all right then, since you've said so, I'll accept it gladly. She smiled and took the 3 jade pendants. She instructed someone to load the prepared items onto the carriage. Only then did the 3 bid farewell and leave the Ho mansion courtyard. Actually, they came by carriage today for Yunyi's sake, since she was still young and had no family nearby. Watching them leave, Yunyi finally returned to the backyard. Returning to the backyard, she saw it wasn't too late, so she asked Yuzhu to inform a few masters to continue their lessons after lunch. She had already taken a day off yesterday and didn't attend this morning, so she didn't want her masters to think she was slacking off. Since Yun-yi decided to go out after the new year, she needed to finish all her studies quickly. Otherwise, with these masters staying nearby, she couldn't feel at ease leaving, especially since they weren't her own people. She thought it over. She probably wouldn't be able to leave until after Qingming Festival next year. She needed to make sure everything at Xiaoyao village was arranged properly before she could leave peacefully. At first, she would focus on studying diligently. Once everything was on track with Xiao Yi and the others, that would be enough. The main goal was to help those children grow up quickly. Relying solely on herself to find her brother was not enough. As for those leaving from here, they were currently discussing Yunyi. Long Jingrui shared all the information he had gathered, not hiding anything from these two, since they were his lifelong brothers. He also wanted them to understand Yunyi's situation. That's why he said today that he didn't want certain things to become public knowledge, and he was secretly protecting her. He guessed that the girl was also playing some clever tricks, which is why she obediently left the capital and came to Qingliang Mountain, hundreds of miles away. He couldn't quite understand why the information he investigated differed so much from her personality, but he wasn't in a hurry. He believed he had time to learn more. As he thought about this, a smile appeared in his eyes. It was clear that the girl didn't want others to know her situation here. That was good. Since she didn't want to return to the capital, he would just watch over her more carefully. At night, after Yunyi finished packing and practicing her skills in her space, she prepared to head to Xiaorao village. When she arrived, the women there were already waiting for her. They had done well. They wore work clothes and hats as she requested. Very good. Yun-yi didn't rest. She immediately stepped into her role. She taught them how to make preserved eggs, watching as they made a batch before nodding in approval. This continent didn't have pure soda ash, so they used natural alkali as a substitute. She heard there was a natural alkali mine near Dongjun, making it easy to buy and quite cheap. However, the common people still didn't know its usefulness. She then asked them to continue, and she started teaching another group how to make spicy and sour bamboo shoots. After finishing her work, Yunyi, Xiao Yi, and the others went to the office to discuss matters. Yun-yi thought it over. The items in her space needed to find a way out. They couldn't just occupy land without producing anything. When she arrived, she had already looked into this. They planned to build an additional courtyard outside Zhuangzi to store things. The location will be at the corner of the forest, slightly away from the main gate. This will make it easier for her to store items later, as it's not far from Zhuangzi. When they bring things back, it will also be convenient. If there are items she finds difficult to carry, she can use an excuse to leave them there. Xiao Yi and the others follow Yunyi back to the office courtyard. Yunyi says, Xiao Yi, tomorrow we will build a 4-courtyard house outside Zhuangzi, in the corner of the forest, made of bricks and tiles. Xiao Yi asks, Master, what does a 4-courtyard house look like? Yunyi pats her head and says, bring some paper and a pen. After they get the materials, Yunyi quickly sketches a simple design of the 4-courtyard house and explains the parts they don't understand. Yunyi says, build it as soon as possible. It doesn't need to be very big. The main house should have 5 rooms, with 3 rooms on each side for the side rooms. You can also build a house opposite the main house or make it a storage shed. But it must be built well, with high walls and wide gates for vehicle access. You can find more skilled workers. Tomorrow, split up and start working. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er are responsible for buying bricks, tiles, and other materials. Xiao San and Xiao Si will gather people to go up the mountain to quarry stones, as the foundation needs a lot of stones. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu will gather craftsmen nearby to build the house. Let the master check the timing, and once enough workers arrive, start digging the foundation. Recently, Zhuangzi helped a fallen person. This person can read and write and knows some about the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. He had nowhere to go, so he stayed. Yunyi has also seen this person. Since Yunyi thinks there's no problem, she agrees. But she has her own rules. If someone wants to stay, they must sign a contract of servitude to avoid future trouble. Xiao Yi and the others didn't ask why Yunyi wanted to build a 4-courtyard house there. They only follow the master's orders unconditionally, and they are very efficient. Yunyi also brought a basket and asked Xiao Yi to carry it in. She says, Xiao Yi, how are those children training lately? When Xiao Yi mentions the children, he smiles and says, Master, they're all good at learning martial arts. They've made great progress. Give me half a year, and I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Yunyi says, I brought some marrow cleansing medicine, but not much. I told you, by the end of the year, I will personally test their skills. Consider these medicines as their reward. The test will be in 10 days. During this time, you can also select 5 more candidates based on their usual performance. At that time, you'll undergo a cleansing ritual with those who have excellent grades. Do not reveal the 5 spots you hold. Instead, observe quietly to prevent anyone from scheming. As for the effects, I won't need to explain. They are clear to all of you. Be very careful. Xiao Yi responded, Yes, Master. We understand, and will prioritize the bigger picture. Yunyi added, Tomorrow evening, send a delivery truck we designed to the other courtyard to deliver some flowers. She casually handed him a detailed list. Xiao Yi replied, Understood, Master. After finishing her tasks here, Yunyi returned to the workshop to check on the finished products they made tonight. Seeing everything was fine, she gave a few comments before heading to the other courtyard. From afar, she saw lights flickering in the flower shed. She remembered it was time to visit Lingyan City and fulfill her promise. She turned toward the flower shed and overheard a conversation between a father and his 2 sons. She heard Zhang's eldest son, Chong, say, Dad, I wonder how Mom and the others are doing. I hope they aren't caught up in trouble. Just as he finished speaking, she heard the sound of a pipe being smoked. Zhang's father, Zhang Zizi, said, A few days ago, we asked Master Xiao to send them a message. As long as they stay away from those main ladies, they should be fine.
Sigh.
Then Zhang Yi's voice came through, saying, Dad, big brother, don't worry too much. The master said she would help us solve this. It should be soon. Let's wait a bit longer. At that moment, Yunyi pushed open the curtain and entered. The father and sons quickly stepped forward and said, Greetings, Master. Why are you here so late? Yunyi smiled and said, It's so late. Why are you still working in the flower shed? You should rest. There's always more work to do, but your health comes first. Zhang Zizi, an honest man who wasn't good at speaking, simply said, It's okay. We can't sleep anyway, and taking care of these flowers isn't tiring. Yunyi asked, Tell me exactly where they are in the residence. Before the new year, your whole family will be reunited. The Zhang father and sons looked at Yunyi excitedly. Zhang Zizi stammered, Master, are you serious? Will we really see them before the new year? Yuni replied, "Yes, I will make sure you reunite before the new year. But they might have to endure some hardships." Zhang Yi remained calm and explained the situation of the previous master's household. He also described roughly where they had lived before and gave a general idea of the appearances of some of her relatives. Yun-yi decided it was better to go herself. Since Zhang Yi and the others were now only with women, and she had heard that this family was very greedy and unkind to the poor, she decided to visit in person that day at the jewelry shop. She wanted to save people and teach them a lesson at the same time. Yun-yi left Xiaoyao village and, after confirming it was safe, took out her small electric scooter from her space and headed toward Lingyan City. Why not use light skills? It's much easier that way, haha. When she was near the city gate, she put away the scooter and entered the city on foot, heading straight to that family's house. She climbed over the wall and first looked around the mansion, listening to gossip and overhearing some dirty affairs. It was clear that the family was truly unkind to the rich, as expected. Luckily, she wasn't wrong. Yun-yi went directly to the treasury, waved her hand, and took all the valuables, giving them a lesson. She didn't take anything else from the house. She just wanted to teach them a lesson, not to ruin their family. Later, she asked Xiao Yi and the others to use the money to do good deeds. She also wanted to help the poor by taking from the rich. Yun-yi then went to the place Zhang Yi mentioned and found Zhang Yi's mother and sister-in-law. At first, they were so scared they almost fainted. After Yun-yi explained everything clearly, they kneeled and thanked her for saving their husband and son. Seeing they were calmer, Yun-yi said, "I promised Zhang Yi and the others to help you leave, but it might cause you some trouble." Zhang Yi's mother replied, "We're not afraid of trouble. As long as we can leave the house and reunite, that's enough." Yun-yi handed her some pills and said, "In the morning after tomorrow, put these pills in water and share them. Remember, children should drink them too. This will make people think you have a contagious disease. Then go to the house steward and report this situation. Soon, they will either sell you or chase you out. Once you leave the house, I will send someone to take you away. Don't worry, these pills will only make people afraid and itchy, but they won't harm or kill anyone." Zhang Yi's mother and sister-in-law trembled, unsure if they were scared or nervous. After giving these instructions, Yun-yi quickly left the city and found a safe place to release her small electric scooter and head to the other courtyard. The next evening, Yun-yi heard Zhang Yuan report that someone was coming to send flowers. She had just finished her lesson and, seeing nothing urgent, followed them to the front yard. Watching them place all the flowers inside the main hall, Yun-yi looked at the plants, all of which looked quite good. There were about 10 or so pots, including green plants and flowering buds, all varieties not found in the capital. After inspecting, Yun-yi added one more top-quality tea flower to the space, then happily returned to the backyard to discuss with Grandma Lin about sending the New Year gifts to the capital. The next morning, Lu Yixuan arrived early. Seeing the 10 or so pots in the front hall, he was very happy. Yun-yi said, "I also prepared some things to send to the capital. Can I join your team? That way, I feel more at ease, and they will be safer." Yesterday, Yun-yi knew that Lu Yixuan and the flower team would leave today, but he would go ahead and return to the capital to report. Yun-yi thought it would be safer if Zhang Yuan accompanied the flower team. Lu Yixuan had no reason to refuse and happily agreed, calling the team leader over to explain everything. Seeing that they had loaded all the flowers onto the carts, Yun-yi said, "Make sure to watch the sealed charcoal basins inside the carts carefully. If these flowers freeze, they won't survive even in the capital. Remember that." The team leader replied, "I understand, miss. Rest assured, I will take good care of these precious plants." Yesterday, Yun-yi had placed a quarter of a spiritual pill under each pot to ensure they could withstand the cold and had enough nutrients during the journey to the capital. This was also a way to give Lu Yixuan an explanation. Since the general's wife loved flowers and was known to be a kind person, building a good relationship with her wouldn't be a bad idea. At least, within 2 or 3 years, with proper care, these plants would thrive and grow vigorously. After giving instructions to Zhang Yuan and handing him 2 letters, Yun-yi said, "I originally wanted Xiao Lu to go with you to the capital, but He has some matters to attend to and can't leave now. Going with the guard team from the general's residence is also a good safety measure. Don't rush back. Find a merchant caravan to travel with. That will be safer. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan was very touched when he heard this. As servants of their master, they were often overlooked, but Yun Yi was worried about his safety on the road. He couldn't help but tear up. In his heart, he thought he must do well with the task Yun Yi entrusted to him. He didn't want to disappoint her care. He replied, "Miss, you can rest assured. I've been practicing martial arts with Xiao Lu for a long time, so I can take care of myself." Yun Yi thought for a moment and then said, "Remember, when you arrive in the capital, go to the Duke Wu's residence, my maternal grandfather's house, unload the things, and then go to the Marquis of Huayang's residence." This time, Zhang Yuan didn't fuss and respectfully replied, "Yes." Mississippi Lu Yishuan looked at Yun Yi, who was small but full of spirit. He admired how caring she was to her servants. If only he had a sister like her, that would be wonderful. Unfortunately, his mother only gave birth to 2 older brothers. He then thought to himself, from now on, Yun Yi is my real sister. Anyone who dares to bully her, just wait and see. Humph. Seeing that everything was ready, he stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, "Yun Yi, little sister, I will take my leave now. If you need anything here, just find Jing Rue. He will be resting here for a while. That guy has a cold face but a warm heart. Don't be too formal with him. Take care, Yun Yi." Yun Yi looked at the handsome Lu Yishuan and, honestly, with his appearance, if he didn't speak, people might think he was a scholar. But he was actually a general, haha. She shook off her daydreams and smiled, saying, "Brother Yishuan, travel safely. When I return to the capital, I will visit your house." Lu Yishuan chuckled a few times and loudly said, "All right, I'll take my leave."
Take care.
He watched the convoy leave the village. Then Yun Yi turned around and went back to her separate courtyard. This time, she asked Zhang Yuan to return to the capital to send New Year's gifts. It wasn't just to give some homemade food and skincare products to the Duke Wu's family to show her sincerity. She also wanted Zhang Yuan to go back to the Marquis of Huayang's residence and give a small gift to the young lady, Madame Feng. She hoped Madame Feng's heart was healthy enough to handle it. Don't think that just because she didn't succeed, she could ignore Madame Feng's past efforts. Although she was far away in Qingliang Mountain, she wouldn't be able to live peacefully and comfortably. That's just a dream. Yun Yi despised those who pretended to be good in front of others but were scheming behind their backs. Such people are disgusting. When you're in a bad mood during the new year, I feel more at ease and safe. Since she was far away, she couldn't deal with you now, but at least she could collect some interest. She was a vengeful person. If you wrong her, she won't forget. Meanwhile, Madame Feng, the young lady of the Marquis of Huayang, was having a tough time recently. Her cousin hadn't sent any news, and she suspected he had failed. But she was also unwilling to accept that. She remembered her cousin saying that the people he hired this time were all from the Mercenary Alliance, with badge-level fighters. How could they be defeated by a young girl who was just a child? But she hadn't received any news for so long, which made her feel anxious every day. If those people fell into that reckless girl's hands, what should she do? No, this is impossible. A person left alone on Qingliang Mountain, isolated and helpless, couldn't possibly deal with those hired alliance members. Maybe there was a mistake somewhere, but she didn't believe that girl had that kind of ability. She never expected that something she thought was impossible could be easily done by Yun Yi. Moreover, the reckless girl even prepared a big gift for her. Haha, the proper lady of the house wouldn't do such things. Since you have malicious thoughts, let it hurt you a bit more. What's the harm? I hope you will like this gift. Yun Yi returned to the back courtyard and suddenly remembered something. Seeing that it was still early before class, she told Yu Zhu and the others to leave, saying she was too early and wanted to rest a bit longer. After everyone left, she quickly closed the door, changed her clothes, and climbed out of the window, sneaking out through the back door of the other courtyard, then gathered her breath and headed to Xiaorao village. When she arrived, Xiao Yi and the others were about to eat. Seeing the master come over, they must have had something urgent, so they hurriedly put down their bowls and approached her. They said, "Greetings, mistress. Why are you here at this hour? Is there something urgent?" Yuni said, "There is a tricky matter I need you to handle. After I tell you, I must return to the other courtyard immediately. Later, call Zhang Yi to go to Lingyan City and bring back her family members." She then explained the details of the situation to Xiao Yi. The general idea was to have them guard outside the mansion and see how the other side handles Zhang Yi's family. No matter what, find a way to buy them and bring them back. She also mentioned that they were not infected with any contagious disease, so they could rest assured. Bringing the people back was enough. There was no need to seek a doctor. After returning, washing with salted water would gradually help the symptoms subside. Last night, she checked the items received in her space. There was a total of 130,000 taels of silver, some gold, and the equivalent of about 200,000 taels. It wasn't realistic to use all this money for charity immediately, and she didn't want to cause herself trouble. If necessary, she thought about donating it to the soldiers at the border. She wouldn't keep the money for herself. But she needed to think carefully and find a suitable person for the task. She didn't want to do good with bad results or waste effort. Then she said to Xiao Yi, "The new year is coming soon. After the house is built, have them go to nearby wealthy households to collect some grain. Store the items in the newly built house. Only you few people need to know about this. Do not tell others." Although Xiao Yi looked confused, he quickly replied, "Yes, my lady." Yuni handed over a prepared package containing silver coins. She had already checked it. The silver was normal, just ordinary silver ingots. Yuni said, "There are 3,000 taels of silver inside. You don't need to record it in the household accounts. Use this to buy some grain and store it in the new house. Remember to avoid carrying it through crowded places." Xiao Yi didn't know what the lady was planning, but he didn't ask questions. He just replied, "Yes, my lady. When the house is nearly finished, I will start handling this matter." After giving her instructions, Yun-yi left without staying further, turning back to the other courtyard to continue her studies. Time passed quickly. Soon it was the end of the year. People often say that after the Laba festival, the new year begins. Today is the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. Recently, Grandma Lin and Yu Zhu have been busy in the other courtyard. The most relaxed are Yun-yi and her teachers, who continue their lessons as usual, unaffected by the busy atmosphere. After a full day of classes, her teacher smiled and said, "Yun-yi, with your current learning speed, I think we will have taught you enough soon." Haha. Yun-yi smiled lightly and said, "Teacher, it's not that fast." Suddenly, 3 other teachers entered and said, "Yun-yi, don't be modest. Your mother was also talented and beautiful in the capital city. It's no surprise you have such a daughter." Yun-yi thought to herself that she was benefiting from her biological mother's reputation. That was good. At least people wouldn't think she was strange. The etiquette teacher, Sister Ju, said, "That's good. Miss Biao is quick to learn. When the time comes, we won't have much to teach her, and she can return to the capital early to report to Duke Wu's residence." Haha. Yuni felt a little reluctant. She had learned a lot from her teachers recently, and maybe it was fate that brought them together. They not only taught Yuni skills and knowledge, but also shared everything she learned in the palace over the years. But people are mutual. Yun-yi knew how to appreciate kindness. After they finished packing, she took out 4 jars of honey from her bag and handed them to her teachers. Several people looked at the porcelain jar in their hands and looked at Yun-yi with confusion. Yun-yi smiled and said, "Masters, this is a good thing. It is honey infused with precious herbs. You can drink a small cup on an empty stomach every morning. Remember, only once a day is enough. Don't drink too much, or your body won't absorb it properly, and it will be a waste. After some time, you will see its benefits." The masters exchanged glances and happily accepted it. During their stay at the other courtyard, they had eaten many good things, and many of them were trying something new for the first time. It was worth coming here just for that. Yun-yi continued, "I know that you came from the capital to teach me these skills, which is a great honor for my maternal family. I also understand that you just came out of the palace and wanted to reunite with your families. But when my maternal family found you, you had to come here. Whatever your reasons, I am very grateful to you, masters. Yun-yi said she had always been diligent and careful, eager to learn and hoping to become skilled quickly so her masters could reunite with their families sooner. She promised to keep working hard and not let her masters down, always remembering their kindness. Master Ju replied, "We never regret coming here. Meeting a student like you is rare in a lifetime, and it's worth it." The other masters nodded and said with smiles, "It's worth it." They all laughed quietly, trying to hide their amusement. All the masters were women. Hearing Yun-yi's heartfelt words, they felt deeply moved. Yun-yi was right. They had just been released from the palace this year. Not all of them were from the capital either. After leaving the palace, they planned to go home and reunite with their families, but unexpectedly, the wife of Duke Wu's mansion personally invited them. The offer was tempting, only a year of work, and regardless of how well the young lady at the mansion learned, they would receive a generous reward. But what surprised them most was that the young lady was very smart, quick to learn, and could think beyond what she was taught. She impressed all of them deeply. After saying goodbye to their masters, they returned to their own courtyard, changed clothes, and then took Yu Zhu to the front yard. They saw Xiaoyun whispering with Yume. The two people were so focused on their conversation that even Yun-yi and her friends didn't notice them approaching. They only heard Yume say, "It should be soon. We've been traveling for 5 days. We must be in the capital now. After delivering the New Year gifts, we should head back." Xiaoyun replied, "Yes, we had a convoy with us when we left, so it should be quick. It also makes things easier. I wonder if we'll find the same trading caravan on the way back. Having company makes it safer." Hearing this, Yun-yi thought that it wouldn't be long before the lovers could be together.
Hee.
Yu Zhu suddenly spoke, interrupting their chat, saying, "Xiaoyun is coming." Only then did they realize someone was behind them. Seeing it was Yun-yi and Yu Zhu, they hurriedly said, "Greetings." Mississippi Yun-yi smiled and asked, "Was Xiaoyun just worried about Zhang Yuan?" Xiaoyun, feeling guilty, blushed immediately and nervously replied, "I was just chatting with Yume. Please don't misunderstand." Mississippi Yun-yi found Xiaoyun's nervousness a bit funny and thought she could give her a gentle push. She had already felt these two were a good match. So she smiled softly and said, "Happiness requires effort. If you like someone, you should speak up. Keep trying." After saying this, she left the courtyard with Yu Zhu, always wearing a faint smile. At the Jingchengwu Guogong residence, from afar, they saw a young servant running quickly toward the second gate. He shouted, "Quick, report to the old madam that Miss Biao has sent people with New Year gifts." The steward at the second gate didn't dare delay and hurried to the main courtyard, loudly announcing, "Quick, inform the old madam that Miss Biao has sent gifts." Soon, Zhang Yuan was brought into the inner courtyard. Normally, men weren't allowed inside, but since the old madam wanted to ask about Yun-yi, she ordered Zhang Yuan to be brought in. He also brought the New Year gifts Yun-yi prepared: 10 jars of medicinal wine, 10 small jars of beauty honey, 10 sets of skincare products, some frozen seafood, and prepared food, all kept cold. There were also some fruits from the south, filling a whole cart. 3/4 of it was unloaded, leaving only what belonged to the Marquis of Huaiyang. Zhang Yuan entered the main hall and bowed, saying, "Greetings to the old madam and the ladies." The lady sitting at the head of the table, the Duchess of Guo, said, "Come, get up quickly. How is Yun-yi doing over there?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Miss is doing well. Please don't worry, old madam." After presenting a delicate box to the maid nearby, she said, "This is what our young lady asked me to bring back. She said the Duke and the old madam shouldn't hold back and can use it to improve their health." There was also a letter enclosed. The old madam excitedly took it and kept saying, "Good, good, good. My ear has grown up. My ear has grown up." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but admire how much the young lady's maternal family cared for her. Seeing the Duchess sitting at the head of the table, now looking at the letter written by the young lady, she was so moved that her eyes turned red. A few noble ladies nearby looked the same. Everyone was used to reading their master's expressions, whether they were sincere or not, and it was clear that the young lady's maternal family truly cared for her. It made sense, sending her cousins to visit, giving her master's gifts. Nothing was fake. No one from the Marquis of Huayang's estate had come to visit. No wonder the young lady repeatedly told him to come to the Wu Duke's residence before leaving. Haha, since the carriage only unloaded the items at the estate, the Marquis of Huayang wouldn't see them. The old madam quickly read the letter from start to finish, then looked at Zhang Yuan and asked carefully. She was delighted to hear that her granddaughter often received praise from her teachers. She rewarded Zhang Yuan generously and asked when he planned to return so he could bring back a gift prepared by the estate for the young lady. Zhang Yuan thanked her and then left the Wu Duke's residence, heading to the Marquis of Huayang's estate. After reporting his arrival, he waited a long time but was not allowed inside. Instead, he met the returning old marquis. After asking about the situation, he was finally allowed in. Zhang Yuan believed that without comparison, there would be no harm. The saying the young lady mentioned earlier was very true. The marquis was quite kind. He asked about Yun Yi's situation over there. Since Yun Yi had already explained everything before, he just followed the young lady's instructions. When he received Yun Yi's letter, he was happy to see she had sent him wine again. He even wrote a reply on the spot and took a small box from the study to give to Zhang Yuan, telling him to bring it to Yun Yi. Zhang Yuan thanked him and then went down to rest. He asked someone to leave the wine Yun Yi sent in the study and sent the food to the kitchen to be cooked according to Yun Yi's instructions. He also delivered some to each courtyard. He also sent the gift Yun Yi prepared for her grandmother to her. As a grandfather, he wanted to enjoy his granddaughter's filial piety too. After making the person leave, she carefully read the letter written by Yun Yi again. Her mind drifted far away, thinking about her son who had not returned home, and her grandson who was lost outside. She clenched her fists on the table. She thought that her granddaughter probably hated them too, judging by the gifts sent to the mansion twice. Only gifts for the grandparents were prepared, and nothing for the other courtyards. Maybe it was just out of filial piety. It seemed that although the children didn't speak much in daily life, they understood a lot inside. Since falling ill, she felt they had become more determined, which was good.
Sigh.
For him, he felt guilty about his granddaughter in the second house. He knew some things, but he couldn't interfere in the affairs of the inner courtyard. Anyway, she hoped the child wouldn't hold grudges or resentment towards Qingqing. She decided not to stop her when she decided to leave, after careful consideration. Perhaps it was better for her this way. With the money her mother left her, maybe she would live better outside the mansion. Maybe the girl had also understood the reasons behind everything. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even prepare gifts for the two of them. Qingfeng Courtyard, the lady of the heir apparent's wife, was very angry when she heard that the festival gifts from the Qingliang mountainside had arrived. She deliberately made people leave the visitors outside, wanting them to know that offending her would mean no good days ahead. But unexpectedly, the marquis returning to the mansion ran into her. That stubborn girl was truly a debt collector. Encountering her meant trouble. It wasn't until a message was sent from the front yard that she learned the marquis had already distributed the items. She was so angry she nearly tore her handkerchief, gritting her teeth and thinking, "Just wait, you stubborn girl." But what made her even more furious was yet to come. Soon after, Wen Lan, who was sent to see Zhang Yuan, returned with a letter. When the lady of the heir apparent, Mrs. Feng, read the letter, she trembled with anger, repeatedly saying, "Why didn't I kill her? Why didn't I kill her? Keeping her around to harm us. She's just a troublemaker, a troublemaker." Hearing her mistress's words, Wen Lan was terrified and didn't know what to do. If she heard correctly, the lady wanted the third young lady dead. That was too frightening. After a long while, Zhang Mama came in to report on the scene. She learned from Wen Lan what had happened and sent her away. Then she began to comfort the lady of the heir apparent. Just as Zhang Mama finished calming her, a second-class maid brought in dinner. After asking Zhang Mama, she arranged the meal in a side hall. The young wife, just calming her emotions with the help of Lin Mama, was about to sit down at the table for a meal when she heard her maid say, "Madam, Today some dishes sent from the kitchen include several brought from Qingliang Mountain by Miss Third. Lord Ho asked them to cook and deliver these to the different courtyards so everyone can try them. This news caused a big stir. Before Zhang Mama could stop her, the young wife suddenly swept the neatly arranged dishes onto the ground, creating a mess everywhere. The maid who had spoken was frightened and confused, not understanding what she had said to anger the young wife so much. She quickly knelt down, begging for forgiveness. Fearing the situation would escalate and that Lord Ho might find out about the mistake, Zhang Mama hurriedly sent someone to handle it and began soothing the young wife again. If Yun Yi had been here, she would have said, "I didn't expect her to be so fragile. How could she have the confidence to threaten others' lives?" At the Duke Wu's residence in Beijing, tonight was especially lively. The evening meal was served in the old lady's place, with everyone gathered together just to taste the dishes sent back by their granddaughter. Everyone's face was full of smiles. On the table were preserved sausages, century eggs, spicy white radishes, sour and spicy bamboo shoots, smoked mackerel, braised fish balls, radish and meatball soup, oil-braised prawns, savory sea fish, and bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. After everyone sat down and looked at the food, they smiled happily until the old lady said, "All these dishes and ingredients were brought by ear as a gift for filial piety. That child has grown up and now knows how to care for others. It's worth all your love for her. Now she's thinking of all of you, so I can rest assured. I've heard those teachers often praise her for her studies, so I can be at ease." Third Madam saw the old lady was about to mention her younger sister again, which might lead to tears once more, so she quickly changed the subject. She said, "Mother, Ear's filial heart makes everyone want to cry with happiness. If we don't eat now, the food will get cold." The old lady chuckled and said, "You little rascal," then reached out to take a piece of sausage and put it into Lord Duke's bowl, smiling as she said, "Try it and see how it tastes." The old Duke, smiling, chewed the piece of sausage he had taken, and his eyes lit up. He nodded happily to everyone, signaling them to try as well. Everyone then started eating, and soon they couldn't stop. The dishes Ear made were so delicious that everyone kept reaching for more. The family of the Duke and Marquis was happily celebrating Yun Yi's New Year gift. After everyone ate and drank enough, they each took their own gifts and left. In her heart, she thought she would cherish that sensible girl even more in the future. The Duke of Wu's family was her strong support. Meanwhile, in the same city, the Marquis of Huayang's household was not peaceful. After the eldest son's wife caused a scene, she gradually calmed down with the help of Mammy Zhang. Thinking about the letter she received, her face twisted with anger, but her mind was filled with cruel thoughts. Why was that dead girl so lucky to be saved? And she even had a handle on her, threatening her. Yes, Yun Yi was such an honest person. Since she was unkind, she shouldn't blame her for being unfair. If she had money to pay the mercenary guild, she should pay for her actions. Haha, you guessed right. Money is the most practical. It can hurt people deeply and make their hearts ache. Some people refuse to remember their lessons, but she could turn that into a good business. She had many plans now, but she was short of money. Since she still had some cash, she was thinking of doing bad things. It didn't matter who she hurt, she wouldn't hold back. She only needed 10,000 taels. She wanted to see if they dared to keep thinking about getting something for nothing and plotting evil all day. The eldest son's wife now deeply regretted her actions. She realized she couldn't refuse the money. The girl was no longer bargaining with her. The letter also said that the noble person who saved her knew about this matter. If she caused trouble again, that person wouldn't just stand by. She still had her leverage and she couldn't afford to gamble. If this news spread in the city, she wouldn't get any good reputation. If others found out, not only her, but the entire Marquis of Huayang's household might be ruined. The Duke of Wu wouldn't forgive her either, and the Marquis of Huayang probably wouldn't let her stay. When that happens, she would have to face the consequences, and her children would be dragged down by her bad reputation. That girl, how is she so lucky to be saved by a noble person? Now she was using this to threaten her. Ah. The eldest son's wife frantically tore at her handkerchief, her eyes turning bloodthirsty. Luckily, no one else was in the room, otherwise, she might have scared them to death. This is human nature, making mistakes and then blaming others. Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering is unendurable. Yun-yi didn't care about the changing winds in the city. She had already predicted her own situation. It was just the interest she collected. That night, Yun-yi finished practicing her mental energy cultivation in her space. She felt like she might break through, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't succeed. It seemed her mood wasn't right. After finishing her practice, she spent another half-hour training her martial arts in the space. Now, her carefree and untraceable skill had reached the 5th level. She was as light as a swallow and moved silently, like walking on snow. When it came to speed, probably only a few on this continent could catch up with her. Yun-yi was very happy. This was her safety guarantee.
Haha.
After all, there are always stronger people outside the mountains and beyond the horizon. No one dared to boast too much. When going out in the future, if she couldn't fight someone, she would just run. Saving her life was the most important thing. Whether she looked brave or not was secondary. If her life was in danger, who cared about losing face?
Haha.
She's a very realistic person. Yun-yi tidied up her space again, putting away what she needed to, planting what she wanted to grow. Looking at the large space, she suddenly felt like guarding a treasure mountain with no way to use it. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Yes, everything should be done step by step. Eat one bite at a time, walk one step at a time. After finishing her chores, she felt in a good mood and decided to treat herself. She prepared a piece of beef, picked some tomatoes, and made a big pot of tomato beef stew to enjoy later. She also cleaned a duck, craving some old duck soup. Once ready, she turned the heat to low and went to pick some strawberries and peaches, washed them, and placed them beside the hot spring pool. She took off her clothes, soaked happily in the medicinal spring, eating fruit while thinking about her future plans. She knew her time was limited. Within 3 years, she wanted to build her own power. That way, even if she returned to the Marquis of Huayang's mansion in Kyoto, she would have enough strength to find her brother. She kept thinking her brother was only 7 when he disappeared. Back then, the environment was chaotic, but not so chaotic that someone could just lose a child. Everyone knew he was from a noble family, and someone dared to attack him. Afterward, there was no news at all. There must have been a problem. If her guess was right, it was probably premeditated. Otherwise, why would someone block her way at that time? Yun-yi had a suspicion and made a decision in her heart. No matter who was behind the scenes or how strong their backing was, she would find them. After finishing the fruit, she soaked in the hot spring again, then got out, went to her villa, and tidied herself up. She turned off the fire on the old duck soup and let it simmer. She watched a spy movie in her space, drank another bowl of duck soup, brushed her teeth again, and then prepared to sleep. She was just beginning to fall into a dazed sleep when she was suddenly awakened by distant sounds. She quickly dressed and wanted to see who was so bold. When she saw the visitor clearly, she froze in surprise. It was not a stranger but Song Hong, a guard beside Long Jingrui. Seeing Yun-yi, he immediately knelt and said, "Please, Miss Jean, save our master." Yun-yi was very shocked. Could it be that Long Jingrui was hurt again? What kind of fate does he have? Someone is always trying to kill him. It seems she really should stay far away from him to avoid being involved someday. Song Hong, kneeling on the ground, saw Yun-yi's dismissive expression and looked up. He wondered if Miss Jean was unwilling to help their master. Her face showed worry and sweat on her forehead. She was anxious and said again, "Miss Jean, unless it's a special situation, I wouldn't disturb you so late at night. Please forgive me." Yun-yi thought about using Long Jingrui's name in the future. What a hassle. She knew there was no free lunch in the world. Relying on herself was the most reliable. Yun-yi asked, "Where are you hurt this time? I can't believe your master has so many enemies, always being attacked." Song Hong finally understood why Miss Jean looked like that earlier. He hurriedly explained, "This time it wasn't an attack. Our master was poisoned." Hearing this, Yun-yi remembered hearing about Long Jingrui being severely poisoned in the capital before. But why come to her for help? Shouldn't there be a dedicated doctor for that? She wondered if Long Jingrui knew something. No, that couldn't be. She was careful and cautious, unlikely to be exposed. Then, why did they come to her in the middle of the night? No matter what, since they came looking for her, she had to go. It wouldn't be right to refuse. She went inside to get her medical kit and told the anxious Song Hong, "Lead the way." Hearing Yun-yi agree, Song Hong didn't dare delay. He quickly stood up and led the way. When they arrived, Song Hong saw that the courtyard of Long Jingrui's residence in the manor was already crowded with over 10 people. Besides the guards, there was Dr. Huang, who always followed him, and the rest were from Ming Yen Pavilion. Seeing the situation, Yuni knew it was serious, so she didn't hesitate and followed Song Hong inside. Several people heard someone coming from behind and turned around to see Song Hong bringing a woman inside. They all looked at her curiously.
Right now, Yun-yi was not wearing a mask.
Once they saw Yuni following behind, everyone frowned, thinking, how can Song Hong still have the mood for other things at this time? However, Song Hong didn't greet them. He went straight to Dr. Huang and said, "Dr. Huang, this is Miss Yan. She treated the young general's injury last time." Then he whispered a few words to Dr. Huang. His eyes lit up immediately. Actually, everyone in the yard heard what Song Hong said. They were all skilled martial artists, but there was a reason for that. They were mainly worried that someone might have sent spies nearby, so they were cautious. In any case, during such a critical time, it's better to be careful. Everything was for the safety of the master and Miss Zhan. Dr. Huang exchanged a glance with the people in the yard and then said, "Miss, please follow me." Yun-yi followed Dr. Huang into the room where Long Jingrui was. As soon as they entered, she felt a surge of violent energy in the room, followed by a strong killing aura. They heard Long Jingrui say, "Get out. Who told you to come in? How dare you?" Dr. Huang was not a martial artist and couldn't withstand it. He almost knelt down, his face turning pale. He forced himself to look at Yun-yi, wanting to discuss a plan, but Yun-yi said, "Dr. Huang, you should leave first. I will help him check. You might not be able to handle it." Without waiting for Dr. Huang to reply, she directly sent him out of the room. After several encounters with Long Jingrui, they found that although he looked cold and emotionless, often with a serious face and no smile, he was actually quite just. Since she was here, she didn't want to leave empty-handed. She also wanted to see what kind of poison it was that could break a young hero like him. Yun-yi stepped forward bravely, facing his killing aura, moving steadily toward where he was sitting. Perhaps because he was distracted earlier, he was now even less able to control the jade fire poison in his body. When she arrived, Song Hong probably explained Long Jingrui's situation to Yun-yi. They also knew that 2 months ago, after Yun-yi encountered Long Jingrui, the jade fire poison on him had slowed down quite a bit. The exact reason was unclear. Just as Dr. Huang mentioned, there might be something in her that can suppress the poison of jade fire. Yun-yi somewhat believes this, but she didn't expect it to be because of the spiritual crystal jade pendant she carries. She thought it was due to the space, but regardless of the reason, she can no longer ignore or be indifferent to life. So Yun-yi doesn't care about Long Jingrui's reaction and slowly moves closer. Although the fierce energy radiating from him is uncomfortable, she can still endure it. First, she observes him carefully, then says, "Long Jingrui, I am Yun-yi. I know you can hear me. I will check you now, so don't resist." She slowly extends her mental energy into his body. The deeper she probes, the more unpleasant her expression becomes. When she finishes understanding the situation and withdraws her mental power, her face still looks grim. This must be a deep hatred. The jade fire poison is indeed very aggressive. Most people would have given up long ago. Yun-yi can't help but admire Long Jingrui's perseverance. It takes incredible willpower to keep overcoming this repeatedly. Yuni shivers and suddenly becomes more alert. She hears Long Jingrui say, "Either leave or help me." His face is starting to turn fierce. Yuni knows he's probably reached his limit of endurance. She doesn't dare delay any longer. She opens her medical box, takes out a silver needle, and considers injecting spiritual energy into it to help him pass this crisis. But she's worried her spiritual power might not be enough. So she chooses to inject spiritual energy through the silver needle to ease his jade fire poison. She plans to think of other methods later. For now, this is the best she can do. While preparing the silver needle, Long Jingrue's condition changes again. He seems to become a battlefield of ice and fire, with white mist rising all over his body. Yun-yi quickly inserts the silver needle into the corresponding acupoints on his body, using her internal energy. She injects a trace of spiritual power into each needle. After completing the process, she doesn't dare relax for a moment. She keeps a close eye on his changing condition. Fortunately, after 15 minutes, Yun-yi exhales a long breath of relief. She can see obvious changes in Long Jingrue's condition. Half an hour later, his expression softens. Yun-yi sees him open his eyes. Although the previous ferocity is gone, his eyes are still full of red blood vessels. She says, "Don't move."
I'll remove the needles now.
After quickly removing the silver needles, disinfecting, and putting them back in the medical box, she is about to check Long Jingrue's condition when she sees him slump softly against the nearby rack. Just then, there was the sound of a fight outside, which made Yun-yi so angry she didn't know what to say. She shot a sharp look at Long Jingrue. Suddenly, someone hurried inside. Yun-yi saw it was Song Hong and asked, "Did more people come to attack us?" Song Hong's face stiffened. He replied, "Yes, quite a few. Please help take care of our master. I will first take you to the secret room." Yun-yi didn't want to say more. Long Jingrue looked so weak now that staying here was too risky. If she couldn't watch over him, it could cause more trouble. So, Yun-yi carried her medical box and followed Song Hong and Long Jingrue into the secret room. After arranging Long Jingrue, Song Hong hurried out. Yun-yi saw how weak Long Jingrue looked after Song Hong left. She said, "Maybe I should help you lie down over there." Long Jingrue was also uncomfortable, so he agreed. As Yun-yi helped him to the bed, he felt a calming energy from her that made him feel much better. He suddenly opened his eyes slightly. It wasn't a mistake last time. Yun-yi really had something that eased his poison. But what exactly was it? He couldn't help but look at the young girl supporting her. Yun-yi felt his gaze and said with some annoyance, "What's wrong? If you have the strength, you could walk yourself and get tired." Long Jingrue smiled softly, with a hint of affection, but it was fleeting. He didn't hide it and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is there something strange you're wearing?" Yun-yi asked confused. "Why do you ask that?" Long Jingrue thought for a moment and said, "On the night of the full moon 2 months ago, when you met me, I was just about to be poisoned. I was almost unable to control it. Your approach made me feel comfortable. At that time, I was hurt and poisoned, so I was a bit confused. I only had one thought, that I instinctively wanted to get close to whatever was making me feel good. Later, when I was sober, I wasn't sure if it was because of you. But today, I got proof. There's definitely a special energy around you that can ease my fire poison. I don't know exactly where it comes from." Yun-yi was stunned. She only had her space secret, nothing else. The space was her bottom line, and she wouldn't tell anyone. Could Long Jingrue be tricking her? But from his expression, it didn't seem so. Carefully, she helped him onto the bed, preparing to let him lie down. However, he held on to her, not letting her move, and pitifully said, "Everything I said is true.
Please stay with me."
Yun-yi was furious inside, cursing silently, while her face showed displeasure. Long Jingrue, who couldn't be sure earlier, now had confirmation. He just looked at Yun-yi silently, without speaking. Feeling annoyed, Yun-yi thought to herself, "What is going on? Where is your sense of morality? Your wisdom and bravery? Your coldness and pride?" As a person from the future, she wasn't afraid of proper gender boundaries, but she thought, what kind of situation is this? Oh my god. Yun-yi cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness. Seeing that Long Jingrue had no intention of letting go, she said irritably, "Fine, lie down. I'll stay here and watch over you." Long Jingrue still didn't move. Yuni frowned, wondering what he was trying to do. Was he planning to take advantage? Thinking she was easy to talk to. At that moment, Long Jingrui bent over uncomfortably, but still didn't release Yunyi's hand. Yun-yi knew he wasn't pretending. It was probably a side effect of the jade fire toxin. There was no other choice. She couldn't just watch him suffer. She angrily asked, "What do you want?" Long Jingrui was in so much pain, he couldn't speak. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face, which turned frighteningly pale. Sighing, Yun-yi slowly crouched down and hugged him again, just like that time before. She heard Long Jingrui mutter vaguely, "Thank you, E." Yun-yi rolled her eyes and thought, "Who allowed you to call me that?" But she didn't say it aloud. After Long Jingrui recovered a bit, he straightened up and changed from the crouching position to holding Yun-yi in his arms, hugging her tightly. He rested his head on her shoulder, sniffing her scent, which made him feel much better. Yun-yi instinctively wanted to struggle free, but Long Jingrui said softly, "Do you want her legs to go numb like last time?" Hearing this, Yun-yi remembered her embarrassing behavior that day and stopped struggling. She thought to herself, "I'm just trying to help him. I'm from the modern world. I've seen everything." But Long Jingrui's next words almost made her choke. He whispered, "I'll take responsibility for you, and wait until you're grown up." Yun-yi suddenly opened her eyes wide, looked at Long Jingrui in shock, and stared at him as if she saw a ghost. Then she said seriously, "That joke is not funny at all." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun-yi noticed Long Jingrui's face change again. "Oh, heavens, what kind of trouble have I gotten into?" Long Jingrui stopped joking and tightly hugged Yun-yi, trying to breathe in her light and graceful aura. After about 15 minutes, he finally regained his strength. Yun-yi felt a bit helpless, thinking that if things never got better, she might have to be his healer forever. That would be unacceptable. What kind of situation is this? It seemed she needed to quickly understand the situation and see if she could help him detoxify. She wasn't sure if the spiritual spring in her space would work, but that was the last option. People are usually very sharp. She didn't want to cause herself trouble, so she asked patiently, "Can you tell me more about your poison? I want to think of a way to help." Long Jingrui, pale-faced and exhausted, remained silent for a long time. Yun-yi waited, but grew a little annoyed. She chuckled at herself. Unexpectedly, Long Jingrui slowly spoke, casually explaining that the poison had been in his body since birth. The poisoner was a concubine from the royal palace. When they found out, she was almost executed, but luckily, she discovered she was pregnant. At that time, the palace only had one legitimate son, and he was also poisoned. Long Jingrui's father, Prince Qing, went to ask the princess to save his son, promising that once the child was born, the mother would be taken away and executed. The princess was the victim of this incident, yet her son was suffering in danger. Prince Qing then surprisingly came to him and said he wanted to keep the child of the culprit. No one knew what the princess was thinking, but she laughed loudly and surprisingly agreed. After that, she focused only on her son and no longer wanted much to do with the prince. The prince tried to reach out, but perhaps the princess's heart was already broken. They no longer responded to each other, and over time, they became strangers. Long Jingrui paused and then continued. Later, it was a long and painful process. During the full moon each month, the poison would flare up, making me feel like I was dying. I suffered like this until I was 6, when I met my master. He started teaching me martial arts. As I gradually recovered, my master also passed me his family's secret martial arts to help me control the monthly poison attacks. For the past few years, life was relatively peaceful. With my master's secret techniques, I avoided major problems. But 5 months ago, the poison in my body started to become uncontrollable. I also experienced small outbreaks frequently, so I secretly left the capital to come here to rest and recover. The rest of the story is what you see. The person who tried to kill me is the current second prince and my younger half-brother. Only the emperor, my father, and my mother know about my departure from the capital. When I mention this, I can't help but feel a bit sad. I calm myself down before continuing. I am resting here to wait until April next year, when it will be easier for me to go to Dongjun Kingdom. A few years ago, the old head of the Medicine King Valley examined me. He said that the poison in my body, called jade fire, can only be cured with spiritual crystals made from the 1,000-year ice crystals on Shuling Mountain in Dongjun Kingdom. These crystals must be soaked in the blood of a snow fox that has lived on Shuling Mountain for over 1,000 years for at least 6 hours. After taking them, I can be cured. Over the years, I've been searching for these crystals, but 1,000-year ice crystals are hard to find. Moreover, only those refined by the spiritual true gate are effective, which makes it even more difficult. Plus, you can only enter Shuling Mountain after late April each year, and you must leave by mid-September, or your life will be in danger. Hearing this, Yuni finally understood a little and asked, "You mentioned the 1,000-year ice crystal. Do you have one now?" Long Jingrui shook his head and said, "I have quite a few ice crystals, but none of them are 1,000 years old. So, I still need to find one myself." Yun-Yi was surprised. That shouldn't be the case. She asked, "This year, Dongjun Kingdom sent some ice crystals as tribute to Longting. Did you go to the palace to look for one?" Long Jingrui replied, "I've checked the tributes, but none are 1,000 years old. So, the emperor gave them to the harem and the previous court." Yun-Yi thought of the piece in her space, and then looked at the jade pendant around her neck. After weighing her options, she took out the jade pendant from her pocket. She said, "Maybe the gentle aura I feel around me is because of this." Long Jingrui looked at her, and then carefully examined the jade pendant in her hand, his eyes growing brighter. Could it be true what Master Liao Yuan said? Among the 4 kingdoms, at the peak of coolness, the destined person, the fate of marriage, her heart suddenly raced like a wild horse. Yun-Yi didn't understand what was happening to Long Jingrui. Curious, she watched him, noticing that his mind seemed to drift away. She then realized that Long Jingrui was probably fine now. Since he was lost in thought, she quickly snatched the jade pendant from his hand and jumped down from his embrace. When Long Jingrui came back to himself, she had already run a few steps away. Seeing that he was now okay, Yuni no longer held back. She sat in the chair opposite him, a little angry, and said, "Long Jingrui, you've gone a bit too far today. You're even a prince." Long Jingrui is now almost certain that the person Master Yuan mentioned is Yun-Yi. He knows that this girl has a marriage connection with the Marquis of Jingning's family, but so what? With her abilities, he doesn't believe she doesn't realize that the second son of the Jingning Marquis isn't a good person. Since she is still young, and since she likes him and is the destined person Master Yuan spoke of, he decides to take her under his wing. However, thinking about his current condition, he feels a bit unsure of himself. She is so bright, lively, pure, and elegant. He isn't sure if he can find the right medicine for himself. Oh, he admits he is being selfish. The secret chamber falls silent. One person is sulking, the other is reflecting on his selfishness. After half a day of inner struggle, Long Jingrui finally gives in to his heart. He decides to protect her and cherish her for now. If it ever reaches that point, he will have to let go. He believes Master Yuan's words. If she is truly his destined person, he will stay with her until the end of time. His eyes light up again. But after the poison attack earlier, his body still feels weak. Seeing the girl still angry, he doesn't want to provoke her further, so he lies down on the bed to rest and regain his strength. Yun-Yi, after feeling upset for a long time, suddenly realizes how silly she is and feels a bit pretentious. She doesn't know why. She turns to look at Long Jingrui lying on the bed. His face has improved a lot since before. She thinks he's also a person with a hard life. His noble status is undeniable, but he's not as fortunate as someone born into a common family. A sudden feeling of pity arises. She guesses that his coldness is just a protective shield. Finally, there's some movement outside. A bloodied Song Hong walks in. His first words are, "How is our young master?" Seeing his anxious expression, Yuni replies, "He's fine now, just lying down." Song Hong then bows seriously and says, "Thank you, miss, for your help today. If there's anything I can do in the future, I will do my best. Yun-yi respects such loyal subordinates and responds, "You're too kind." She then asks, "What's going on outside?" Song-hong answers, "Nothing but silence." Yun-yi nods without saying more. Song-hong walks to the bed and asks, "Young lady, are you feeling better?" Long Jingrui sits up and replies, "It's nothing serious now." While speaking, his eyes drift toward Yun-yi. Song-hong looked at his master and saw that he was truly done with his affairs. He then reported the outside situation, saying, "Master, a total of 60 people came. All of them are martial saints of level Bing and Ding. They have all been killed, with no survivors. The cleanup is ongoing outside, so please rest assured." Long Jingrui's face showed no emotion, and he asked simply, "What about our casualties?" Song-hong looked a bit sad and replied, 6 dead, 2 seriously injured. The rest are not in danger." Long Jingrui nodded and said, "Good. Handle the aftermath well." Song-hong didn't speak, just nodded in response. Long Jingrui squinted and said, "It seems the second prince really went all out this time. Ha! He's intentionally weakening himself. I guess the other princes are probably clapping for him. I really don't understand how his mind works. He can't even see the simplest truth. He can't tell who his enemies are. How can such a person be a good heir?" After saying this, he shook his head. He thought to himself that if he hadn't promised the emperor before leaving the palace, he would have already told him to stay out of trouble. These repeated assassination attempts are just foolish. Some people really don't know their limits. Soon, Dr. Huang and the people from the Shadow Realm came in, but they didn't speak, just stood beside Long Jingrui and watched Dr. Huang take his pulse. After a few moments, Dr. Huang looked at Long Jingrui with excitement, and he nodded gently. Seeing this confirmation, the light in Dr. Huang's eyes couldn't be hidden. It was truly of luck. Long Jingrui was saved. He smiled and then started crying. He was quite old, yet tears streamed down his face. Everyone present felt uneasy seeing this, except Yun-yi, who watched from afar. Perhaps Long Jingrui was lucky to have so many loyal subordinates. Time quickly passed to the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. Zhang Yuan also returned that day, bringing back a full cart of goods, saying they were prepared by the Duke of Wu's estate and the Protector General's estate. When Zhang Yuan arrived in the backyard, he saw Yun-yi kneeling and said, "Miss, I have returned. I have fulfilled my duty." Yun-yi smiled and helped him up, asking, "Was the journey smooth?" Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "Yes, Mississippi. Everything went well. I learned a lot along the way." He then chattered on about what happened during the trip, telling Yun-yi every detail, including everything about the Duke of Wu's estate and the Marquis of Huayang's estate. He also said they brought back many things from the Duke's estate and the Protector General's estate, including food from the capital, some silk, jewelry, but nothing else from the Marquis's estate. Only Zhang Yuan brought back the box, which contained not only the 10,000 taels of mental distress compensation given by the Marquis's wife to Yun-yi, but also Yun-yi's monthly allowance for the past 6 months. After Yun-yi confirmed she had received everything, she asked, "Did the Marquis's residence send any message?" Zhang Yuan handed her a small box and a letter, which was the letter the Marquis had written in the study earlier. The others in the residence did not bring any messages or items. Yun-yi took the items, but did not open them immediately. Instead, she asked Zhang Yuan some questions. After a while, the items were all moved inside, and Yun-yi took a quick look. After knowing what the guarding the country general's residence had sent, she handed everything over to Grandma Lin for registration and organization, thinking she could repay their kindness gradually in the future. Once everyone left, Yun-yi opened the letter from the Marquis's residence. After reading it, she threw it into her space. She then opened the small box her grandfather had handed her, which contained a set of red jade hair ornaments with gold. It was probably a gift from the palace. The ornaments were unique, but Yun-yi was not interested. She understood that only her grandfather truly cared for her in the Marquis's residence. Maintaining this relationship was good enough. She was not the original owner and did not need false family affection. She liked things simple and direct. If she wanted freedom, She wouldn't let others easily send her away. What a joke. Thinking of the Marquis' heir's wife, Feng Shi, she sneered. If she wanted to scheme against Yun Yi, she would need real ability. This time, she would make Feng Shi suffer in silence and enjoy it. Yun Yi was right. Heir Feng Shi had once again failed to harm her and instead suffered herself. She had spent a lot of silver over these days, even using her savings meant for her eldest daughter, Zhang Yunhui. It was clear her mood was terrible these days. That day, the heir, Zhang Qingye, came over. He originally wanted to discuss the pre-New Year gift exchanges among the households, as the eldest daughter, Zhang Yunhui, was about to marry. He wondered if they should add an extra 10% to the gifts this year. Feng Shi heard this and became anxious. Most of the silver they had saved before the new year had already been spent in advance. Now, they couldn't fill the gap, and there was no extra silver to add another dowry. The couple couldn't agree and parted unhappily. Feng Shi was now living in constant fear, worried that others would see her flaws. She only wanted to find a way to fill the gap quickly. She had already decided, if necessary, she would confront her husband. She didn't believe he wouldn't support her. Besides, once the new year passed and Yun Hui's wedding was over, they would receive a lot of wedding gifts. At least, they could cover the previous shortfall. The Huayang Marquis' residence is not truly poor. It does have some assets. However, several generations of the family have not managed them well and mostly live off their savings. There are rules in the house. Each year, 40% of the silver collected from the estates must go into the house's treasury, and the remaining 60% is used for daily expenses. The shops do make a profit each month, but again, 40% of the earnings must be stored away, and 60% is used for daily costs. This rule is strict and cannot be broken. So, even now, they can't do much. They have to wait until next month when the shop sends more silver, which will ease their worries. The young master cannot afford to increase the gift-giving by even 10%. Their money is carefully planned. For now, this is the best they can do. All the blame falls on that girl. As for the young lady of the house, Mrs. Feng, how she is coping day by day, Yun Yi does not know. However, she has been in a bad mood these days. Because Long Jingrui has visited twice recently and often sent people with local delicacies, claiming to thank her for saving him. 1 or 2 visits are understandable, but lately, the visits have been too frequent, and even others in the courtyard find it strange. Lao Mo has asked Yun Yi several times what is going on and reminded her about her marriage prospects with the Jingning Marquis family, hoping her young lady keeps this in mind and doesn't let gossip spread. Yun Yi knows Lao Mo is worried about her and has taken her words to heart. She isn't afraid of gossip, but doesn't want unnecessary trouble. As for her marriage with the Jingning Marquis family, she thinks someone else is more eager than her to handle it. It's not a big deal for her. She hasn't been to Xiaorao village for a while and plans to visit tomorrow to see how the estate is doing lately. It's good to plan her next steps, and the 10 days she agreed with Xiao Yi and others are coming up. She's put so much effort into training those children, she hopes they won't disappoint her. So, before dinner, she discussed with her teachers and decided to take a break starting tomorrow, resuming classes on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Her teachers agreed happily, so the decision was made. The next morning, Yun Yi changed into a sturdy outfit, packed up, and left the courtyard with Xiao Lu, who is teaching martial arts. Currently, Grandma Lin is covering for her. In the side courtyard, besides the 4 masters, everyone else is part of her team, so she has nothing to worry about. When they arrived at Xiaorao village, they saw several people from the Xiao and Yao clans waiting at the gate. When the carriage approached, they went to greet it. Xiao Lu quickly stopped the horse. Yun Yi put on her half-mask and then got out of the carriage. The others all knelt and said, "Welcome, master." Yun Yi softly said, "Everyone get up." She looked at Xiao and asked, "Are you all ready?" Xiao, seeing her in a strong outfit, looking brave and energetic, replied, "Yes, mistress. Everything is prepared." Yun Yi headed straight to the assessment area inside. Since she mostly arrived at night, many people in the village had never seen her before. Seeing Xiao and the others respectfully bringing someone inside, Everyone quickly understood that this was their true master. So, after entering the assessment area, the children in line all knelt and said, "Greetings, master." Yuni walked to the stage at the front and looked down at her subordinates. Although she knew most of these children were only half-grown, many were thin and undernourished when they first arrived. But after more than half a year of care, although they didn't eat fancy food, they had enough 3 meals a day, and every 3 days they ate some meat. Plus, they had been physically trained during this time. They had grown taller and looked energetic. Yun-yi swept across the scene, feeling very pleased inside. She took on the confident, commanding attitude of a CEO and loudly said, "Everyone, get up." Xiao stepped forward and said, "Everyone, return to your own groups. Now, please, master, give your instructions." Yuni looked around and said, "I believe everyone already knows what today is about. After half a year of learning and training, I hope you've all made good progress. I hope everyone can achieve excellent results. The testing time has come. I believe Xiao has already explained the rules of the competition to you. I hope you can let go of your worries and compete with full enthusiasm and the best state of mind. Show your strength, perform well, and display your skills. But remember to follow the rules, respect your opponents, and compete with integrity. That's all I have to say. I now declare the competition officially open." After a morning of competitions, the more than 80 participants were temporarily divided into 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The assessment includes both a written exam and a physical test. The combined scores will determine the final results. Both literary and martial skills are very important. They must develop together to achieve success. From this morning's competition results, Yun-yi is quite satisfied. In just half a year, as Xiao-yi and others said, perhaps their past life experiences have made them cherish this rare opportunity more. Maybe their exceptional talent also plays a role. Anyway, today's morning competition exceeded Yun-yi's expectations. At this rate, in a year, they will become formidable. There is also a literary contest in the afternoon. After the morning's competition, Yun-yi and her team went to the office. Xiao-yi showed Yun-yi the account books from this period. After reading them, Yun-yi smiled with relief. Everything was as she expected, nothing disappointing. Initially, as Xiao-yi and others said, there were local bullies causing trouble in Lingyan City, but Xiao-yi's team dealt with them directly. However, there are still people watching closely every day. Yuni found it troublesome and asked Long Jingrui for help. When they officially opened, they invited many officials from Lingyan City. This made those troublemakers quiet down. After opening for business, the sales were very good. It shows that having connections in the court makes things easier, an age-old truth. That's enough. Yun-yi just wants to focus on developing steadily. She hopes no reckless troublemakers come to seek trouble. She has a temper after all. Inviting those officials to the opening shows her warning to anyone thinking of causing trouble. Don't act rashly. She's already shown courtesy. If trouble arises again, she won't hold back. After reviewing the account books, Yun-yi told Xiao-yi, "Since our earnings before the new year were good, let's enjoy a prosperous year. Also, improve the lives of the people on the estate as a reward for their hard work during this period." Then she looked at Yao-yi, who quickly came over and presented the account book for the pastoral farm. After a quick glance, he said, "Not bad. If anything comes up, come talk to Xiao-yi. Although you don't have large greenhouses, the food you produce is quite substantial. Don't worry too much. Next year, you'll be busy. After the new year, come here to get the plans and prepare for construction." Yao-yi smiled and replied, "Yes, mistress." He had already heard from Xiao-yi about her plans for the pastoral farm and Shueyun Pavilion. Yuni smiled and asked, "Tell me about the situation on your side." Yao-yi picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip before slowly speaking. "The more than 150 children we found from various places have completed their initial physical training. Although we started later here, we followed the principle of quality over quantity when finding people. Every child we brought back was a good seedling. It took a lot of effort, but the results were quite satisfying. Now, the workshop in Zhuangzi is also run by trusted people as per the owner's orders. It is slightly larger than here because I have established partnerships with several cities from Beijing to Lingyan City. Our production volume is bigger, but our food is innovative and tasty, attracting many repeat customers and good sales. Yun-yi saw Yao Yi's confident face and thought, being confident is good, but don't be too proud. Yun-yi knew very well that in such a short time, Yao Yi was able to quickly expand and establish cooperation with merchants in several cities between Beijing and Lingyan City. Yao Yi's ability is undeniable, but it's likely that Long Jingrui helped behind the scenes, or it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yun-yi was very clear about this. To prevent him from losing himself, Yun-yi spoke at the right moment. Why do you think you've been able to complete your tasks so smoothly in such a short time? Yao Yi, who was initially proud, was stunned. Suddenly, he remembered something, stood up, knelt down, and nervously said, "My lord, you're right. I was wrong. Things have been too smooth lately, and I became a bit overconfident. Please forgive me, my lord. I will be more careful in the future." Yun-yi picked up her teacup, blew away the foam, took a small sip, and then said, "That's good to know." Although her words were light, her commanding presence was undeniable, creating an invisible mental pressure that made everyone present feel breathless. After Yun-yi withdrew her mental pressure, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yao Yi, kneeling behind her, was soaked with sweat. Yun-yi then said, "I hope you all take this as a lesson. If anyone makes a mistake, don't expect me to show mercy." The others in the room all knelt and said, "We will remember your teachings, my lord." Seeing that it was enough, Yun-yi said, "Everyone, get up." They each returned to their seats, but they couldn't help but remind themselves to stay alert. Although the Lord was usually easy to talk to, if anyone crossed her line, it would be very difficult for them. They all believed that the Lord had the strength to do so. Each of them silently reminded themselves never to become arrogant or complacent. After this incident, they became much more cautious in their work. Even after the business of Xiaoyao Manor expanded across 4 countries, they maintained a humble and steady mindset. At noon, Yuni ate with them at the trainees' cafeteria. She gave them a modern nickname, trainees, haha. Since it was a surprise visit, it showed clearly what the trainees' usual meals were like. 3 dishes, 1 soup, 2 steamed buns, a spicy white radish, braised tofu, radish stew with meat, and a tofu, and kelp soup. Yuni asked Xiao Yi and the others to extract baking soda and soda ash from natural alkaline minerals. Although it was a lot of work and the quality wasn't perfect, it was good enough to use. Now, the trainees on the farm used dough made with baking soda for their buns, and century eggs were made with soda ash. Yun-yi had already shared the refining method with Long Jingrui. They agreed that in the future, Yun-yi would buy all her supplies from Long Jingrui at cost price, which would save a lot of trouble. The condition was that wherever Yun-yi's business expanded, Long Jingrui had to protect her. Long Jingrui had no reason to refuse, so Yun-yi felt comfortable using his supplies, which made him quite amused. In the afternoon, one by Yun-yi only gave a topic for discussion and didn't go to the scene. She took a walk around the greenhouse, checked each shed, and saw that the plants were growing well. The leafy vegetables that mature in one harvest cycle had been planted 3 times, according to Xiao Yi. The warm greenhouse was always busy. Whenever space was cleared, new seeds were planted immediately after leveling the ground. Yun-yi reminded them to rotate crops and not to plant the same vegetables on the same land all the time, as it could lead to poor growth. They needed to switch to new land. Yun-yi noticed several vegetables in the greenhouse that didn't exist on this continent. She thought that in a few years, these vegetables might become popular here. Thinking about this, Yuni felt that her arrival might have been for these purposes. It wasn't a wasted trip. The flowers in the flower shed had already bloomed quite a bit, and many second batches of seedlings were starting to be repotted. Zhang Yi and his family were working very hard. When the master arrived, they quickly called the women helping in the shed over and knelt down, saying, "Thank you, master, for saving our family." Yun-yi saw Zhang Yi's mother and elder sister again. Remembering the first encounter that night, she smiled faintly and said, "Please get up. I only made a promise to you. Don't thank me so much. She asked if they were adjusting well, and if the children were doing okay. Zhang Zhuzi led his family to stand up and said, Master, we are all doing well. Thank you so much for helping our family. Only the servant family can reunite and happily work here. The servants will do their best to serve their master. Yun-yi smiled and said, I will leave the flower garden to you. Haha, don't work too hard. Zhang and his wife also smiled and blushed as they replied, Okay, master. Rest assured, we will take good care of the garden. After saying goodbye, Xiao-yi accompanied them to the workshop on the farm. It was now working in 3 shifts, and they had bought a new group of workers from the pawn shop because they weren't enough. After a round of inspection, she thought it was okay to leave it for now. Once the assessment was done, she could rest and relax for a few days. When her tasks were finished and the exam results came out, the overall scores were decent. She wasn't worried because they weren't aiming for official careers. However, seeing the students' scores surprised her. It was clear they worked very hard, and Xiao Yi's management was good. The total scores combined academic and martial arts results, plus daily performance, and then divided students into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, fulfilling her promise. All students in level A received a special pill for improving their skills. Additionally, 10 outstanding students were chosen by vote from the other 3 groups. 30 students in total received notices to gather at a small, remote courtyard near the farm in the evening. Right now, in the martial arts arena, besides Yun-yi with Zhao's and Yao's family members, there were over 80 students. After Xiao-yi announced the scores, the 20 level A students and the 10 top performers stepped forward together, saying, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. We will swear loyalty forever. Yuni looked at these energetic young men and women. They were her future helpers. She spoke confidently and proudly, Everyone, stand up. Remember to stay humble and keep working hard. Every 6 months, there will be a new assessment at the free and easy manner. Be careful of newcomers catching up. We believe in fair competition, and rankings can change at any time. So stay alert. The 30 students responded together, Thank you, Master. We will remember. Yun-yi then looked at the remaining students and said, Today's assessment is just the beginning. Don't be discouraged. I believe that with everyone's effort, you will achieve even better results in the future. Honestly, you are all very talented, but excellence involves competition, which is unavoidable. Still, I see your efforts and feel very pleased. To encourage you to keep working hard and to help strengthen your bodies, this time each of you will receive a healing pill. The remaining students below also became excited and knelt together, saying, Thank you, young master, for the reward. We swear to serve you loyally. Although they didn't yet know how effective the healing pill was, they felt happy to have the master's approval. Yun-yi watched these students, who were about her age, with their smiling faces. Suddenly, she said, You must work hard. I believe in you. Keep going. Over 80 students cheered together, shouting, Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. With great energy. After finishing the assessment at the leisure villa, Yun-yi felt she had finally settled a worry in her heart and could rest for a few days. Before leaving, she asked Xiao Yizi to go to the newly built small courtyard to get supplies. Then she let them handle it and slowly left the villa alone. It was already getting dark outside. Yun-yi checked the safety, then headed to the new courtyard, where she had stored enough rice, flour, and meat. She also brought various supplies she thought might be useful, making sure everything was in order before leaving for another house. When Xiao Yizi and others arrived at the small courtyard to check, they were stunned by the full supplies and very happy. These grains would last a long time for their villa. Seeing the meat, they thought about how much sausage they could make. They realized they still weren't good enough at it and felt they needed to work harder in the future to avoid troubling their master. When Yun-yi returned to the other house, it was already dark. This time, Granny Lin wasn't waiting at the main gate, but was waiting at Yun-yi's small courtyard door, which made Yun-yi both amused and touched. She quickly stepped forward and said, Aren't I supposed to wait outside? What's the difference between here and the main gate? It's so cold today. Worried Yun-yi might worry, Granny Lin hurriedly said, I just came out. Miss, don't doubt me. My hands are still warm. I just wanted to see how late it is, and why you haven't come back yet. Yuni took her hand and led her into the courtyard. Just then, Moon Bamboo came out looking for Granny Lin and said, Miss? I turned around for a moment and Granny Lin was gone. I was about to go find her. Yuni didn't say anything else, only said, set the table. I'm hungry, and pulled Granny Lin into the house. Actually, at Qingliang Mountain Villa, the maids are mostly just loyal. If you ask who truly cares for her sincerely, it's probably only Mistress Lin. So, in Yunyi's heart, she also considers Mistress Lin as family. From now on, Mistress Lin will be her responsibility. Time quickly passed to New Year's Eve. Everyone at the villa was smiling happily, sweeping, putting up couplets, and decorating with paper flowers. The atmosphere was joyful. After dinner, Yun-yi let everyone relax freely. Mistress Lin originally wanted to stay and keep her company, but since she was older, Yun-yi persuaded her to go back. This was Yun-yi's first New Year on this continent. Although her family no longer loved her in modern times, she still felt a strange sadness. She couldn't go back anymore. Thinking of the original owner's background and her younger brother, who was suffering somewhere unknown, Yun-yi suddenly remembered Bai Juyi's poem about sending her brother away on New Year's Eve. Thinking of my brother and sister, I cannot sleep, worries fill my mind. Years apart across thousands of miles, by this lonely lamp tonight, I feel deep emotion. My face is no longer the same, my thoughts of home press on me. We will reunite someday, but now we are separated and grown apart. In the original owner's memories, she had a very close relationship with her younger brother, who was 3 years younger. Their mother always told him to protect his sister when he grew up. That adorable little boy would always seriously reply, yes, mother. Pengya will work hard at school and aim for fame so I can support my sister in the future. He looked so earnest and cute. But now, Yuni didn't know if he was still alive or suffering somewhere. Yun-yi whispered to herself, Sister will find you, little brother. Where are you? Maybe she was lost in her thoughts, but she didn't notice that her tears had already fallen, and she was immersed in her memories. Suddenly, she sensed someone standing outside the room, frowning with concern. She quickly wiped her tears and realized there was an extra breath in the room. She cursed herself for being careless and quickly guessed who it was. Although she didn't move, she said, What's this? The noble prince, not afraid of what others might say? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Long Jingrui also felt he was reckless. He originally just wanted to see what she was doing, but he didn't expect to hear her suppressed crying. Thinking that even the strongest girl is still young and inexperienced, he felt a bit guilty. She couldn't help but push the door open and walk in. This was her first time entering this girl's room, and he still had some reservations, so he just stood outside without going further inside. When Yuni asked him this, his handsome face looked quite embarrassed at that moment, but after a short while, he calmed down and said, From now on, I will be your support and will protect you. Even Yun-yi, being simple-minded, understood what he meant. Suddenly, she felt a bit angry. She stood up quickly and said, You think that just by talking, you can say whatever you want? You are a noble prince, so you have no worries, but I just want to live peacefully. Prince, please go back. You shouldn't be here, and you shouldn't say such nonsense. I am engaged, so I ask you to respect yourself. This was quite a rude remark. She didn't want to get involved with this big shot. Although she didn't care about reputation or similar things, she couldn't be selfish. She had to think about the Hofu of Huayang and the Duke Wu's family, who loved her dearly. Her engagement hadn't been broken yet, and the main family was probably planning something. She didn't want to give them a reason to come after her. Yun-yi was already prepared. After saying this, even if she no longer had this backing, she would still have to rely on her own efforts. So Yuni thought to herself that she might as well not stay here anymore. Anyway, she didn't owe him anything. Long Jingrui knew he had been rude today, but her words were too hurtful. He realized staying there wouldn't do any good, so he retreated to the door and said coldly, I, Long Jingrui, always keep my promises. Time really flies. Lingyan City is located at the border between the north and south, so spring comes earlier there. Just after the new year, Yun-yi put the renovation of Tiangong Muge and Shuyanjian on her schedule. The blueprints had already been revised several times. Recently, Yun-yi and Xiao-yi had been working on Tiangong Muge every day, studying how to build it more reasonably. Construction had already begun on both farms on the mountain. Before the new year, Yun-yi had started planting seedlings in her space: pear, peach, apple, kiwi, blueberry, apricot, grape, jujube, pomegranate, cherry, orange, and persimmon trees. Although Xiaorao Farm and Tiangong Muge both belong to Lingyan City's jurisdiction, one in the south and one in the north, separated by only about 20 or 30 miles of the city walls, their climates and temperatures were quite different. Because of the hot springs underground near Qingliang Mountain and the sea behind Qingliang Mountain, Yun-yi planned to add bananas, mangoes, and lychees to Xiaorao Farm based on the climate. Anyway, with the magic pill as a backup, I wasn't worried about failing. After the new year, I also cleared the slopes and forests around both villages, taking all suitable land to turn into terraces. Although it was a big project, it would save a lot of trouble in the future. The main thing was to improve the water system, so I built small reservoirs in suitable mountain valleys to prepare for emergencies. These actions made Long Jingrui admire the young girl even more. He was curious how she had learned such skills and where she had gained this knowledge. So, whenever he had free time, he would come over to help voluntarily. Since the last time, Yunyi's attitude toward him was no longer as friendly as before. She often ignored him. Long Jingrui didn't mind. Even if he was sometimes angry, he would still come the next day just to see how much she could handle. Before the new year, her fresh vegetables from the greenhouses and her food made her a lot of money. He thought she might take a break after making so much profit, but before the new year even finished, she started to do more. She planned to turn the mountain into a series of orchards, with the slopes made into terraces and water channels built on both sides. If heavy rain came, the water could flow directly into the mountain reservoir. As Yuni said, this would help keep the soil in place and maximize economic benefits. Although it required a lot of initial investment, it would save many problems later and be a one-time solution. It truly opened Long Jingrui's eyes. Yun-yi also arranged for people to bring back several batches of tree saplings from the north and south, insisting they deliver directly to her door. After receiving them, she would process each batch herself. Every batch was soaked overnight in creek water in her space to ensure high survival rates and to make the saplings stronger. When it was time to plant, many of the saplings were grown in her space, making the work busy for 2 months. The two villages had transformed completely. Yun-yi provided both villages with sea buckthorn saplings, planting 2 layers around the forests to form a kind of wall. This way, they could raise some good dogs to ensure safety in the future. When the sea buckthorn trees grew, their fruits could be used to make wine and drinks. The berries were also medicinal, able to fight cancer, lower high blood pressure, and improve blood circulation to treat psoriasis. They could also treat burns and relieve heart disease. Although these uses might not be very valuable with current medical technology, they were better than having no use at all. It was a good compromise. By late March, almost everything was finished. All kinds of seedlings had been planted, and Yunyi's spiritual pills had a high survival rate. After transforming all the mountains and slopes around Xiaorao village, the greenhouse vegetables were nearly on par with the early spring leafy greens here. However, in Lingyan City, sales were still good. Many vegetables are unique, so even though villagers now have early spring greens to pick, Xiaoyao village's prices haven't changed. All of this has been entrusted to Xiao'er. During this time, most people were busy in Tianyuan Muge and Shuiyun. The basic pavilions and towers were already built, and now they were decorating the scenery. The seedlings needed had long been prepared at Xiaoyao village. Several large greenhouses had been cleared for this purpose. The small boats on the lake had already been built by skilled carpenters before the new year. It was expected that everything would be completed by mid-April. Flower viewing was impossible this year, as the flowers had already bloomed last season. Plus, the newly planted trees wouldn't bloom this year. Yun-e wouldn't let them bloom this year either, as that would clearly reveal there was a problem. All the income from Xiaoyao village during this period had been reinvested, but Yun-e believed that effort would pay off. She wasn't in a hurry. Because the construction timeline was short, each project had dedicated people responsible and many workers were involved. All projects were progressing simultaneously. The wages alone took a big chunk of the budget, along with the materials. Fortunately, her family's funds were enough to cover it. The workshop's income was also good. Recently, Yuni added a new workshop for making sweet potato starch, which is common in every household. Before the new year, she had already started collecting materials. At Tianyuan Muge, she had several large granaries built to store ice, which helped preserve many perishable items. Due to the hot springs at Xiaorao village, building an ice cellar wasn't suitable. The existing granaries were mainly for storing grain. By early April, all projects were nearing completion. They began transplanting flowers and plants, working smoothly and in order. Yun-e finally stopped going there, focusing on her own work. A few days ago, Long Jingrui mentioned that they would leave for Shuling Mountain in Dongjun Kingdom in late April. She also wanted to go along, since her time away from the capital wouldn't last long, probably only 3 years. After returning home, traveling far would be inconvenient. She also thought about exploring and seeing the world, which wouldn't be a waste of her trip to this continent. Additionally, she wanted to find clues about her younger brother, even though Dragon Jingrui had previously said he would help her. But now, more than 3 years had passed, and she couldn't wait any longer. She was worried that if she delayed further, she might never find her brother. During this time, Yun-e worked very her studies. Her teachers told her that she had learned everything she needed, and now she just needed more practice. They also said they would return to the capital at the end of the month. Yuni asked them to leave her a list of their hometown addresses, saying she would visit them if she had the chance. Yun-e was also reluctant to see them go, but she knew good things must come to an end. Recently, she asked Lin Mama and others to prepare some gifts for her teachers as a small token of gratitude. She also sent Zhang Yuan to Lingyan City to buy lots of seafood, which was dried and stored. She also prepared plenty of dried bamboo shoots, which her teachers liked to cook with meat. By late April, Dragon Jingrui received good news, and Yun-e planned to go with him. He was very happy. To avoid any mistakes, he ordered guards to watch over the Marquis of Huayang's estate. He was worried someone might send people to cause trouble if Yun-e was away. Yun-e also made preparations, including bringing back a girl who looked very similar to her, with the help of Long Jingrui. Only Yu Zhu and Lin Mama knew about this. Even if the Marquis of Huayang's estate found out, Yun-e was not afraid. Her reason for going was to find her brother, and that excuse was unbeatable. Finally, in late April, the projects at Pastoral Song and Water Cloud were completed. The flowers and grass had been transplanted, and each village built grand gates. They chose an auspicious day to hang the new sign, and Yuni asked Yao-yi and others to promote it in Lingyan City a few days early. On the day of the unveiling, Dragon Jingrui had also invited many officials and their families to attend. The event received good reviews. All the scenic spots were open for free, with benches for resting. But to enter the pavilions built for relaxation, visitors needed tickets. Tickets could be bought at the main gate and various sales points, divided into 3 categories: A, B, and C, luxury, noble, and standard. The different levels came with different environments. On the day of the special offer, everything was 20% off, and business was still very busy. The tea and snacks provided, regardless of quality, made customers very happy. The tea leaves were supplied by Yun-e. For now, that's how it is. Yun-e had Xiao-yi build a tea house on Qingliang Mountain, which has about 800 acres of hillside. The previous owner disliked the poor harvest and sold it cheaply, so Yun-e took the opportunity. They also used sea buckthorn to enclose the area, planting various tea trees in sections inside. Later, they would pass down traditional tea-making methods, which would surely bring great wealth. Yun-e also provided recipes for snacks, all modern-style foods. She instructed them to add ingredients in proper proportions, making the taste unforgettable. With strawberries grown in the greenhouse starting to be available, offering both fresh fruit and juice, the women were very happy. Many planned to bring friends and family to visit again. It was finally not a wasted effort. Over the next few days, they gradually identified and fixed problems in the business, getting everything back on track. Yun-yi stood at the highest point of the estate, looking at the transformed mountains and fields. Everything was lively and beautiful, filling her with a strong sense of achievement. After finishing work at the pastoral song and water cloud areas, Yuni left enough potato and rice seeds, as well as watermelon and melon seeds. She had prepared seedling and transplant methods in advance and left plenty of spiritual pills, so she was not worried about what would happen after she left. With 2 days left, Granny Lin helped Yun-yi pack her luggage, constantly reminding her to stay safe and take care of herself. Yun-yi knew Granny Lin was worried about her, but she couldn't take her along this time. She was going to Xueling Mountain, which involved camping and exposure to the elements, and it was said to be very dangerous. So, Yun-yi didn't tell Granny Lin the full truth. She only said she was going to Dongjun to find her brother, not mentioning the trip to Xueling Mountain, to keep her at ease in the other courtyard. The next day, Yun-yi reluctantly said goodbye to her 4 masters. She brought 3 full carts of snacks, some for Duke Wu's estate. To show her gratitude, Yun-yi gave each master some silver and a set of jewelry, along with a letter to Duke Wu's estate, saying everything was fine. She asked them to rest assured and thanked the masters for their guidance, asking them to take good care of the estate. Carefully ensure that Xiao-yi and Yao-yi each guard their own village as well. If anything happens, they should discuss it together. Before the winter wheat was ready for harvest, Yun-yi bid farewell to Lin Mama and followed Long Jingrui to Shuling Mountain in Dongjun Kingdom. Originally, Long Jingrui set out a few days late to wait for Yun-yi, so she declined his kind offer to ride in a carriage and instead changed into men's clothing and rode on horseback with them. Traveling through dusty roads, Yun-yi kept up with the others without falling behind. Her effort made them realize they should no longer underestimate her. Instead, they grew to admire her. One day, the group left Longting territory and entered a small border town in Dongjun Kingdom. They planned to find a place to eat and restock supplies. While they ordered food, Yun-yi went outside again to search for her brother. She had drawn a portrait of him as a child and sketched a rough image of how he might look now. She visited every place she could, asking around. Although the chances were slim, Yun-yi refused to give up and prayed for a miracle. She also checked the hideouts of beggars in each town, worried that someone seeking revenge might have taken her brother and abandoned him somewhere. Since she didn't know which direction her brother had gone after being lost, the Marquis of Huayang's household had initially sent people to search everywhere, especially in the capital, which was thoroughly checked. After no news, they gradually withdrew their search. However, her biological mother and the external Wu Kingdom Marquis's household refused to give up and kept sending people to look for him over the years. Yun-yi, having watched many modern and historical dramas, analyzed that it was likely someone specifically targeting her family. She didn't know why, but it was clear her brother's disappearance was not a coincidence. Since they couldn't find him in Longting, Yun-yi thought it was very possible that the person behind it had taken him away, either killing him or smuggling him out of Longting. She believed the killing was unlikely. The most probable scenario was that her brother was taken away to make her life difficult. As she clutched the portrait tightly, she continued her search. Yuni hoped that her brother had been sent out of Longting, so he might still be alive somewhere. Even if he suffered or endured hardships, as long as he was alive, she would find him. She kept asking around, showing the portrait to everyone she met. She also entered shops along the way to inquire. People saw her dressed elegantly and didn't stop her. Once again, she left empty-handed and tiredly walked back to the restaurant. The food was already served, and everyone was already eating. This wasn't because they didn't value her. It was because Yun-yi had made an agreement with everyone beforehand. Her portion had already been reserved for her. Yun-yi was not polite. She told the waiter to take her to wash her hands and face in the back. Then she came out to start eating. Along the way, she and the others had already gotten used to this rhythm, which made the group look at her with new respect. They didn't expect that a delicate young lady from a noble family would endure such hardships just to find her brother. Long Jingrui wanted to go look for the person with her a few times, but was refused by Yunyi. They traveled quickly without stopping. Yunyi's joining already caused some people around Long Jingrui to have opinions. She didn't want to attract more sideways glances. Besides, Long Jingrui was busy with his own affairs, so she didn't dare to provoke him. If she did, his guards might dislike her even more. Actually, after seeing a few portraits of Yun-yi, Long Jingrui drew some more himself and handed them to his secret guards to help gather information. Furthermore, before the new year, he ordered the Ming Yen Pavilion to help find Zhang Yunfeng, but no good news had come back. Recently, he received an uncertain message. Yunyi's brother might have been deliberately taken away. That day's events could have been a trap. But he didn't dare tell the young girl about this. He was afraid Yunyi couldn't handle it. After all, if her brother hadn't gone missing, her mother wouldn't have been so heartbroken and left her. Long Jingrui thought to himself that he was practically a troublemaker in her eyes. If it weren't for her wanting to come out and find her brother and to gain some experience, she probably wouldn't have bothered to come with him. He watched her listless appearance with great pity, but he could only hide that concern in his heart. He had promised her before they left. Sigh. It was truly helpless. Long Jingrui's loving gaze made the subordinates sigh inwardly. They silently thought, heroes often struggle with beauties. This was the first time in many years that the prince had fallen for a girl. But if the prince liked her, why not just confess boldly? I really don't understand what the prince is thinking. Why hide it so much? If the girls from noble families in the capital knew how he felt, they might not be able to withstand the pressure from the Zhan family's third young lady. While a few people whispered quietly, Long Jingrui shot a sharp look at them. They quickly stopped imagining things and dared not think any more strange thoughts. They all settled down and rested peacefully. Their seats were right by the window. Yun-yi looked blankly at the pedestrians on the street below. She felt useless now. If this kept up, she wondered when she would find a way out. Her thoughts were interrupted by the noisy sounds below. She saw that in front of the pawnshop across from the restaurant, several burly men were kicking and hitting some ragged children. Soon, a crowd gathered around to watch, but no one helped. The children shouted loudly, "We don't want it anymore. We don't want the jade pendant." Despite that, the men kept hitting them. Suddenly, a few chopsticks flew out of the restaurant's second-floor window and hit the men, making them step back several paces. They looked up cautiously and shouted, "Who dares come out and interfere with our business at Juyuanzhuang? Step forward." After waiting a long time with no response, they yelled at the restaurant, "Who just now tried to trick us? Now you're hiding like a scared turtle?" Yuni thought that if she didn't step in today, the children might face even more trouble. Maybe it was better not to ignore it from the start. Since she couldn't just watch and do nothing, especially since children of that age are usually treasured by their parents in modern times, she felt she had to help. Just as Yun-yi was about to stand up, Long Jingrui held her back and said, "I'll go with you." Yun-yi wanted to say no need, but before she could finish, Long Jingrui suddenly pulled her toward the stairs. She stopped him after a few steps and said, "Remember what you promised me when we leave." Long Jingrui sighed and replied, "I'm just going down with you. I won't get involved. Isn't that enough?" Yun-yi firmly said no. Because Long Jingrui had a special status, he had fought against Dongjun Kingdom. She didn't want him to take risks. Yun-yi was talented with words. On the way, she learned a lot of the local dialect. While searching for her brother on the street, she realized her language skills were quite good for this small border town. She believed she wouldn't make a big mistake and didn't want to cause trouble for Long Jingrui. Dealing with relationships later could be very complicated. So before leaving, they made 3 simple rules. The main rule was that if Yuni caused trouble in Dongjun Kingdom, Long Jingrui couldn't step in to help her. Yun-yi walked down the stairs alone, heading diagonally across. Long Jingrui gave a quick glance, and the secret guard immediately followed. The few strong men waited for a long time but saw no one coming, so they thought the person didn't want to show himself. They were about to continue dealing with the children, but before they could take a step, Yun-yi suddenly kicked one of them, causing him to fly backwards. The remaining men watched their brother fall to the ground, then slide about 5 or 6 meters before stopping. They turned their heads to look at the newcomer. Their fierce eyes made the onlookers step back a few paces. One of the big men said, "It was you who hurt my brother just now." Yun-yi walked calmly over, helped the children who had been beaten, and after standing upright, turned to the big man across from him and said, "It was me." The big man looked at the fragile-looking man who seemed more like a woman and said, "You dare interfere in our affairs at Jiyuan village? It looks like you don't want to live." The children, frightened, hid behind Yun-yi. Yun-yi simply said, "I just don't like seeing you bully the weak." The big men exchanged glances, and then all burst out laughing. One of them said, "We're just bullying.
What can you do about it?"
Yun-yi pulled the bigger child to his side and asked, "Don't be afraid. Tell me, why did they hit you?" The child looked up fearfully at the big men across from him, then quickly lowered his head and whispered, "They took our jade pendant." The children argued among themselves, and after a while, Yun-yi understood that their mother was sick, and their family had no rice to cook or money to see a doctor. They wanted to exchange the jade pendant for some silver to get a doctor for their mother. However, the pawn shop only offered a tael of silver after looking at the pendant, trying to dismiss them. The children refused, insisting it was stolen, and not only did they refuse to pay, but they also drove the children out. The children argued with the men, which made the men impatient, and they ended up beating the children. Yun-yi said to the big men, "What they said is true." The big men looked disdainful. One said, "So what if it's true?"
"So what if it's not?"
"You want to interfere in Jiyuan village's affairs? I advise you to think carefully before doing that." Nearby spectators whispered, "Hey, this young man dares to interfere in Jiyuan village's matters. He's probably from around here." Someone else said, "Is this young brother crazy? If he gets involved with Jiyuan village, he won't have a good ending." Someone said, "Probably, because they don't come to town often and don't know how powerful Zhu Yuanzhuang is. His accent sounds like someone from our area, but judging by his clothes, he's probably not from a nearby village." Yun-yi smiled faintly and said, "I've decided to handle this matter today." The few strong men also looked cold and said, "Since you're refusing our good intentions and insisting on punishment, don't blame us for being rude. Brothers, seize this kid. We'll go drink later." As soon as they heard this, the strong men rushed forward, but in the next second, everyone was stunned. They didn't see what happened, and all of them fell to the ground. They looked at Yun-yi in horror. At this moment, someone in the crowd whispered, "Now the people from Zhu Yuanzhuang are in real trouble." Another person whispered, "This young brother looks thin, but he's surprisingly good at fighting." Yun-yi didn't want to delay, so he asked directly, "Where are the things?" The few strong men knew they couldn't hide this today, so they said, "In the cabinet." Yun-yi led the children straight into Zhu Yuanzhuang's shop and sternly said, "Bring out the things." The shopkeeper inside, trembling slightly, replied, Okay, coming right away." He then called out to someone behind him, "Bring out that jade pendant." A person who looked like an assistant came out holding a square tray with a jade pendant on it and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately said, "Show this young brother." Yun-yi looked at the jade pendant, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. He raised his hand to take the pendant, feeling shocked inside, but he kept his composure and asked, "Is this the jade pendant?" The children looked at it and said, Yes. Yun-yi asked again, "Did the pawn shop say how much silver they would lend for it?" The older child looked up at the shopkeeper and assistant and whispered, "At first, they said they could lend 1 or 2 silver coins. Later, we didn't want it anymore, and they said it was stolen goods and would confiscate it. They told us to leave quickly or report to the authorities. We didn't agree, so we got beaten." Yun-yi continued to ask, "What do you think now? Do you still want it?" The older child, after a long pause, cried and said, "I don't know. I want to see a doctor for my mother, but this jade pendant was given by someone else. I can't bear to part with it. The silver they offered is too little. I feel sorry for that little brother." Yun-yi listened to him and immediately became alert. Her heart beat faster, but she showed no expression on her face. Only her clenched hands were sweaty. She forced herself to stay calm and said slowly, "I will take you back first, and you can discuss it later." The young children looked at the older boy, who nodded in agreement. Yuni turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "How do you plan to handle this matter today?" The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. He thought, "This brother has already returned the items, and now he asks how I will deal with it? Isn't that making things difficult for me?" But he was also worried that Yun-yi might not follow normal rules, so he said, "Today, this was our fault. We shouldn't have bullied these children. Let them take the items away. If they want to again, I will offer a fair price." "Brother, what do you think?" Yun-yi coldly replied, "Not good enough.
They are injured now.
Don't you think you should do something?" The shopkeeper's face darkened. He thought, "Where did this fool come from? I've already said so much, and he still wants to negotiate. He really doesn't know when to stop." Yuni said, "So, this small matter needs your boss's approval? I'm willing to stay and see how it's handled. But I wonder if your boss knows how you usually do business." Hearing this, the shopkeeper was furious inside. He couldn't let this matter reach his boss. He looked at Yun-yi with a spiteful gaze but quickly changed to a smile and said, "It's just a small matter. If you have any requests, just tell us. You don't need to bother our boss over such a minor issue." Seeing the shopkeeper's nervous eyes and flattering smile, Yuni knew he probably did many bad things behind his boss's back. She sneered and said, "Of course, pay some money and let them see their injuries." The shopkeeper was unwilling but thought it was best to dismiss this troublemaker quickly. Since no one dared to come in anymore, how could he do business? As for the jade pendant, he sneered inwardly, knowing it would eventually belong to him. He ordered his assistant to bring out a silver coin and said, "Take this money to treat their injuries." The children didn't move, and Yun-yi remained still. Her aura changed suddenly, causing everyone at Juyuanzhuang to break out in cold sweat from fear. Yun-yi asked, "Do you think this 1 or 2 silver coins are enough?" The shopkeeper was now too worried about other things and quickly decided to send away the important guest. He hurriedly ordered the clerk to fetch 4 more taels of silver from the back room. With the previous amount, they had a total of 5 taels, which he handed over. Yun-yi then signaled the larger child nearby to put the money away. The child looked at Yun-yi with wide, surprised eyes. Yun-yi said, "Hurry, and take it to check the injury." The larger child finally reacted, trembling as he reached out and took the 5 taels of silver from the plate, then quickly tucked it into his chest. Yuni stood up and softly told the children, "Wait outside for me. I'll be right there." The children obediently went outside the shop. Yuni looked at the people inside and coldly said, "Remember, doing wrong will lead to your own downfall. Business should be honest." She raised her hand, and the memories of the people inside the shop faded from her mind. She didn't look back again, and turned to leave the pawn shop. She led the children to a nearby noodle stall and found a quiet spot to sit. She ordered 4 bowls of noodles and also asked for a basin of water. After they washed their hands and faces, she took out healing ointment from her space and applied it to their wounds. She also took out a bottle of medicine and left it for them, saying, "When you go back, make sure to put ointment on your injuries." The children lowered their heads and tears fell. The larger boy was about to kneel before Yuni, but she stopped him. Yuni looked around to make sure no one was paying attention and then asked, "Where did this jade pen come from?" The children were surprised at her question. Yuni said, "Don't be afraid. I have no other intentions. I just want to know who gave you this jade pendant. This information is very important to me." The larger boy hesitated for a moment before answering, "That jade pendant was given to us by a little brother." From the boy's story, Yun-yi confirmed her suspicion. The younger brother was likely taken out of Longting country immediately. 3 years ago, a merchant caravan passed through their village. Because it was getting late, they stayed overnight in an empty house near the village. While playing, the brothers accidentally discovered some children locked inside a cart. They were thirsty and hungry. Later, the brothers used leaves from the white lotus to fetch water from a nearby creek to quench their thirst. They secretly took a few steamed buns from home and sliced them into pieces, then handed them to the children. Later, a young boy in the car kept the jade pendant, saying thank you for the water and buns. He said the pendant was no longer useful to him. The children were afraid of getting into trouble, so after returning home, they secretly hid the items. A year ago, their father went hunting in the mountains and was seriously injured. He didn't make it back home. They were left to rely on each other and their mother. This time, their mother was very sick, and they had no choice but to the jade pendant for money. Yuni asked, "Do you know where that merchant group was headed?" The older boy said, "Our village is near Government Road." They probably went to Liaoqing ahead, but they might also be heading further to Shuling Mountain or Lingqing. Hearing this, Yun-yi felt mixed emotions. She wondered how her brother was doing now. At least she knew he was still alive. She took a deep breath to calm herself, trusting her brother's cleverness to keep himself safe. The vendor also brought 4 bowls of noodles. Yun-yi told the children to eat quickly, because they were probably very hungry. They stared at the noodles, and she could hear them swallowing. But none of them moved their chopsticks. The older boy looked up shyly and asked, "Can we take some back? I want to share with my mother and sister." Yun-yi felt a pang of sadness. Truly, children from poor families grow up fast. She smiled gently and said, "Eat first. The noodles won't taste good if you take them home. When you leave, I'll ask the vendor to cook 2 fresh bowls for you." The children listened and started eating happily. Soon, a big bowl of noodles was gone. Yun-yi then went to a nearby pancake shop and bought 20 pancakes for them to take. She also asked the noodle vendor to cook 2 more bowls of noodles to take away. Then she asked, "What is the name of your village? If I have time, I will visit you." The younger boy spoke first. "Our village is called Li Family Village. It's right in front of the town, less than half an hour's walk." Yun-yi smiled and asked, "How old are you all? What are your names?" The children looked at each other and smiled. The older boy said, "I am 13, named Li Damu. My second brother is 10, called Li Dalan. My third and fourth brothers are 7, and they are twins. One is Li Dason, the other Li Dabin. We also have a 3-year-old sister named Li Ronger." Hearing about his sister, the boy smiled happily, showing he loved her very much. Yun-yi hesitated slightly before speaking to the children, saying, "This jade pendant is very important to me. May I take it?" "Don't worry, I won't take it for nothing. I will offer a fair price." Li Dama said, "Young master, if you want to take it, go ahead. We got it for free anyway. You helped us a lot today. If we keep it, it might cause trouble." Yun-yi replied, "No one will bother you in the future. I will handle everything. Hurry back and ask a doctor to help your mother." Yun-yi took out 300 taels of silver notes, but only one was 100 taels. The rest were 250 tael notes, and the remaining were 10 tael notes. She handed them to Li Damu. She whispered, "Keep this safe. This is 300 taels of silver. Find a safe place to hide it when you get home. Don't let the notes get wet." Li Damu wanted to refuse, but Yun-yi said, "You don't want to attract attention." Li Damu immediately stopped, and Yun-yi told him to put the money away. Seeing the innocent faces of the children, she thought of her own younger brother, who was about the same age. She decided to give them some more instructions and said, "Don't tell others about this money. Remember, wealth should not be shown openly. Do you understand?" The children nodded. After Li Damu stored the money, he stood up, bowed to Yun-yi along with his 3 brothers, and said, "Today, the 4 brothers of the Li family thank our benefactor. If you need help in the future, just ask us." Yun-yi smiled and nodded, then said, "Thank you for your kindness back then." The 4 children looked surprised but then remembered that the benefactor said the jade pendant was very important to him, and they all smiled foolishly. While waiting for the food to be ready to take away, Yun-yi carefully asked about the events of that year, learning many details. This made her even more determined to become stronger. She thought that someday, the person behind all this would make her suffer more than she could bear. After watching the children leave, Yun-yi quickly returned to the inn to meet Long Jingrui and the others. When she arrived, they were just about to leave. Long Jingrui looked over, and Yun-yi nodded silently, without speaking. Everyone hurried on toward Liaoqing. Half a day away from Liaoqing, since it was getting late, they found a village to stay overnight. The village owner was very hospitable, arranged accommodations for them, and prepared a hearty meal. But after Yun-yi and the others sat down, the village owner suddenly left on an excuse. After waiting for someone to leave, Yun-yi quietly said, "There is a soft tendon powder in the meal." Using her sleeve to hide it, she took out a bottle of antidote from the space and gave each person a pill. After eating, everyone returned to their rooms. Yuni locked the doors and windows, knowing they wouldn't act so quickly. Once she confirmed it was safe, she entered her space. She spent the day either asking for news or traveling, very tiring. Without her space, she probably couldn't have managed. Inside her space, Yun-yi first boiled a small pot of pure milk. Then she teleported and picked many fruits, processed them into juice, and stored them in her space. She then teleported to the hot spring, undressed, and soaked in the water to relax after a long day. While eating fresh, delicious fruit, she thought about who might be plotting against her family and had no clues. She also thought about her younger brother, who was so young, and wondered how much hardship he had endured over the years. Just thinking about it made her feel sad. After tidying herself up and lying down, she heard someone approaching. Yuni thought, today this village master is really going to fall into trouble. Soon, the people in the village were all controlled by Long Jingrue's secret guards. Before questioning, they all confessed. It turned out the village was a black market farm, often using its location to do illegal activities. Their hideout wasn't here. They would finish a job and leave, returning only when it was safe for the next one. Usually, they targeted traveling merchants and pedestrians. The area was remote, so no one reported them for fear of trouble. While they were being interrogated, Yun-yi sneaked out. The village wasn't big, and she quickly swept through it, taking food, silver, and even livestock from the farm. Then she hurried to their hideout, which they had mentioned. She left no one behind and cleaned everything out. Yun-yi was furious about people who benefited without effort. She decided to give them a lesson, which could also serve as future poverty alleviation funds. When Yun-yi returned, the interrogation was already finished. Luckily, no one had killed anyone. Long Jingrue and the others didn't do much. They just tied them up and threw them into a nearby house, planning to report to officials when they traveled to Liaoqing the next day. They didn't realize Yun-yi had secretly looted the village and their hideout, even altering some people's memories. What Yun-yi didn't expect was that, from the village master's memories, she learned about a merchant convoy that frequently traveled between Longting and Dongjun, and that they were involved in human trafficking. The name of the caravan is the Sand Eagle. Yun-yi thinks that with this piece of information, she is not far from finding her brother. The truth seems close, almost within reach. It feels as if it is about to be revealed. The next morning, Yun-yi personally instructed the cook in the kitchen to prepare a tasty breakfast. She also packed plenty of dry food just in case, most of which she stored in her space. After breakfast, she gathered everyone on the farm and tied them up securely. The group then continued their journey. An hour later, a message-bearing feather arrow landed in the nearby government office. Whether it brings good or bad news depends on fate. Not far from Liaoqing, Long Jingrue ordered a rest to eat something. Yun-yi took her packed food from her horse and swapped it with some fresh supplies. Though still cold, it was softer and more comfortable than the outside food. Long Jingrue took the food Yun-yi handed him and ate gracefully. They had been traveling for 8 days. At this pace, they would need about 5 or 6 more days to reach Snow Spirit Mountain. Looking at the young girl sitting across from him, he could tell she had worries. He had also heard that her brother's disappearance might not have been an accident. It was very likely he was taken away from the capital on the same day he went missing, possibly sent out of Longting. Otherwise, with the strength of the Marquis of Huayang's and the Duke of Wugui's families, they would have found him even if the city was turned upside down. He knew the girl was smart and probably guessed these things too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted on following him to Dongjun. From her behavior these past few days, he suspected she had some clues. He wanted to help her, but she didn't tell him anything, so he couldn't ask much. After all, she had made a promise when they parted. She wanted to keep her distance. Thinking back to when he became independent at 7, he realized how long it had been since he had been so considerate of someone. Sighing, He looked at the young girl who still seemed innocent and unaware of love. He thought, whoever falls in love first will suffer. It was obvious he liked her, but she showed no reaction at all. He shook his head helplessly, gazing at the girl who still had her innocence. He knew he had to wait and be patient. His affectionate look made those around him secretly wish for their cold and proud master to come back. Yun-yi sensed the gaze from the person opposite her. Though she was used to this from her modern life, she knew better than to misunderstand. She was engaged now, and even if she weren't, she wouldn't choose someone from the royal family. In her past life, Yun-yi had been alone. She was busy with studies and work, but mostly she hadn't met anyone she liked. Despite her outward appearance of being decisive and strict, she was not easy to approach. Although she is still a young girl, she has some small thoughts. She always hopes to find someone who can love and pamper her forever. Even now that she is here, her original wish remains the same. Once she builds her own power and business empire, she plans to end her marriage arrangement in the capital. But, if she angers the original owner, she will also be angering this young lady. It's no wonder if they don't have a good time. When that happens, she will just enjoy it. After eating dry food, Long Jingrui instructed to rest in Liaoqing for half a day. Tomorrow morning, they will leave for Lingqing. When they arrive at Lingqing, they will be very close to Lingshan Mountain. Their time is limited, and they cannot afford to delay. He still arranged for them to rest in Liaoqing because he has his own reasons. He knows Yun-yi has been working this journey and just wants her to rest more. A young lady from a noble family, like these old masters, endures the hardships of traveling every day without complaining. He feels sorry for her, but cannot say it openly. If he does, she might not appreciate it and could even get angry. At her young age, she doesn't seem to have a gentle or feminine personality. If his subordinates knew his thoughts, they would probably roll their eyes. He just likes her to be strong and independent, not overly delicate. After arriving in Liaoqing and settling into a guest house, Yun-yi quickly washed up and went out to gather information. She doesn't want to rely on anyone now. She just wants to work hard and find her brother as soon as possible. She initially guessed that if someone was secretly behind this, the most likely place they would have taken her brother from is Dongjun country. First, the border of Jingqing is closest to Dongjun. Second, when the two families sent many people to find Yunpeng, they almost immediately sealed off all the roads. The nearest border between Longting and Dongjun is a deep mountain forest just east of Jingqing. In a hurry, they might have taken her brother there. From the information she gathered over the past few days, she learned that one route used by the smugglers to cross between the two countries is over a mountain called Yuqing Mountain, then heading southeast to a small border town called Yudamu. Why didn't they rest in the town but instead traveled 10 more miles and only stopped at Li's village outside the town? This shows that the traders are very familiar with the local terrain. They probably wanted to hide something and chose a less populated village to stay in to avoid being noticed. Piecing all this together, Yuni feels calmer now. After spending the whole afternoon visiting outside, she only returned to the inn at nightfall. There is indeed a trading group called Sha-ing that often travels between Dongjun Kingdom and Longting Kingdom, and they seem to have strong backing. She has already found Sha-ying Station in Liaoqing, which is not far from the inn where they are staying. She plans to go there tonight to see if she can find some clues. It's been so long, and she doesn't know if anyone with inside information is still around. From what she has learned, Sha-ying's headquarters is not in Liaoqing but in Lingqing under Shuling Mountain. So Yun-yi is not in a hurry. She tells herself that patience is important. After dark, she plans to first eat something at the inn and then go out later. Long Jingrui stands in his room upstairs watching her return, and only then does he feel relieved. His secret guards have already reported to him that she has been investigating Sha-ying's trading group. Long Jingrui begins to think deeply. It seems this girl has indeed found some clues. He knows about Sha-ying, and over the years, they have done many terrible things. If this matter is connected to Sha-ying, who could be behind it? Given her personality, she probably won't let it go easily. If she causes trouble for him, she will have to face the consequences. He looks outside with concern, But when he turns back, his eyes are cold and frightening. His veins bulge on his hand. No matter who it is, he will stand by the girl and support her. After all, because of Jean Yumping's loss, the girl has suffered misfortune. Yun-yi is indeed a bit tired. She asks the second boy to bring some food. After eating, she greets Long Jingrui and the others before returning to her room. She closes the door to ensure safety, then enters her space. She picks some strawberries and cherries, then teleports to the hot spring. She doesn't rush to get in, but sits there thinking. Since her brother was taken to Dongjun, where might he be now? Could he also be starving and often bullied, like Lee Damu?
Her heart feels heavy.
Although Yun-yi is not the original owner, she feels the same now. Maybe this is blood kinship. No matter what, finding her brother is the most important thing. She gathers her strength, takes off her clothes, and gets into the pool. Eating fresh strawberries and cherries, she relaxes in the green-tinted hot spring. Soon, her fatigue melts away. She then teleports to the villa, tidies herself up, and dries her hair. Wanting to rest for a while, she sets an alarm to avoid oversleeping. Only then does she peacefully fall asleep in her space. Long Jingrui is discussing plans with his companions about arriving at Shuling Mountain in a few days. In previous years, many teams would go into the mountain during the season. Shuling Mountain is only accessible for a few months each year. Most of the remaining time is spent with heavy snow blocking the mountains. Even with great martial skills, it's hard to endure. The deepest snow on the mountain can reach about 1.5 to 1.6 meters. Even waist-high snow can make strong men hesitate. Despite this, every year after late April, some people form teams to go into the mountains. Although dangerous, people's desire to find wealth is stronger than the risk. On Snow Spirit Mountain, there are not only ice crystals but also rare herbs like ginseng, snow lotus, reishi mushrooms, eleuthero, gentian, and epimedium, as well as deer antlers, snow frogs, and other valuable ingredients for health. Most importantly, many come for the snow foxes on the mountain. It's said that snow foxes are intelligent animals and their blood can cure many poisons. If someone is accidentally bitten by a snow fox, they can only be saved by using its blood. Without it, they would surely die. Still, this doesn't stop people from being eager to see the snow foxes. At night, Yuni changes into a black stealth suit and wears a mask. She heads to the Sha-ing Liaoqing station she already marked. As she turns a corner, she senses someone following her. She already knows who it is. Yun-yi doesn't pay attention and speeds up. When she reaches her destination, she climbs onto a tree outside the station. The leaves are small, enough to hide her. Yun-yi sees that everyone, except the guards, has already rested. She doesn't disturb the guards and swiftly jumps into the yard from the side, heading to the office area. After confirming it's safe, Yun-yi doesn't use her mental power, worried that if there's a master here, using too much energy might cause trouble. She takes out a headlamp she prepared earlier from her space, attaching something to the bulb so the light isn't too bright. She searches for a long time, but doesn't find what she wants. Instead, she discovers many secret things. It seems that Sha-ing is not simple, probably a spy organization. It turns out they are connected to high officials like Long Tung, Dongjun, Yunli, and Wan Chao. Yun-yi sees all this but doesn't take anything. Instead, she puts everything back. She doesn't want to alert anyone. If she takes everything today, news will quickly reach Ling City, which could interfere with her plans. However, she doesn't leave empty-handed. After making sure there are no other discoveries, she takes a few notebooks into her space and uses a digital camera to photograph everything inside. Fortunately, her space has a time difference with the outside. After taking all the photos and processing them, she leaves her space, puts everything back in place, and avoids the patrol team. She then walks toward the backyard. After carefully exploring the backyard, I found that it stored quite a few goods. I checked each small building. Not many people lived there, probably about 20. Yun-yi put sleeping poison into the food and searched their minds. The first 15 or 16 people yielded no results. Yun-yi was almost disappointed, but then she made a new discovery with the last few people. One slightly older man told her that Dragon Tengu had taken part in child trafficking a few times, but the children had all been sent to the Ling City headquarters. That made things easier. She just needed to go to the Ling City headquarters to find out more. Yun-yi sighed in relief and prepared to leave. Just as she reached the door, she thought about the bad deeds these people had done under the name of a trading caravan. She couldn't do much now to avoid alerting them, but she didn't want to leave empty-handed. Giving them a little lesson was fine, since they weren't good people. Yun-yi then put some sleeping poison near the guards, moved them to a different spot, and shifted the fire used for boiling water closer to the goods. She sprinkled some phosphor powder around. She had just found it there. It was probably used for bad purposes, so she decided to let them experience the harmful effects of phosphor. After finishing these tasks, she left. Outside, Jing Rui waited for her. Seeing her come out, he followed her at a moderate distance back to the inn. The next morning, they packed up, had breakfast, and prepared some food for the road. Just as they were about to leave on horseback, they overheard people talking about the Sand Eagle trading caravan. A bystander said, "Did you hear? Last night, the Sand Eagle caravan's yard caught fire because the guards used the fire improperly. Some goods were burned." Another person replied, "People who know the situation say those goods were very valuable. The fire caused heavy losses." The first person added, "Now Sand Eagle will have to pay a big price." Seeing the gossip with a mix of regret and schadenfreude, Yun-yi felt very happy. She didn't care about the curious look Jing Rui gave her with a loving gaze. Knowing the situation was settled, she felt at ease. She couldn't do much now, but adding a little gamble was fine. She's the kind of person who always gets revenge on those who wrong her. They hurried on horseback for 5 more days. When they finally arrived exhausted at Ling City, the closest city to Lishueling Mountain. From here, it only took half an hour to ride to the mountain. They settled in by late afternoon. Yun-yi quickly tidied up her room, then went out. After wandering around and asking many people, she finally found the address of the Sand Eagle headquarters. I immediately went to check the location. Today, I must find my brother's clues. If these wicked people kidnapped him, I will make them pay dearly. If it weren't for these accomplices, my mother wouldn't have fallen into depression and passed away, and I wouldn't have lost my life from grief over her. If not for these accomplices, my younger brother Zhang Yunpeng wouldn't be so young and wandering outside without any news of his whereabouts, alive or dead. The originally peaceful second household has now reached this terrible state. If I hadn't come, my poor self might have survived but would have been bullied terribly. Even though I know the real culprit behind this isn't them and Shawing is just doing business for money, they are still accomplices. I will never forgive them. Once proven guilty, I will make sure they suffer and wish they were dead. I won't kill them easily, that would be too kind. After all the evil they've done, they should live in misery, slowly paying for their crimes. Only living in pain can make them truly pay for what they've done. Sitting in the tea house across from me, Yun-yi's eyes were cold. After sensing the terrain of the Shah-ing caravan's headquarters, she returned to the inn and had dinner with Long Jingrui and the others. Only then did Yun-yi go back to her room to prepare. After confirming everything was safe, she entered her space. She tidied up inside, putting away what needed to be stored and planting what needed to be planted, and then practiced her martial arts a few times. She broke a sweat before stopping. Today, she felt unusually excited, perhaps because she had hope. Yun-yi went to the warehouse, found a bottle of red wine, poured a glass, and placed it by the hot spring. Then she undressed and entered the pool, slowly sipping her wine. Relaxing against the pool wall, she dreamed of the future. After finishing the wine, Yun-yi decided to tidy herself up. She couldn't afford to get drunk today. She still had important things to do. Looking at the time, she realized it was still early. Since she would enter Shueling Mountain tomorrow, she needed to prepare some food. What would be convenient and tasty? Yuni thought for a long time and decided to make some 5-spice crispy, small twisted donuts. These are oily, filling, portable, and don't spoil easily. She quickly got to work, beating eggs, adding seasonings, then mixing with flour and oil. Yun-yi didn't know how long she would stay on Shueling Mountain, so she made a lot, more 5-spice dried meat, spicy dried meat, and even squeezed various fruit juices to store in her space. To be safe, she prepared a lot of sushi rolls and spicy sauce, each stored in bamboo tubes she had ready beforehand. Since the space could keep things fresh, she didn't worry about not being able to eat later. After finishing all this, Yuni took a shower at the villa to wash off the smell. She then dried her hair, changed into night clothes, put on a mask, and left the space. She used her spiritual sense to check that everyone except Long Jingrui was asleep. Ignoring him, she opened a window and flew out quickly toward the Sand Eagle headquarters. During her daytime reconnaissance, she had already learned the terrain of the convoy, so she avoided the guard site and smoothly reached the study of Tang Tianming, the head of the Sand Eagle headquarters. From information she got in Liaoqing, Yunyi moved inside, while using her spiritual sense to scout ahead. She found no one inside, but Tang Tianming was quite sneaky. He had poisoned the door and tampered with it, so that opening it would alert the people inside. If someone unaware of the poison or the trap tried to open it, they would be in great danger. She realized she wouldn't be able to leave the headquarters today, and would surely die if she tried. It seemed the study held even bigger secrets waiting for her to uncover. Yun-yi put on a pair of disposable rubber gloves from her space. If Tang Tianming knew she avoided his poison trap this way, he would probably be furious enough to blood. She carefully disarmed the trap as she opened the door, then pushed it open and closed it behind her. Soon, she grew more disgusted with the Sand Eagle organization, as she discovered they had committed many shameful acts. They truly deserved to go to. From the ledgers, she learned that the organization had been formed for 5 years. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary trading group, but the ledgers revealed terrible crimes. Yun-yi took all the evidence from the ledgers into her space, then returned them to their original place. She also found a hidden mechanism behind a wall cabinet in the study. Using her spiritual sense, she confirmed it was a secret room. She slowly turned the mechanism, and a hole appeared beneath the cabinet. After waiting a moment and seeing no problems, Yuni put on her headlamp and entered. She first descended about 20 steps, then entered a long corridor. At the end was a small door. Yun-yi examined the surroundings carefully. She found a hidden trap in an inconspicuous corner outside, which was also coated with poison. She couldn't imagine how dangerous what was inside must be. Carefully turning the mechanism, the small door inside slowly opened. Inside was a room of over 60 square meters filled with neatly arranged boxes. From the cleanliness of the boxes in the secret room, it was clear that someone often came to check on these items. After inspecting, Yun-yi found no danger and casually opened one of the boxes. It was full of jewelry, almost blinding her with its brightness. She then opened the neighboring boxes, which contained either silver, gold, or jewelry and jade. Without these, Yun-yi lost interest. Looking at the wealth gained from countless bad deeds, there were about 30 boxes here. Yun-yi didn't want to waste more time and quickly stored all the boxes into her space. After a thorough check for any other suspicious spots, she exited the secret room and turned the mechanism counterclockwise, restoring the wall cabinet to its original appearance. Yun-yi, with a mischievous smile, restored the room to its original state. When she closed the door, she also reset the mechanism. Thinking that since they were blinded by greed and committed many evil deeds, they should lose everything and feel the pain, Yun-yi found a cellar nearby. She took all the silver stored there and stored it in her space. After looting this place, she headed straight to the most luxurious courtyard, then put sleeping poison into the room where someone was staying. She didn't leave any valuable items in the courtyard untouched. All were collected into her space. Once everything was gathered, she entered the bedroom and found a middle-aged man lying on the bed. After examining his soul, she checked the records in the study and confirmed that her brother was taken out of Longting country by the Shaoying trading team. The person who took over at that time was the man now resting on the bed. Currently, the head of Shaoying headquarters, Tang Tianming, was busy with work and staying overnight here. Normally, he had a residence in Ling City. The person behind him was the second prince of Dongjun Kingdom, Chu Tianling, the current Ling of Dongjun.
Haha, interesting.
However, they still couldn't find her brother's whereabouts. What exactly happened? The records in the ledger didn't mention it either. Yun-yi carefully examined a room and finally focused on the bed where Tang Tianming was lying. She dragged him to the ground, lifted the bedding, and discovered a hidden hole beneath the bedboard. If Yun-yi's mental power hadn't been strong enough to scan, she might never have noticed it, as there was no or gap on the surface, making it impossible to see that it was hollow underneath. After prying open a few wooden planks, there was about a square meter of space underneath containing two small boxes. Yuni opened the boxes. One held several secret letters, a few bottles and jars, and a delicate dagger. The other box was filled with gold leaves, a full small box. Yun-yi checked the time, then stored everything into her space, and restored the bed to its original state. She then took the person directly into the mountain forest inside her space, quickly woke him up, and silently watched the person lying on the ground. When Tang Tianming woke up, he was startled by the scene before him. He quickly stood up and asked, "Who are you?"
What do you want?
Yun-yi coldly replied, "Answer my questions honestly, or you won't see tomorrow's sun." Her voice was so cold it made people shiver. Tang Tianming felt a tightness in his heart, but bravely said, "Why should I answer you? Who do you think you are?" Yun-yi didn't want to waste time on his nonsense. She quickly struck him with her palm. Tang Tianming was knocked far away and spat out blood. Yun-yi asked, "Is that enough now?" Tang Tianming was suddenly scared. He was a level 2 martial saint, yet this person's palm had knocked him 12 or 13 meters away. The pain made his waist straighten painfully, and sweat beads dripped from his forehead. He struggled to speak. "Who are you? What do you want me to say?" Yuni asked, 3 years ago, you took some children from the capital of Longting country. Where are those children now?" It was clear from the ledger in her study that more than one child was taken that year. Tang Tianming's eyes widened as he asked, "Who are you?
How do you know all this?"
Yun-yi immediately struck him again with her palm, sternly saying, "If you don't want to die, answer my questions honestly." As a result, Tang Tianming fell to the ground. Yun-yi asked directly, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Tang Tianming closed his eyes and took a moment before saying, "I don't remember what happened 3 years ago." Yuni looked at him with disdain and said, "I gave you a chance.
You can choose to live or die."
I hate people playing tricks and bargaining with me." After speaking, she released her mental energy pressure. Tang Tianming immediately felt like he was going to die and couldn't breathe. He was truly scared now and desperately waved his hands. Yuni asked, "Where are the children you took from Longting's capital 3 summers ago? Do not think about lying to me, or you will wish you were never born." The coldness in the voice made Tang Tianming shiver. He carefully thought for a moment and gasped, "That time, we brought back 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls." Yun-yi immediately became nervous because it matched what Li Damu and the others had said. Yun-yi asked coldly, "And then what happened?" Tang Tianming knew that if he didn't tell the truth, he would be punished here today. So he said, "We took the people back to Liaoqing. At first, we planned to find buyers there and sell them, but then we received orders to bring them to Lingqing. On the way to Lingqing, something happened. One boy escaped halfway, so only 2 boys and 2 girls were brought to Lingqing." Yuni asked again, "Why did you travel so far from Longting to Dongjun to bring people, and they are all so young? You better tell me the truth." Tang Tianming's mind was already a mess. He wondered what he should do. Who was the person across from him? If he leaked the secret, his master would definitely kill him. Yuni spoke calmly, "Your family lives not far from here at Tang residence. You have an old mother, a wife, 3 concubines, and 7 children, 4 sons and 3 daughters, right?" Tang Tianming trembled and said, "Please don't hurt them. They are innocent. They don't know anything about what I did. I will tell you everything, just please let them go." Yun-yi coldly said, "Then I will decide if the information you gave is worth sparing them." Tang Tianming finally spoke with difficulty. "The children we brought back were sent to a secret base not far from Lingqing. The same goes for those children 3 years ago. The reason we took children from outside Longting is because they are all children of powerful families. After raising them well, they are meant to be sent back to their own homes someday. Yun-yi took a deep breath, realizing he hadn't thought of this before. So that's the case. It's really clever. The second prince of Dongjun Kingdom, the current Prince Ling, truly has far-reaching plans. Yun-yi asked, and the origins of those children? Tang Tianming also took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, then said, aside from the boy who escaped, the other four are: one is Longting's Grand Tutor's grandson, Chung Zaheo. One is Long Hui's granddaughter, Long Hui. One is Song Ling, the daughter of a third-rank official, Zhang Yan, and the boy who ran away is a grandson of the Huayang Marquis, surnamed Zhan. Yun-yi was so angry after hearing all this that she clenched her teeth. The feelings of guessing and hearing about it were completely different. From Tang Tianming, Yun-yi learned that the second prince of Dongjun, Chu Tianling, has his own territory here. Both Ling City and Liao City belong to him. The master behind Sha-ing is the second prince. The group was formed 5 years ago. The second prince built a base in a valley not far from Ling City. Inside, they trained some loyal fighters and spies. Now, there are about 300 people. Most of Sha Ying's money was used to train these people. Yun-yi also found out from Tang Tianming that the second prince was not in Ling City now. He left 2 days ago to return to the capital of Dongjun. In a few days, there will be the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Yun-yi asked about what happened near Ling City 3 years ago, where it happened, and then erased his memory of tonight. She knocked him out and threw him out of her space. After restoring everything to its original state, she left Sha Ying's headquarters and headed to Tang's residence. Yun-yi was very angry now. How could someone destroy others' happiness and still live peacefully? She came from the future. Unless someone was extremely evil, she wouldn't kill easily. But since they had enjoyed happiness for so long, they should pay for their stolen happiness. Death might be too easy, but they must be punished. Because the head of their family offended her. Her family had a hard life, and they would share it. Yun-yi quickly headed to Tang's residence. The guards were even more relaxed now. Yun-yi went through the 4 courtyards, collecting everything. She didn't go to the servants' quarters. She took everything from the treasury, the accounting room, the granary, the ladies' private vaults, the old ladies' room, the young ladies' and the young master's rooms. She even took their furnishings. Except for their beds, she took all the flowers and grass in the yard. The mansion was almost empty now. Yun-yi stopped. Finally, she sneaked the property deeds and house deeds she found in the yard and threw them into the second prince's residence in Ling City. Humph. Back at the inn, Yun-yi entered her space, organized her things, took a bath, and then opened a small box to look at the secret documents. Surprisingly, the second prince was very careful. The secret documents in the box had no names on them. The paper only had the content, but she didn't know who the inside informant of Longting was. Forget it for now, this will do. Tomorrow, she would set out for Shuling Mountain. Before leaving, she had made an agreement with Long Jingrui, which she must follow. Chu Tianling, you have upset me. You hurt my family and still want to live peacefully? That's impossible. Just wait and see. Who is it that has a grudge against their second family? What kind of grudge is it? Why would they harm them? Clearly, Tang Tianming said that the information about those 5 families was provided by an undercover agent. So, why did this person choose these 5 families? Do they all have a grudge, or is there another reason? This person must be from a powerful family in Beijing. Otherwise, how would they know so much about these influential families? The handwriting on the letter is obviously not a man's. Who could it be? Yun-yi is really confused. She fell asleep in the space, and when she woke up again, her mood had eased a little. She tidied herself up and left the space. Seeing that it was still early, Yun-yi couldn't sleep. After taking so many things yesterday, she decided to go help the poor. She changed into a simple outfit, put on a mask, and left the inn through the window, heading toward the poor area. It took her about an hour. In that neighborhood, every household received some rice, flour, and silver money. The sky was just beginning to brighten when Yuni finished and returned to the inn. She finally let out the frustration in her heart. But what should she do now? Although she had gathered a lot of information, she still couldn't find her brother. Yun-yi thought about coming down from Shuling Mountain. If necessary, she would let Long Jingrui and the others leave first. No matter what, she had to stay and find out her brother's whereabouts. According to Tang Tianming, her brother fell off a cliff. When they went back to look for him, no one was there. Even if he had been eaten by a large animal, there should have been some clues. Could it be that her brother is still alive? He was definitely rescued by someone. Oh, heavens! Please, I pray for his safety. Yun-yi slept in the space last night. Long Jingrui knew she went out again early in the morning. Seeing her look okay, he relaxed. After breakfast, they bought a lot of food and daily necessities in the city, then headed towards Shuling Mountain. About 2 hours on horseback brought them to a village called Lingshan Village at the foot of Shuling Mountain. The roads here are really difficult, rough, and uneven all the way. When they arrived, Yuni felt like her backside was almost not hers anymore. The journey was even more uncomfortable than a half-day ride. Finally, they reached the village. There are many small villages at the foot of Shuling Mountain. The closest one is Lingshan Village. After entering the village, Yun-yi and her group found the village head and explained their purpose. The village head quickly arranged a place for them to stay and also arranged for a woman from the village to come and cook for them. It seems that the villagers are now used to this. Every year, from late April to mid-September, many teams like theirs come to Shuling Mountain to search for treasures. The villagers are no longer surprised by this and actually see it as a way to earn extra income. However, the village head does not dare to ask for too much money because the visitors are not ordinary people and they cannot afford to offend them. The accommodation in the village is only symbolic and the food and vegetables sold are slightly more expensive than the cost price. It's mainly to make a little profit, but sometimes generous visitors give tips when they are in a good mood. The villagers are very cautious, afraid of upsetting these important guests and causing trouble for themselves. Yun-yi and the others' place is quite close to Shuling Mountain, but there are not enough rooms. Besides the guards, there are about 15 or 16 people in their group, but the yard only has 4 rooms. Yuni feels a bit stuck. Dragon Jingrui will definitely take 1 room, and she can't take one herself. Should the others stay in the remaining 2 rooms? Would that be too selfish? But she can't share a room with him either, so she might as well sit outside in the yard. Oh my god! Her head is hurting. Yuni asked the village head, Uncle Village Chief, are there any other empty rooms in the village? The village head smiled and replied, Young man, this is the last yard in the village. A few days ago, many teams like yours came, and they've all taken the rooms. This yard used to have residents, but 2 days ago, people from the city came and took them away, saying they would return after finishing some matters. Yun-yi still wasn't satisfied and asked, Are there any other empty houses in the village? The village head sighed and said, Our Ling Mountain village is small, with just over 40 households. Because of poor transportation, most people farm locally and few work outside. Our village is at the foot of Shuling Mountain, and the land is poor. Many fields can't produce crops. In recent years, teams like yours coming into the village have brought in some extra income. Every household is short on money, and with many people, it's already good if they don't go hungry. There's no extra money to build new houses. Only if a family really can't live in their current home, or if children get married, do they save up to add a room or a half room. So, houses are very tight in the village. The village rents out houses to these distinguished guests, which were built by the community's collective effort and funds. The main purpose is to provide accommodation for visitors from outside from late April to mid-September each year. Most of the rent collected is used to support the students who study outside the village. Yun-yi sighed softly, thinking that since some groups come every year, why don't they build their own houses? That way, they would have a place to stay as soon as they arrive. With this question in mind, she asked, Uncle Village Head, why don't those people who come every year build their own houses here? And why doesn't our village build more houses? Wouldn't that bring in more income? The village head sighed, looked towards Snow Spirit Mountain, and took a puff of dried tobacco before replying. Our land is poor, and after September, the weather changes quickly. The weather after September is like a child's face, changing suddenly and very windy. In winter, the roofs are either blown away by the wind or covered by heavy snow. Even the tiled houses are useless. The houses you live in are only repaired in April when the weather gets better. Otherwise, they're uninhabitable. Yoon looked surprised and asked, "Is it really that windy? Can it the tiles off?" The village had nodded. "Yes, that's why we hardly have tiled houses here. Repairing them every day would be too expensive to live in." Yoon then asked, "Rich people from outside build houses. Why don't they spend a little money each year to fix them up?" The village chief sighed. "You haven't lived here long enough. Our village is next to Snow Spirit Mountain, which has a lot of moisture. In summer, it's not hot and very cool, but the humidity is strong. The houses need to be reinforced several times each year, or the walls will peel and fall apart from the dampness. In winter, it's cold, and if there's no fire, the walls will freeze and falling apart in chunks. When a strong wind blows, the roofs can't hold up. Without reinforcement 3 or 4 times a year, the houses won't last. The visitors find it troublesome and don't want to stay long. It's easier to rent houses inside the village and avoid all these problems." After hearing this, Yoon could only look up at the sky in silence. She let out a breath and awkwardly turned to Long Jingrui, wanting to ask how they could live here, but the words just wouldn't come out. "It can't be that you would be satisfied with just building a small straw hut for me now." Just as I was feeling awkward, the village chief spoke again. "Our place also has heavy rains in summer. If the houses aren't built higher, they can't be lived in. A single rain can flood and damage the house. Sigh, life is hard for us here." Yoon wondered why people still lived in such conditions and asked, "Uncle Village Chief, why don't everyone move out? Moving outside could avoid these problems." The village chief looked at Yoon with some confusion and said unhappily, "Our ancestors have lived here for generations. They are all buried here. Where else can we go? The area around Snow Spirit Mountain is like this for miles. Where can we move to?" Everyone in the courtyard fell silent. Yoon didn't know what to say. After all, this was ancient times and family ties were very strong. It wasn't like modern times where people often say, people can adapt, but trees die when moved. Yoon stopped speaking and kept thinking about how to arrange things tonight. It was really annoying, and her mood wasn't as high as before. Long Jingrui then ordered Song Hong to prepare a room for Yoon. The others could squeeze together. There weren't many rules when living outside. Song Hong said, "Master, you and Miss John can each take a room. The rest of us will squeeze in." Yoon happened to walk over and heard Song Hong's words. She imagined those 2 rooms with 7 or 8 people living in each and wondered if they would have to stand and sleep at night. The thought made her laugh out loud. Someone in the courtyard looked over, so she quickly stopped and awkwardly touched her nose. Long Jingrui looked at the playful girl with a smile. He wondered what funny thoughts she was having now, knowing she was probably also worried about the house. He then told Song Hong no need. "I'll squeeze in with everyone. The room is too small for so many people."
No need to worry about that.
When you're outside, there aren't many rules. Song Hong was a bit unsure what to do. When did the master become so considerate of his subordinates? But since the master had already said so, he decided to arrange it that way. The rooms inside were made of wooden planks with beds occupying half the space. Each bed could probably sleep 3 adults. That night, they arranged things this way. Yoon took one room, Long Jingrui's room had 5 people, and the other 2 rooms also had 5 people each. During dinner, Yoon felt a bit shy. Long Jingrui noticed her discomfort and quietly said to her, "Do you want to stay with them?" Yoon was initially a little embarrassed. When she heard this, she rolled her eyes and blushed before running away. However, Yoon remembered this favor. It was like owing him a big debt. She decided to find a way to repay him later. But just as she made up her mind, things didn't go as planned. Without warning, it started to rain outside, and the rain was getting heavier. This was bad because the hidden guards outside wouldn't stay inside to avoid the rain. even the healthiest person couldn't withstand this. The temperature at night was very low, and now there was no place to shelter the guards. The courtyard only had these 4 rooms and no storage or other buildings. The kitchen was just a simple shed outside, with firewood underneath. There was nothing to block the wind, and in such cold weather, it was impossible to stay outside. Yun-yi, no matter how thick-skinned, couldn't stay inside the house anymore. She then said, "Let a few people stay in this house. Special cases deserve special treatment. Don't let everyone get soaked. The night is too cold." Long Jingrui thought for a moment and replied, "You go inside first. I will make arrangements." After a while, Song Hong and Long Jingrui came in carrying bedding. Yun-yi had already prepared 2 bedsheets in her space and quickly set up a small partition for herself. When Long Jingrui entered, he smiled. The girl was really capable, better than being clueless. Song Hong tidied up Long Jingrui's belongings and said, "Master, you should rest early. I'll leave now." Hearing this, Yun-yi looked up sharply at Long Jingrui. He nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." Yun-yi wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. She just sighed twice and remained silent. Long Jingrui smiled and said, "Do you really want to stay with them?" This time, Yun-yi was not embarrassed, but rather a little angry. The man was so boring. Even if Song Hong stayed, it wouldn't be appropriate. What would people think of a single man and a woman alone? But even as a modern person, she couldn't say that Song Hong should stay. If that got out, it would be even worse. She could only say, "I'm going to rest now. Do as you like." Long Jingrui's face showed no emotion, but he looked at her hurriedly leaving with a fond expression, feeling happy inside. He thought to himself, "This is truly divine intervention."
Haha.
Yun-yi quickly climbed onto the bed, cursing Long Jingrui and the heavens for this. Why does it have to rain during the day? No, even daytime rain isn't good, especially since she has to enter Shuling Mountain today. Yun-yi begins to worry about the weather. If it rains suddenly and they get into the mountain, it would be a terrible ordeal. She worries that the weather might turn bad, and perhaps she is tired today, because she soon falls asleep. In her dream, she finds her brother and also sees the original owner and her mother. She dreams that everyone is smiling but not speaking, and while they smile, they suddenly start crying. The next morning, Yun-yi wakes up early. She still remembers the scene from her dream. Since arriving on this continent, this is the first time she has had such a dream. Could it be that her strong desire to find the original owner's brother is causing her stress, leading to this dream? But the dream felt so real. Maybe it's true that thoughts at night influence dreams, or perhaps the original owner and her mother are visiting her in her dreams to remind her. Maybe her brother is having a hard time now, and they saw it but couldn't help, so they sent her a dream to warn her. Oh my, what does this dream really mean? Where exactly is this? Her mind is in chaos. She sighs, tired of thinking about it. Looking outside at the faint light, Yun-yi lies back on the bed for a while before preparing to get up and wash up. As she sits up, she suddenly remembers that she was in the same room as Long Jingrui yesterday. How could she be so careless to fall asleep like that? She quietly peeks outside the makeshift curtain made of sheets. The room is a bit dark, and she senses that the person on the next bed has already woken up. Yuni feels a bit embarrassed and curses the weather in her mind. But no matter how awkward she feels, she must get up. She can't hide like a snail forever. That's not her style. So she puts on her clothes and tidies herself up. She then gets off the bed without bothering Long Jingrui, who is already awake, and opens the door to leave the yard. Standing at the door of the room, she looks at the simple courtyard. As the village chief said, perhaps the houses here are built raised above the ground to prevent summer rain from flooding them. There are walls around the yard, built to prevent dampness, according to the village chief. Looking toward Shuling Mountain in the distance, she sees that the upper half of the mountain still wears a silver coat of snow. The trees in the village have already sprouted small green buds. In her daze, she notices that the sky has brightened considerably. She realizes she needs to prepare some protective measures before entering Shuling Mountain today. At this moment, the woman responsible for cooking arrived, quickly starting a fire to boil water. Yuni walked to a quiet spot not far from the yard and practiced her jade flute several times before finishing and going back to wash up. Since there are many people now, it's not convenient to enter the space, and Yun-yi doesn't want to be lazy because of that. So she got up early and practiced diligently. When Yun-yi finished washing and returned, more people started to gather in the yard. This isn't because they are lazy, but because early mornings are useless here. Only when the sun rises can they go to Zulingshan. They said that there is a swamp area after entering the forest, which is a necessary path to reach Zulingshan. Only when the sun is out can the poisonous gas in the swamp dissipate. Otherwise, if someone is careless, they might inhale the toxic fumes and faint. So, people here always enter and leave the mountain after sunrise and before sunset. Yun-yi tidied herself up and didn't want to go back inside to avoid awkwardness. Since the woman hadn't finished cooking yet, she decided to take a walk around the village to pass the time. The small village was simple and peaceful. As she walked, she saw smoke rising from the houses. In front of the village, there was a small river flowing down from Zulingshan. The water was clear, the sky was deep blue, and the air was fresh. The scenery was beautiful, but the land was too poor. Yuni stood by the river and saw two children, a boy and a girl, about 10 years old, struggling to fetch water from the river. They were small, wearing thin clothes, shivering. Their hands were full of cuts and cracks, making Yun-yi feel distressed. She couldn't help but walk over and ask, "Where are your elders? Why are you two fetching water?" The children didn't answer. The girl lowered her head, afraid to look at Yun-yi. The boy looked up and smiled at Yun-yi, his clear eyes shining with a cute smile. Yuni felt a strange sense of familiarity and stared blankly at the children. Just then, a woman's loud roar echoed, "You little brats, all you do is slack off. It takes you half a day just to fetch water. You're just eating white rice every day." The two children trembled and hurried to fetch water from the side. Maybe they were in a rush, and there were many small stones along the riverbank. They wore straw sandals and the ground was wet, making it slippery. In their haste, they almost fell. The water spilled out quickly, soaking the old pants, but the children didn't dare to stop. They hurriedly carried water back home. Yun-yi watched their backs as they left. She felt very sad. In this harsh, ancient world, if it were modern times, such big children would still be treasured by their parents. But here, they are already half the family's workforce. Yuni sighed and was about to head back when she heard two women talking as they came from the water-fetching area. One woman said, "This eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family is getting more and more careless about her reputation. Look at how she's been exhausting these two children. If you didn't want to accept the money, you shouldn't have taken it. She promised all sorts of things, but look how long the third son of the Gu family has been gone, and he's already making the children do chores." Another woman who was walking with them added, "Yes, that's true. Poor kids. They barely eat enough and still have to do so much work. Their lives are really hard, huh?" The first woman continued, "It's not just that they don't eat enough. You don't know, that eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family is always finding excuses to hit those two kids. We neighbors can't even go help because she might get even harsher after we leave." The second woman sighed and said, "Oh, what a tragedy. She's not afraid that the third son of the Gu family will come looking for her in the middle of the night. It's really tough on those two children." As they spoke, the two women and Yun-yi passed each other. Yun-yi heard everything clearly. She thought to herself that those two poor children, living under someone else's roof, must be trembling with fear. By the time Yun-yi had walked far away, she could still hear the distant woman's loud voice, so harsh and unpleasant. Her mind couldn't help but think of the clear, innocent eyes of the little boy. When Yun-yi returned to the yard, the food was already prepared and being served. As soon as she entered, she felt eyes fixed on her. She knew without looking who it was. Yun-yi didn't bother to pay attention to him. She went straight to the cooking shed to help the woman serve the food. She also called out loudly, "Hurry up and get ready to eat. Don't dawdle." Long Jingrui suddenly smiled. It seemed Yun-yi still hadn't shaken off her awkwardness, but she obediently went toward the shed to serve herself. He was used to the military camp and didn't have the habits of the wealthy in the capital. However, Song Hong was quicker and directly brought the food to him. He said, "Master, you should go back to your room to eat. It's still a bit chilly in the mountains in the morning." Cloudy saw everyone had finished eating, so she casually picked up a bowl and was about to sit in the shed to eat when she saw a hand reach out and take the bowl away. Long Jingrue's cold voice came over, saying, "Come inside to eat. It's a bit cold outside. Be careful." Cloud E didn't want to listen at first, but when she looked up and saw his serious eyes, she swallowed her words, knowing he was trying to help her. She also understood she shouldn't be ungrateful. Besides, it was indeed a little cold outside. She decided not to complain and followed him into the house. Inside, Long Jingrui told her to sit on the only chair in the room. He said, "Eat quickly. The guide will arrive soon, and we need to leave shortly. You're a girl, and conditions outside are limited, but you still need to take care of yourself." Cloud E glanced at Long Jingrui, and after he finished speaking, she picked up her bowl and sat on the bed to eat. She thought to herself that he was quite thoughtful. Oh well, she couldn't blame him. Conditions really were what they were. After eating, everyone, except those staying behind, followed the local guide towards Snow Spirit Mountain. Cloud E had already packed 3 sets of homemade raincoats and shoe covers into her backpack, which she prepared before leaving the courtyard. They were very useful. The backpack was sewn in a style similar to those in later generations, and it was quite large. When they set out, everyone looked at it curiously, thinking it was quite interesting. But they all agreed it was practical and good to have. The group set out grandly towards Snow Spirit Mountain. Standing in the yard, Snow Spirit Mountain was nearby and visible, but walking there was a different story. They left the village, crossed a farmland, then entered a sloped forest. After walking about 4 or 5 miles, they came to a swamp. The local guide warned everyone not to walk recklessly, as the swamp was full of unseen dangers. Leading the way was the guide, followed by a few guards. Next was Song Hong. He originally wanted the master to walk behind him, but Long Jingrui was worried about Cloud E walking behind him. So he insisted that Cloud E walk behind Song Hong, in front of him. Cloud E didn't want to argue in front of so many people, so she obediently walked ahead of him. Fortunately, today luck was on their side, and everyone safely left the swamp. The guide also let out a sigh of relief. Ahead was another tall forest. At first, it was fine, but after about an hour, everyone's breathing started to become uneven. Cloud E felt fine and didn't think she was unwell. After leaving the forest, we looked ahead to see the snow-covered landscape, which felt like 2 different worlds. Fortunately, the snow on Snow Spirit Mountain wasn't too deep anymore. Walking was easier for everyone. The guide said, "Honorable guests, I can only take you this far. Beyond here, I am just an ordinary person and cannot go further. I will be here to meet you again in 3 days at noon. Please stay safe." Song Hong smiled and replied to the guide, "All right. We will meet here in 3 days at noon. Please also take care of yourself." After saying goodbye to the guide, the group headed deeper into Snow Spirit Mountain. Honestly, not every part of the mountain was covered in snow. Some areas had small patches of trees and exposed rocks. They walked and stopped many times, but by noon, they hadn't found anything special. This was expected. Luck rarely favored them, and they didn't expect to find treasures just by entering Snow Spirit Mountain. Song Hong found a sheltered spot for everyone to rest and eat some food. Each person had a small bag with supplies for the next 3 days. The supplies were bought in Spirit City, local flatbreads, and some preserved meat. After eating quickly and resting briefly, they continued forward. When passing through a rocky area, Song Hong stepped on a loose rock, which collapsed. After Yun Yi dodged the falling stone, she noticed something green underneath. She took out her dagger and started digging. To her surprise, she uncovered jade. Once fully excavated, they found 2 pieces, one large and one small, both emeralds. One piece was already showing its jade core. Yun Yi confidently handed the smaller piece to Song Hong and said, "Here, I'll give you a piece. You found it after all, but the larger one belongs to me." Song Hong didn't dare accept it and looked at Long Jingrui, wanting to ask what the boss thought. Yun-yi said impatiently, "This is a private matter. Why are you looking at him?" Long Jingrui smiled and said, "Since you contributed, taking a piece isn't a big deal."
Keep it.
Song Hong happily accepted it and said, "Thank you, Lord John. I mean, young Master John. I am honored." He said this politely, but his face was full of smiles. After packing up, the group continued their journey. Along the way, Yun-yi found many medicinal herbs. She picked some and, when others weren't paying attention, also stored a few in her space bag. Before it got dark, they finally found a sheltered place to rest. The guards caught some wild animals to roast and eat. Yun-yi took the opportunity, when everyone was busy, to set up a simple tent she had prepared earlier. It was made of cloth and oiled paper, small and easy to roll up. It didn't take up much space, at least blocking some wind and staying dry. After preparing her sleeping area, Yun-yi tidied her belongings. Feeling good, she carried seasonings to the burning fire. She took the hunted game from the guards, spread the seasonings evenly, and handed it to a nearby guard to roast. Yun-yi felt she had nothing more to do. Looking at the small village at the foot of the distant mountain, she could hardly see far away now. But she remembered the two poor children from this morning. Today, besides finding some rare medicinal herbs in her space and those 2 pieces of top-quality jade, she didn't get anything else. Everyone was in good spirits, sitting together and chatting happily. Yuni looked at Long Jingrui sitting by the fire, noticing he still had a cold expression. She sighed, thinking that at least she had some of the 1,000-year ice crystal on her. But she hadn't seen a single snow fox from the Snow Spirit Mountain today. She wasn't sure if the words from the Medicine King Valley could be trusted. Even if they were true, the 1,000-year snow fox was probably a rare find. Looking at Long Jingrui's handsome side profile, she felt a bit sorry for him. If they couldn't find the snow fox this time, what would he do? Would he have to rely on Snow Spirit Mountain forever? Oh no, he was still so young. After spending these days with him, Yuni realized he was actually a good person. His cold exterior was just a disguise he had used for years. Maybe it was his way of protecting himself. Growing up in such a family, his mind might not be very healthy. Sigh, every family has its own hardships. Watching his face under the firelight, Yun-yi silently thought that, considering Long Jingrui was still a decent man and a protector of the country, and regarded as a warrior by the people, she might help him. In the future, she could use her space water to nurture him. Her spiritual spring water could cure all poisons. She wasn't sure if it could completely remove the poison from Long Jingrui. From what Long Jingrui had told her before, his poison wasn't ordinary. It was mixed with evil substances, and there was only one antidote in the world, which had been lost. His mother had been poisoned by it. At that time, she was already pregnant. Unfortunately, the poison was very strange. After she gave birth to him, her mother-in-law was fine, but the poison transferred to little Long Jingrui, a newborn. Since then, he lived a life full of hardships, feeling like he was worse than dead. Yun-yi admired Long Jingrui, who was able to stay strong and succeed despite such circumstances, earning love from others. Perhaps his outward coldness was just a disguise to hide his feelings from others. Even a strong person can have a soft side. Suddenly, Yun-yi felt soft-hearted and decided to treat Long Jingrui better in the future, thinking he was just like the original owner, another pitiful child. At this moment, Long Jingrui seemed to sense something and looked over. Their eyes met, and Long Jingrui suddenly smiled at Yun-yi. She was a bit stunned. She realized he could smile too. This reminded her of a song from later years. "You look so beautiful when you smile." She thought of distant mountains and seas, of watching seagulls far away. No matter how much wind and rain there is, having you is enough. She liked to see the corners of his mouth and his eyebrows. White clouds in the blue sky looked like his smile. His smile was so beautiful, like spring flowers, dispersing all worries and sorrows. His smile was as bright as summer sunshine, making the whole world look like a beautiful painting. Yun-yi suddenly missed her grandfather and parents very much. Her eyes welled up with tears. Afraid that Long Jingrui might see her upset, she lowered her head and walked toward a small forest nearby. Although it was getting dark, the mountain was covered in white snow. The moonlight was nice tonight and her night vision was good, so it didn't slow her down at all. Long Jingrui felt confused. She had been fine earlier, so why did her mood suddenly change? He hadn't done anything wrong, but he looked at the small forest Yun-yi was heading toward with a puzzled expression. Feeling a bit worried, he got up and followed her. After Yun-yi entered the forest, she took care of her personal needs and then found a sturdy tree to sit on a branch, flying up with her energy. She had suddenly lost control earlier because her parents had told her, "Baby, you look so beautiful when you smile." Sitting on the branch, she reminisced about her past life and her time with her parents. In the distance, prey was roasting golden brown, and she could smell the delicious aroma from the small forest. Yun-yi was lost in her thoughts on the branch when she heard Long Jingrui ask outside, "Are you okay?" Yun-yi heard the question, snapped back to reality, and realized she had been too careless. How did she not notice Long Jingrui approaching? She then heard Song Hong call out, "Master, the meat is ready. Come quickly and get ready to eat." Long Jingrui ignored Song Hong and looked toward the forest. He said, "The meat over there is cooked. It's too cold here. Let's go over and eat something, or your body might not handle it later." Yun-yi had now recovered. She tidied her clothes, calmed her emotions, and walked out of the forest. She said to Long Jingrui, "Let's go." When they arrived, Song Hong had just finished cutting a portion of meat and was holding it with the oil paper used to wrap the seasoned meat. He said, "Miss Jean and young Master Jean, your seasoning is really good. The flavor of this meat, after being grilled, is much better than just sprinkling salt on it before cooking." Yun-yi smiled and said, "As long as it's tasty. When we go back, I'll prepare some of that seasoning for you." Hearing this, Song Hong smiled happily and said, "Thank you. Don't forget when you go back." Yun-yi smiled and replied, "I won't. Just remember to come and get it." Yun-yi thought to herself that she was lucky Long Jingrui had someone like Song Hong around. Song Hong was so happy, he couldn't hide it. He said cheerfully, "You all eat first. I'll go cut some more and bring it over." Long Jingrui looked at Song Hong's carefree attitude and felt a bit annoyed. He said, "Hurry up and go." Song Hong chuckled as he walked away, saying, I'm going." Then he ran off. Everyone enjoyed a satisfying meal of grilled meat. The wild game in the mountains was truly delicious, especially with Yun-yi's seasoning. It was unforgettable. Yun-yi had earlier advised everyone to light several fires and, when it was time to sleep, move the fires to a different spot. The original spot was perfect for sleeping and kept everyone warm. This method worked well, allowing everyone to sleep peacefully. Yun-yi had a good night's sleep. When she woke up, everyone was already preparing breakfast. Inside the tent, Yun-yi took a little water from her space to wash her face, then tidied herself up before coming out. She packed up the tent and organized everything. Breakfast was simple: boiled water made from melted snow, and Yun-yi had prepared fried noodles in advance in Lingcheng. Everyone had a bamboo tube to eat with roasted flatbreads over the fire. They joked that Yun-yi was a smart star. They had never thought of eating like this before. It was convenient to carry and easy to eat. If there was no water, they could eat it dry. After eating, the group continued on their journey. The whole morning passed without any new discoveries. After lunch, they met another group of people who said they were from the Yunli Kingdom. This made Yun-yi think of Lu Chenbin and the others, and she wondered if their matters had been resolved. After a brief exchange, both groups went their separate ways. Near dusk, Yun-yi and her team found a place with ice crystal rocks, but it was unclear if it was the 1,000-year-old ice crystal that Long Jingrui was looking for. They split into two groups, one to dig and the other to find a place to stay for the night. Yun-yi stayed behind because she wanted to see what the ice crystal looked like in its original place. She heard not everyone could find it easily, and many left empty-handed. By the time they started digging, it was dark. The so-called ice crystal rock hadn't moved at all. The weather was very cold, making digging difficult, and the rock was long and narrow. The guards were very careful not to damage it. The team looking for a place to stay reported that their campsite was not far, about 600 or 700 meters away, in a sheltered spot. Yuni decided to go ahead and set up her tent since she couldn't dig it out quickly. Before leaving, she glanced at Long Jingrui, who was standing nearby. Others might not notice, but Yuni's mental power was strong enough to sense his nervousness. She hoped everything would turn out as he wished. When Yuni arrived, the guards were already preparing dinner. She found a good spot to set up her tent and helped prepare the evening meal. She watched as the guards grilled meat, thinking that eating only meat wasn't good, but with all the snow around, cheating wasn't an option. Suddenly, she remembered dried vegetables. What a lucky thought. She ran to a nearby forest, checked it was safe, then entered her space. She collected some vegetables: white radish, carrots, cilantro, and some dried seaweed. She cut all the fresh vegetables into small pieces and put them in a dehydrator. While waiting, she took a quick bath, dried her hair, changed her clothes, and put on her outer garments again. She packed the dried vegetables, prepared some seasonings, adding lots of pepper and powder, and then left her space to return to the campsite. Then she went back to her small tent. When she returned, she was holding a bag of supplies and said, "Let's build a fire and hang the pot so I can make some warm soup for everyone." Just as Yuni's soup was about to be ready, the person responsible for digging ice crystals also returned, saying they would continue tomorrow morning because it was difficult to dig from that spot. Long Jingrui decided to wait until dawn to continue. The group finished their work and returned to the camp. Yuni reminded them, "Maybe we should light a few fires around here late at night. It might be easier to dig tomorrow." Long Jingrui's eyes lit up at this idea. He hadn't thought of it himself, so he instructed Song Hong to light a few fires later that night. Yun-i thought there was still a day left before they had to return to the mountain foot for rest. This was their first time climbing the mountain, mainly to get used to the environment. They were still on the halfway of Snow Spirit Mountain. They hadn't entered the deep mountain yet, and the main peak of Snow Spirit Mountain was still far away. Next time they went up, they would need more supplies because the terrain would be more challenging. Beyond that point, above the halfway mark, the mountain was covered in endless white snow, with no forests and few exposed rocks. It was said that the chances of encountering snow foxes were higher there. Next time, they would need to bring more food. As the higher they went, the more snow there was, and there would be fewer animals than in the forested areas of the halfway mountain. But Yun-i only guessed at this. Seeing everyone return, they also started preparing dinner. When everyone received the vegetable soup, they cheered happily. The guard who was grilling meat said it was Yuni's idea, and everyone looked at her with gratitude. Long Jingrui thought to himself that he knew she was clever. Only she could come up with such ideas. The vegetable soup and the oil tea from this morning showed how smart she was. When Yun-i left the guest courtyard, she had already thought of this. Having traveled so many places in her past life, she brought a lot of supplies and bought more along the way. Someone had been assigned to carry everything for her, so Yuni didn't have to worry about it. This also made it easier for her to cheat a little sometimes. After dinner, Song Hong arranged for someone to stay on night duty and told everyone to rest early. They still had to go deeper into the mountain tomorrow, so everyone should conserve their energy. By late at night, the weather could change suddenly. The wind picked up and snowflakes started to fall. It was unclear whether it was snowing or if the wind was blowing snow down from higher up. The wind was blowing snow in, but luckily, the place we found was somewhat sheltered. Otherwise, everyone would have a hard night. Yun-yi's small tent was placed in a triangular nook, which was the best spot available. Right now, the snowflakes were falling slowly in the wind, making it hard to keep our eyes open. Song Hong was worried that the master was getting anxious, so he looked at Yun-yi's tent and came up with an idea. He thought that since they had already stayed in a house at the foot of the mountain, staying in a tent again wouldn't be a big problem. With this in mind, he started walking toward that direction. Actually, Yun-yi was also feeling very conflicted inside the tent. Everyone else was suffering outside, and she felt it was unfair to stay inside alone. But the place was small, and she couldn't do much to help. Besides, She couldn't just call someone in to help, even if she wasn't particular about small matters. While she was struggling, she heard footsteps outside and then Song Hong's voice. He said, "Young Master Jean, can we discuss something?" Yun-yi asked, "What is it?" "Just tell me." Song Hong hesitated and said, "Well, you know the situation outside. The wind is really strong, and the snow is hitting our faces painfully. Could we ask our master to come into your small tent for a while? I know this request is a bit much, but we really have no other choice. Can you help us out? We're out here, so we shouldn't be too picky, right? What do you think?" Since he had already said so much, Yun-yi knew she couldn't refuse. She simply replied, "All right." Then she let out a long sigh. She tidied up inside and thought to herself that she was lucky she chose this spot tonight. Although the tent was being blown around fiercely by the wind, it was at least tucked into this triangular corner and wouldn't be blown away. Inside, she could hear the noise outside, but it was better than suffering outside in the cold. Song Hong had made arrangements with Yun-yi, but Long Jingrui refused to come over at first. After much persuasion, Long Jingrui finally agreed. By the time he arrived, Yun-yi had been waiting for a long time. When she heard footsteps, she opened the curtain and let Long Jingrui in. He was standing outside, without moving. Yun-yi saw that the cold wind had already blown inside, so she said angrily, "Are you coming in or not? The cold wind is already inside. What are you pretending for now?" After being scolded, Long Jingrui felt less conflicted. He thought, "What's so pretentious about it? I've already decided to take responsibility for her. We've already stayed in the same house at the foot of the mountain. Are you still afraid of being in the same tent?" So I bent down and slipped inside. When we both entered at the same time, we were both stunned because the space was really too small. One person is okay, but with two people, it's very crowded. And with Long Jingrui's size, once lying down, there's probably no room left to move. Yun-yi was the first to react and said, "You sit down first, I'll close the curtain properly." She quickly fastened all 3 layers of the curtain before kneeling back to her spot. Feeling a bit awkward, she said, "We have to make do outside. There's no other choice." She didn't look at him and was thinking about just sitting and waiting until morning. But the tent was light, so when she sat, the unweighted parts would lift up, causing more noise inside. After struggling for a while, she finally lay down. The wind was very strong now. The fire outside had been extinguished, and with such a strong wind, even if they chose a good spot, the temperature would drop significantly, colder than last night. Yun-yi was covered with a processed fur blanket, which looked thin but kept her warm. Long Jingrui sat nearby, using his inner strength to stay warm. But in this icy, snowy land, staying like this all night could cause problems if something unusual happened tomorrow. She didn't want to risk him, especially given his special constitution. She hardened her heart and said, "You lie down too.
Cover yourself with me. No one will know outside this tent."
She wasn't doing anything else. Whether sitting or lying down, they were both inside the same tent. Does it really make a difference? Long Jingrui clenched his fists, feeling conflicted. He wanted to be responsible for her, but he knew he had no official status here. Coming into this place was already disrespectful to her. If he lay down with her, it might seem even worse. He was worried Yun-yi would think he didn't care enough about her, but deep down, he wanted to lie down closer to her. His inner voices were fighting. He heard Yun-yi speak angrily. "Are you trying to drain all your inner strength so that tomorrow you'll cause trouble for others? You know your special body constitution, yet you don't cherish it. Who do you expect to rely on?" Long Jingrui knew she was right, but her angry look was strangely charming. After a soft cough, he slowly lay down as well. Luckily, Yun-yi wasn't overweight, or the tent might have become deformed. She covered Long Jingrui with a thin fur blanket, sighing inwardly. At first, she could cover herself alone, but after sharing the blanket with Long Jingrui, it was just enough to cover both of them. They couldn't move much, or the tent would leak air. Lying down feeling upset and restless, my mind wandering freely, I didn't realize when I fell asleep. Probably, the exhaustion from the mountain day was too much. When Yun-yi woke up, she found herself in Long Jingrue's arms. Suddenly alert, she opened her eyes wide and wondered what to do next. She was facing away from Long Jingrue and noticed he was also awake. She was so startled that her brain seemed to shut down, and she quickly closed her eyes again. But as soon as she did that, she realized how silly she was. Neither she nor anyone else could be unaware of whether they were awake or not. Yun-yi was thinking about whether to get up or do something else when Long Jingrue moved and softly said, "I'll go check the situation outside. You can lie here a bit longer, but you need to open the curtains so I can leave." At this moment, Yun-yi calmed down and replied, "Okay." Inside, she was secretly scolding herself for being so foolish. She called herself a modern person, but she felt embarrassed. She got up, opened the curtain, and let Long Jingrue out. Just as she was about to close the curtain again, Long Jingrue's cheerful voice came through. He said, "Lie here a bit longer and cover yourself with the blanket." His smiling face looked quite annoying to Yun-yi. She glared at him, quickly closed the curtain, and lay back down. She thought, how embarrassing. I was sleeping so soundly. With a free human heater here, how could I not be warm? Long Jingrue looked at the closed curtain and chuckled softly, feeling in a good mood, and left happily. When Yun-yi heard the footsteps fading away, she stopped pretending and quickly tidied herself up, packing everything back into her bag. Then she helped everyone prepare breakfast. Since everyone had a tough night, Yun-yi took out a vegetable packet from yesterday and a small bamboo tube of meat sauce to treat everyone. When the water boiled and she added the ingredients, the aroma soon filled the air. After the hardships of the previous night, this vegetable and meat soup was especially precious. They ate happily with the flatbread they had roasted over the fire. Yun-yi added some pepper, powder, and a handful of chili powder to the soup. After finishing a bamboo tube of the drink, everyone finally felt warm. Only then did they pack up and head to the place where they found the ice crystal rock yesterday. By then, they had already started a few fires there in the morning. Now was a good time to begin work. After roasting the ground, it was much easier to dig than the day before. Half an hour later, they finally extracted the ice crystal stone from the ice crystal rock, but the result was disappointing. It was not the 1,000-year ice crystal they were looking for. It seems that completely detoxing is not easy, as the materials needed are rare and hard to find. Long Jingrue emits a cold aura, and Yun-yi finds it a bit hard to watch. She slowly approaches him and says, "You said that the 1,000-year ice crystal is rare and hard to find, and you forgot what you need the most. The ice crystal is not our main goal for entering Snow Spirit Mountain. You're just afraid of owing me a favor and insist on finding a piece of the 1,000-year ice crystal yourself. Even if you are lucky enough to find it, are you sure the people from Lingjin Gate can help you refine it into Snow Spirit Crystal?" Long Jingrue looks deeply at the Snow Spirit Mountain's main peak. "Yes, why am I so stubborn? The most important thing now is to gather all the needed items. Who cares whose they are?" Here he gains his usual cold expression and orders everyone to continue heading up the mountain. As they go higher, only snow remains. White snow everywhere. They walk for half a day, and not only the snow fox, but everyone's eyes are filled with white. Yun-yi worries that they might develop snow blindness, so she takes out a piece of light gray oiled paper from her space, cut into narrow strips, and tells everyone to tie them over their eyes. They spend another day exploring Snow Spirit Mountain, but find nothing. Later, they encounter the same group they saw earlier. That night, the two groups find a snow den and use some dry wood they prepared earlier to make a fire, boiling water, and drinking hot oil tea with some remaining biscuits. Tonight will definitely be tough because they don't have enough firewood. They are far from the middle of the mountain and can only huddle together for warmth. Yun-yi sets up the tent as usual, then takes out a pack of dried meat from her space and offers it to Song Hong, saying, "I still have some dried meat. Tonight might be hard to endure, so I'm sharing some to help everyone regain strength." Song Hong gratefully replies, "Young master, you're thoughtful. I won't refuse," and bows to Yun-yi. Yun-yi quickly tidies up her things, then turns to look at Long Jingrue before entering the tent. She sees his eyes full of smiles. She initially didn't understand what he meant. After realizing it late, she rolls her eyes and snorts. She quickly climbs into the tent and begins practicing her mental energy. She finds this place to be an excellent spot for cultivating her mental strength. The next morning, everyone had almost finished eating. Yun-yi couldn't risk going outside to get more supplies, so everyone shared a simple meal. Most of their belongings were already used up. Apart from Yun-yi's backpack, Long Jingrui tried several times to help her carry it, but Yun-yi refused each time. She thought, "This is my secret. I can't let you all do it for me." The group continued their journey. When they reached the middle of the main mountain, because they were spread out, Long Jingrui's guards noticed something moving quickly in the valley and came to report. Everyone was excited when they heard the news. They wanted to see what kind of animal could move so freely and quickly in such a harsh environment, just as the guard said. People hurried over to see. Yuni also used her spiritual awareness and saw that it was indeed a snow fox. But it didn't look like a 1,000-year-old snow fox. It was small. The two other groups also saw the pure white snow fox on the mountainside of the deep valley. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Yun-yi was thinking about how to lure it closer when the group from Yunli country started moving. They all ran toward the snow fox on the mountainside. Song Hong and the others weren't willing to fall behind. They seemed energized and rushed after them. Long Jingrui looked at Yun-yi and said, "Don't go over there. Stay here and take care of yourself." Then he quickly disappeared into the wind. Yun-yi watched the scene and guessed that the small snow fox must be frightened by the crowd. She didn't know that the size of a snow fox doesn't determine its age. Today, they were very lucky. It turned out to be a 1,000-year-old snow fox. So, of course, these people wouldn't give up. Yun-yi didn't join them. She just watched from a distance. The small snow fox probably sensed the bad intentions of the group. When they got close, it sped up and ran away. Yun-yi watched as everyone played a game of cat and mouse with the snow fox on the snowy mountain. The shouting was loud and loud. Suddenly, Yun-yi sensed something was wrong. There was movement on the side peak. It was very faint, but she could hear it. She quickly used her spiritual awareness and remembered what she had seen in past news. This might be caused by the noise and movement from earlier. Her heart told her something bad might happen. Yun-yi used her internal energy to shout, "Everyone, retreat quickly. There are signs of snow loosening on the side peak. A snow avalanche might happen." Song Hong and the others are now too busy to think about Yun-yi. They have finally found something the master needs and absolutely cannot give up. While running quickly, Long Jingrui heard Yun-yi and looked toward the snowy on the side peak. He decisively said, "Everyone retreat now. She is not the type to make a fuss. We will discuss everything safely later. Follow the orders." Song Hong glanced at the nearby snow fox, his eyes almost bloodshot with urgency. He gritted his teeth and said, "Listen to the master, retreat." It was clear everyone was reluctant, but since the master ordered it, they understood he was thinking about their safety. Despite their unwillingness, they quickly ran down the mountain. Long Jingrui and his team headed down the mountain, but another group from Yunli country was less obedient. Seeing no one was contesting them, they hurriedly chased after the snow fox. Yun-yi watched their actions and knew they didn't trust her words. Still, she shouted again, "Friends from Yunli, the snow fox can be met again. Saving your lives is more important. There's movement on the side peak, so leave quickly. This will only speed up the avalanche. If you delay, it will be too late. Hurry and leave to stay safe." But the Yunli group seemed not to hear her and continued chasing the snow fox as usual. Yun-yi felt a moment of sadness for their disobedience. She turned and saw Long Jingrui waiting there, feeling a warm sense of comfort. She said to him, "Hurry and go." Long Jingrui took her hand and quickly caught up with his team. The noise from the Yunli group chasing the snow fox on the mountain increased the cracks in the snow on the side peak. Soon, a huge mass of snow started sliding down, gaining speed as it descended rapidly toward the mountain base. Yun-yi used her mental power to sense the direction and shouted with her inner strength, "Move to the left quickly." At the same time, Long Jingrui also used his inner strength to say, shift to the left side. Their voices almost overlapped. Less than 100 meters away from their original position, the avalanche arrived as expected, with a large spray of snow particles shooting downward. Everyone who narrowly escaped felt lingering fear. Fortunately, young Master Jean noticed early, and the master cared for them. The avalanche was terrifying. Only by experiencing it firsthand could they understand how frightening an avalanche truly is. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. If Long Jingrui and his group had been even a little later, they might not have made it. They all looked again at Yunyi, who was still lost in her thoughts. It turns out that avalanches are very frightening. It was really scary, but luckily everyone's lives were saved. Just now, during the avalanche, they heard the shouts from above, but the loud friction and explosion sounds from the snow quickly drowned out the noise. Yun-yi and the others watched helplessly as the snow, like fog or mist, surged down like a tide, but they couldn't stop it. Fortunately, this avalanche covered only a small area on the side peak. Once the fog began to clear, Long Jingrui ordered everyone to start rescuing people immediately. They didn't care about the snow fox anymore. Everyone believed that meeting was fate. Last night, they even shared a snow nest, so they couldn't just ignore it now. Honestly, at this moment, all Yun-yi could see was snow everywhere, with no sign of people. She used her mental power to sense for any living beings and quickly told Long Jingrui if she found any. Everyone was scattered to search and began rescuing people by hand. It really proved that in disasters, nature is ruthless, but people are kind. After Yun-yi identified 6 locations, she suddenly sensed a different kind of life form covered by snow, something that wasn't human. Yun-yi became very excited. Could it be that snow fox from earlier? She looked around, but everyone was busy digging and couldn't tell who was who. She quietly took out a pair of gloves from her space and put them on. She started digging herself. Since everyone was focused on rescuing, only Long Jingrui kept glancing her way, worried she might be in danger. The others didn't notice her actions. After about 15 minutes, Yun-yi found the snow fox still covered in snow but showing signs of life. She was so excited she couldn't help but wonder if this was her lucky star. After confirming it was safe, Yun-yi checked the snow fox and found it wasn't in danger, probably just stunned or knocked out, but it seemed fine. She quickly put the snow fox into her space. Then she began searching again, and after half an hour, she found 2 more locations. She searched the entire avalanche area several times and managed to rescue 8 people. She also found 3 bodies. The rescued people said there were still 2 missing. Yun-yi did her best. She didn't find any other signs of life or bodies like before. This was her first time using her mental power on such a large scale. She felt exhausted now. She had worked hard all day, but hadn't found anyone alive. Still, she wanted to keep going a little longer. Long Jingrui walked over, gently holding her in his arms. He said, "Don't look for her anymore. Maybe she fell into a somewhere. It's not your fault. You've done your best." Yun-yi's excitement from the snow fox was completely gone. Instead, she felt how small and sad human life is when faced with a natural disaster. After the avalanche, everyone fell silent. They quietly helped carry the victims down the mountain. When Yun-yi and her group reached the meeting point before the marshland at the foot of the mountain, it was past the scheduled time. Fortunately, the local guide was also frightened by the mountain's movement today and knew something had happened. They might arrive late for the meeting. They waited there without leaving. When they returned to their accommodation, the woman in charge of cooking had already prepared the meal and some hot water. Everyone was feeling very sad. After eating, Long Jingrui came over and said, "Go back to your room and wash up first. I'll stay in their room for a while." Yuni thought he meant they would stay in the same room tonight. She was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk much, so she simply carried a basin of water and went back to her room. Actually, Long Jingrui could have stayed in another room tonight, but he was worried that after what she experienced today, she might have nightmares. After careful thought, he decided to stay in her room. Yun-yi locked the door after entering. She wanted to go into her space, but he kept watching her. She thought for a moment and decided not to. Instead, she conjured a large bathtub from her space and brought out a bath of hot water. She took a quick bath, tidied up her room, and in case of emergencies, spilled all the water from the basin onto the floor. After finishing her personal hygiene, she opened the door and returned to her own space. Perhaps she was too tired today, or maybe she hadn't slept so peacefully in days. Yun-yi soon fell asleep. As Long Jingrui predicted, in the middle of the night, Yun-yi developed a fever. Because she was frightened, she started talking nonsense. Despite her usual strength, she was still a young girl who hadn't come of age. Long Jingrui took care of her himself all night. Listening to her calling out Dad, Mom, Grandpa intermittently, with tears in the corners of her eyes, Long Jingrui felt both heartache and a sour feeling in his heart. He didn't know who these people she mentioned were, but she relied on them so much in her dreams. By late at night, the fever gradually subsided, but she still couldn't sleep peacefully. Long Jingrui had no choice but to sit on the bed and hold her like comforting a child to sleep. Yun-yi sweated a lot that night, and Long Jingrui also got quite a bit on himself. Plus, he spent the whole night soothing her like a big child, so he was also covered in sweat. Long Jingrui, who usually has a slight obsession with cleanliness, didn't care about that now. He just wanted Yun-yi to sleep comfortably and peacefully. When dawn was just breaking, Yun-yi woke up from her sleep and found herself in Long Jingrui's arms, in a position like a child being comforted to sleep. She immediately felt uncomfortable. Seeing Long Jingrui leaning against the wall and sleeping, still holding her tightly, she felt a bit touched, considering everything from her past life. Yun-yi was quite cautious by nature and wouldn't lower her guard just because of small favors. She knew she needed to be careful. So, once fully awake, she was afraid that if she moved, Long Jingrui, with his keen senses, would wake up immediately. To avoid embarrassment, she thought for a moment and took some mild medicine from her space. After seeing it take effect, she gently slipped out of Long Jingrui's arms and helped him lie down. She then left the room. If an ordinary person fell ill, it would be a mountain of trouble, and recovery would take time. But with her strong constitution, she recovered suddenly, quickly coming and going. As Yun-yi stepped out of the room, she saw Song Hong standing outside. When he saw her come out, he quietly approached and asked, "Miss Jean, are you feeling better?" He then looked behind her and asked, "Where is our master?" Yun-yi felt a little shy and softly said, "Your master just went to sleep. You should rest too, and not disturb him." Song Hong still wanted to boost his master's favorability in Yun-yi's eyes, so he added, "Yes, our master was worried sick last night, and took care of you all night. He didn't ask anyone for help and did everything himself. Our master is really kind to you." Yun-yi chuckled inwardly at his eager attitude. Seeing how eager Song Hong looked, she asked back, "Is your master not good to you?" Song Hong was momentarily stunned and quickly replied, "Good, good. How could he be unkind?" In his mind, he wanted to say, "Good? He's always cold and aloof." But he wouldn't say that aloud. Instead, he nervously asked, "It's so early. If you need any help, just tell me." Yun-yi looked at Song Hong and said, "I'm fine now. Your master has just gone to sleep. You can go about your own business." Yun-yi walked back to the quiet place where she had trained earlier, practiced her martial arts for a while, and only stopped when she felt completely refreshed in body and mind. She initially planned to head back, but then thought about the smell on her, so she moved into the forest ahead. After confirming it was safe, she entered her space and soaked in the hot spring. After her bath, Yun-yi put on clean inner clothes from her space, quickly washed her worn clothes, and then cooked some rice porridge in the villa's kitchen. After eating, her clothes dried quickly. Dressed and tidy, she packed up and left her space, planning to return the same way. After walking a few steps, she saw 2 rabbits under a tree. Yun-yi picked up 2 stones and threw them at the rabbits, knocking both down. She carried the rabbits back to her residence. Near the small yard, she saw 2 children from a few days ago, each carrying 2 bundles of firewood, struggling to walk toward the village. Yun-yi felt uneasy. A woman in the village saw them and asked, "Pingyanyana, You two want to gather firewood so early? The children politely replied, Auntie, hello. We don't have much firewood at home, so we went to the forest to pick some. We're heading back now. The woman quickly said, Good children, go home quickly. After the children left, she shook her head and whispered, What a tragedy. Yun-yi returned to her small yard with the rabbits. Not wanting to go into her own house and feel awkward, she decided to help the woman who was cooking and handed her the 2 rabbits for her to prepare. While working, they started talking, and gradually, they discussed the 2 children. Yuni learned that their father was named Gu-san, who used to work in Liaoqing. Later, his wife's health worsened, and fearing he might lose her outside, he brought his sick wife and children back home. However, his wife passed away 2 years ago. He was left to raise his children alone, relying on hunting since the kids were still young. 6 months ago, Gu-san was seriously injured while hunting in the mountains and never fully recovered. 4 months ago, his 3rd son passed away, and before leaving, he entrusted his 2 children to his eldest brother, Gu Jialaoda. He also handed over all the family's silver to his brother to support the children. His brother and sister-in-law promised to take good care of them. The woman in charge of cooking cleaned the rabbit and asked, Young master, do you still want this rabbit hide? Yuni looked at her with a gentle smile and said, Big sister-in-law, keep it.
I don't need it anyway.
The woman gratefully replied, Oh, thank you, young master. When it's cured, I'll make a pair of rabbit leather shoes for my little boy. The woman who prepared the meal put the rabbit hide aside before continuing, I heard that the eldest son of the Gu family once paid 30 taels of silver for something. Many villagers knew about it at the time. Unfortunately, things didn't stay good for long. After Gu-san left, the head of the Gu family, now with money, said he wanted his eldest son to find a wife. Later, he fell for a girl from the neighboring village. When the girl's family heard about the Gu family's affairs, they demanded a bride price of 20 taels. The Gu family's parents thought it was too high and didn't want to agree, but their son liked her too much. So, 2 months ago, they got married. The girl seemed nice but was quite strict. She started to look down on the 2 younger siblings left by the 3rd uncle's family. Now, those children are suffering. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family couldn't stand her own daughter-in-law, and whenever something went wrong, she took it out on the 2 children. They had to do endless chores and often got beaten or scolded. When the 3rd son of the Gu family was alive, the 2 children's lives weren't exactly wealthy, but they were better than other children in the village. It's a tragic story. Soon, the meal was ready: hot porridge, tender rabbit meat stew, some pickled vegetables, and scallion pancakes. The yard quickly became lively. Yesterday, Long Jingrui had already ordered everyone to rest in the village for 3 days to regain their strength before heading to Snow Spirit Mountain. After resting last night, everyone's mood had mostly improved. They were experienced people who had faced many storms, but encountering an avalanche for the first time was hard to accept. After breakfast, the team from Yunli Kingdom came to say goodbye. They needed to return to bury the 3 who had passed away yesterday, so they set out today. It was understandable. 2 of those 3 were quite important figures. Yun-yi understood. No one expected such an incident. The weather was getting hotter, making storage difficult. The visitors introduced themselves as the 2nd young master of Mu Wangfu in Yunli Kingdom, named Mu Heng. He left a handwritten note for Yun-yi and Long Jingrui, saying it was a keepsake and thanking them for their brave actions yesterday. They said they came in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything else. They left a handwritten note asking them to visit Magong Mansion when they had time in the future. Oh, so this note was meant to be a keepsake for them later. Out of politeness, Yun-yi, Long Jingrui, and Song Hong went to see off Mu Heng and his group at the main road out of the village. They watched as the group walked farther away, then turned to head back into the village. Yun-yi was about to suggest they go home first, and that she wanted to explore the village herself. Before she could speak, she heard sounds of scolding and hitting nearby. Yun-yi looked toward the noise and saw a crowd gathered around, watching. Initially, she didn't want to get involved, but after a few steps, she heard a trembling, clear voice say, Big Auntie, please don't hit my sister. We will go to the woods to collect firewood soon. My sister was really hungry, so she took that little bun. As soon as the child finished speaking, a woman shouted fiercely, "Taking what is clearly stolen is not acceptable. Watch me teach you two a lesson for eating all day without working." The little boy stubbornly replied, "We don't just eat for free. Our father left some silver for Big Uncle, and we help with chores every day." Hearing this, the woman became even angrier, her actions more aggressive as she hit them harder, shouting, "When your father handed you over to us, he told us to discipline you properly. Stealing food from home isn't just disobedience. Today, I will teach you how to behave." People around whispered carefully, some saying, "The Gu family is too harsh, not even giving the children food," and others saying, "The children are wrong too. How can they steal food from home?" A woman nearby couldn't stand it anymore and said, "The Gu family should stop. People need to have a conscience. You took money from Gu San, but wouldn't let the children eat. It's your fault. If the children are starving and secretly eating a bun, what's wrong with that? Do you really want to let the children starve to death?" Hearing this, the Gu family members became even angrier and continued hitting while shouting, "This is my family's business, and you have no right to interfere." Yun-yi approached the scene and saw a little boy desperately protecting a young girl in his arms. No one around tried to stop them. She saw the woman with a stick hitting the children and, furious, grabbed her arm, asking, "Have you hit enough?" The woman was stunned for a moment and then said, "I hit my own child. Why do you think you can control me?" Yuni looked around and said, "They're your children." The woman's eyes darted around and replied, "They may not be my biological children, but I raised them in my house." Yun-yi asked again, "Did you raise them just for nothing?" The woman blushed and said, "That's our family matter. You don't need to interfere, young sir." Yun-yi said, "Oh really? The village head manages this village like that, and they allow such bad women to mistreat the children left by their brothers. It's really eye-opening. Do you usually treat your own children this way?" Yun-yi's sharp gaze frightened the woman, who trembled and said, "They steal food from our house, so I had to hit them." Yun-yi turned to look at the two children on the ground. Suddenly, her mind went blank. She stared hard at the boy's arm. Because she was nervous, she squeezed her hand tighter. The woman cried out in pain, struggling to break free from Yun-yi's grip. Yun-yi snapped back to her senses, trying to calm herself. She closed her eyes, took deep breaths several times, and steadied her emotions. Just then, the village had arrived. The woman saw him and immediately started crying and shouting, "Village chief,
Please help me.
I can't do this anymore. I can't teach the younger generation properly, and now outsiders are bullying me. I don't know how to live anymore." Yun-yi released her arm. The woman took several steps back and tried to continue crying, but Yun-yi shot her a cold glare, stopping her. Then Yun-yi coldly said, "Honorable village chief, this woman often hits and scolds the children left by her late brother. Are you aware of this?" The village chief's face immediately darkened when he heard this. He knew that Guda often scolded these two children, but what could he do? A verbal warning wouldn't help. Talking more would only make Guda more troublesome, so he said, "Every family goes through this, especially when they're poor." While the village chief was speaking, Yun-yi quietly helped the two children up from the ground. She subtly checked the boy's arm again. It was exactly as the original owner remembered. She gently asked, "Does it hurt?" The young girl lowered her head and hid in the boy's arms. The boy's innocent face and clear eyes made Yun-yi feel uncomfortable. If nothing unexpected happened, this child was probably the original owner's younger brother. While she was lost in thought, the boy said, "It won't hurt for long." Then he smiled slightly. Yun-yi's anger reached its peak. She really wanted to slap the woman now, but there were so many people watching. She had to use all her strength to suppress her anger and didn't speak for a long time. After a moment of silence, Yun-yi asked sharply, "The village chief often teaches your grandchildren like this? It seems your small mountain village is quite different." The village chief's face looked worse. He thought to himself, who is this kid that he's so serious? He's deliberately making things difficult for him. Yuni thought for a moment and decided there was no need to argue with them. She said to the woman, "I need 2 helpers. These 2 children seem suitable for me. I want to buy them." What do you think? No one expected this young master to act so unusually and want to buy the children. The woman's eyes shifted and she said, "Our children are very capable.
We won't sell them cheaply."
Yun-yi sneered and said, "In the pawn shop, one child costs 6 taels of silver. I follow the pawn shop's rules. If you think that's too little, I can ask other families in the village." Yun-yi was too lazy to argue further and turned to the village chief. "Sir, I want to find 2 children to help me with some tasks. Since this woman doesn't want to sell, could you ask around the village to see?" Before she finished, Good Jia interrupted excitedly, who said, "I disagree. 6 taels is fine. It's for their good. Our place is poor and can't even feed everyone. I'm just trying to find a way for them." Although she said this, her excited expression couldn't hide her happiness. Yuni looked at her with disdain and turned to the 2 children. She asked seriously, "Would you like to come with me?" The girl didn't lift her head and hid in the boy's arms. It was clear she depended heavily on him. The boy looked at Yun-yi and asked, "Can we eat enough?" Hearing this, Yuni held back her tears for a long time and didn't let them fall. She couldn't be sure yet if this boy was really the younger brother of the original owner. Hearing the boy say such words made her feel very upset. At that moment, she decided that even if later it turned out this child was not the biological brother of the original owner, she would accept him. She promised to treat her well because this child truly suited her taste. Yuni couldn't help but smile and softly replied, "Yes, there's food." The boy looked at his sister in his arms, seeming to be thinking about something, then made up his mind and said, "I don't want to be separated from my sister. I want to protect her." Yun-yi's eyes instantly welled up with tears, recalling that the original owner's brother had also said he would study hard and support his sister in the future. This time, Yun-yi smiled and said, "You won't be separated. In the future, take good care of your sister." Hearing this, the boy also smiled and lowered his head to his sister, saying, "Sister, shall we follow this young master together? Then we won't have to go hungry anymore." Yun-yi didn't expect the little girl to speak. Her soft voice said, "Okay, I will listen to my brother." Then Yun-yi turned to the woman and said, "You should discuss with your family first. Only when everyone agrees can we proceed." The woman smiled and said, "This is a good thing. They all agree, they all agree." She was overjoyed inside. This was 12 taels of silver. Yun-yi had someone bring paper and ink, personally wrote the contract, and had their family members sign and press their thumbprints on it. The village chief, clan leader, and other clan members also acted as intermediaries, signing and stamping as witnesses. From then on, these 2 children had nothing to do with the Gu family. Yun-yi prepared some things and took them to Gu-san's grave, where the 2 children burned paper money and kowtowed. She said to the girl, "Niena, right? Can you help me with something?" Niena shyly nodded with a smile. Yun-yi then said, "Niena, can you go to the small courtyard and fetch the wine and bowls I left behind? It's not far from where we live." Niena smiled and said, "Okay." After the girl left, Yuni looked at the boy in front of her. Yun-yi confirmed that no one was around and asked seriously, "In front of your father's grave, I have a few questions to ask you. Please answer honestly." The boy was a little nervous at first, but seeing that Yun-yi had no bad intentions, he nodded in agreement. Yun-yi asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you and Yener are not biological siblings, right?" The boy suddenly looked up, uncertain, and looked at Yun-yi. He wondered why this person knew these things, as his foster father had told him never to talk about this before finding his real family. Yun-yi saw their worries and softly said, "Don't be afraid. I am not a bad person." Then she seriously asked the boy, "Do you remember your real name?" The boy looked at Yun-yi with clear eyes that shimmered with tears, but did not speak. Yun-yi looked at him and said, "Punger Jean Yunpeng." The boy's eyes widened and he trembled as he asked, "How do you know my name?" Yun-yi couldn't hold back anymore. Maybe it was the subconscious left by the original owner. She gently pulled the boy into her arms and said, "The 3rd young master of Longting Kingdom, Huayang Marquis' son, Jean Yunpa, right?" The boy stayed silent in Yun-yi's embrace for a long time. Then Yun-yi choked on her tears and said, "I'm your sister.
Peng'er, San Yun-yi.
Your biological older sister." The boy struggled to get out of Yuni's arms and looked at her seriously, asking, "You are my real sister, Jean Yuni. You are my sister." Yuni nodded with tears in her eyes and replied, "Yes, your dear biological sister." The boy, "No." Jean Yunprung sharply pinched his arm, crying out in pain, "It hurts. This is not a dream, not a dream, sister." He then hugged Yuni tightly and started crying. He couldn't stop crying, probably trying to let out all his feelings of grievance. Yuni comforted him for a while before he managed to tell her what had happened, piece by piece. It turned out that 3 years ago, someone took his brother away during a chaos. They left immediately, taking him out of the capital. Although he was only 7 then, he had a good memory and was very clever. Later, he was taken to Liaoqing in Dongjun. For some unknown reason, he and a few other children were sent to Lingxing. On the way, they encountered trouble. He tried to escape in the chaos but was discovered. Fearing for his safety, he jumped off a cliff. Surprisingly, Go-san, who had returned to his hometown, saved him. Go-san had previously worked in a wealthy family and knew some of their secrets. Afraid of getting into trouble, Go-san didn't stay long and took him away from the cliff. Perhaps he was destined to survive because, from such a high cliff, he slowly woke up. After clarifying the situation, Go-san, to be cautious, told him to pretend he and his sister were twins and even changed his clothes. They then avoided pursuit and returned to Lingshan village. Originally, Go-san said that once they saved enough money and he was a bit older, they would send him back to Longting Kingdom. But unexpectedly, Go-san disappeared, and in the past few months, they hadn't had a good day. They often went hungry. Yun-yi told her younger brother that it was enough for him to know the truth. Until they find out who the real culprit is, he should not reveal himself. She also promised to treat Nyener as her own sister. In the future, she would find a good husband for her and marry her off in a grand way, so he could rest assured. This would also be a way to repay Go-san and her brother for saving her life. Soon Nyener came over with wine and a bowl. Yun-yi poured a bowl of wine, bowed to Go-san's grave, and said, "Uncle Go, I have taken these children. I will take good care of them. When Nyener grows up, I will find her a good marriage, so she can marry happily and not be bullied." Then she poured some wine on the grave. The 2 children bowed again to Go-san and then returned to their home with her. When they returned, lunch was already ready. Before Yuni left, she asked the woman in charge of cooking to prepare some rice porridge for them. They hadn't eaten well these days, so it was best to drink some porridge to soothe their stomachs. Today, since Mu Hung and the others had left, an empty yard was available nearby, about 50 meters from their house. Song Hong had already rented that yard from the village official. After eating, Yun-yi took the 2 children to a town about 10 miles away to buy daily necessities, clothes, shoes, and socks. The children were very excited all afternoon. Since Go-san was injured, they hadn't been to town. Yun-yi bought 3 sets of new clothes for them, all made of soft cotton. She didn't buy more expensive ones because she wanted to keep a low profile so no one would suspect anything. Cotton clothes are very comfortable anyway. On the way back, they bought plenty of food, drinks, and supplies, making the children very happy. From afar, Long Jingrui saw Yuni returning with the 2 children. His deep eyes looked at the boys behind her. After watching for a while, his suspicions grew clearer. He smiled lightly, wondering if this was fate. Seeing the girl's unhidden smile, he knew she was in a good mood, and he was happy for her. Yun-yi originally wanted the children to stay here, but the 2 boys didn't want to. They said their old house was too crowded, and they preferred to stay there. They could come here for meals every day. Their house was not far, 3 stone houses built after Go-san returned, which were quite nice in the village. Yun-yi couldn't refuse her younger brother, so she agreed. However, the 2 children refused to take the purchased items and left everything at Yun-yi's place. Yuni thought to herself that her cheap younger brother was quite clever. As long as he had a plan, she was fine with it, so she agreed. The brother and sister agreed to call him Gopung for now to avoid mistakes. Anyway, calling him Punga was fine, just like when they were kids at home. After dinner that evening, Yuni saw them off to their house. When she entered, She found that apart from the bedding on the bed, there was almost nothing else inside. She knew where the belongings had gone without asking. She silently thought, "Those who bully my brother and think they can get away with it won't be so lucky." She was a civilized person and wouldn't kill easily, but… The next day, the entire Gu family had stomach issues and couldn't get out of bed. If the neighbors hadn't stepped in to help, they might have starved or died from illness. They called a doctor, who said it was caused by eating something unclean. The doctor prescribed medicine and left quickly because the house was filled with a terrible smell, making it impossible to stay inside. Unable to do anything, the Gu family begged the neighbors to help prepare the medicine. But they didn't do it for free. They agreed to be paid with a hen. The Gu family was almost heartbroken over the cost. Now, with no one able to get out of bed, they had no choice but to wait and hope for recovery. The next day, it seemed the medicine was helping. But in the evening, Ji's new wife went outside to the toilet and suddenly fell. The spot was on a steep, with a rocky cliff below. She rolled down and broke her leg. The family had just started to relax, and now this happened, leaving everyone anxious and overwhelmed. The fall was serious. Over the past 2 days, they had already spent 12 taels of silver, not counting the medicine costs afterward. Villagers said that Ji's family was too wicked and was now facing retribution. Soon, everyone in the village kept their distance from the Gu family, afraid of bad luck. Yun-yi didn't care about what was happening to the Gu family. She had been busy these past days, preparing a new batch of oil tea flour, more than before.
She also had dried meat.
Yesterday, Yun-yi sent Song Hong and others to the distant woods to hunt game and asked the women cooking to help clean and prepare everything. The woman had gained quite a bit of weight and was very happy. She worked more diligently than usual and told a lively story about recent events in the village, especially about the old Gu family. Yun-yi thought, "It seems even heaven can't stand this anymore. The punishment has truly come." She didn't think there was anything wrong with this idea. Just wait, this is too easy on them. I will make sure they… After marinating the meat, she asked Song Hong to help carry everything into the house. It was better not to leave it outside, or else wild animals attracted by the smell might ruin it overnight. After finishing the chores in the yard, the woman happily took the meat she had prepared and went home. The next day, Yun-yi cooked all the meat, boiled it until the water evaporated, then turned off the heat. Using the residual warmth, she kept stir-frying until it became dried meat. With limited resources, this was the best she could do. Still, it tasted good, mainly because of her special seasoning. She repacked her belongings. Last night, Yun-yi had checked, and the little snow fox still hadn't woken up.
She didn't know why.
She couldn't tell Long Jingrui the truth, so going back to Zulingshan was necessary. She also wanted to gather some herbs that weren't found elsewhere. She planned to stay a few more days, so she brought more supplies. Yuni told the others to take good care of the brother and sister and not let anyone in the village bully them. After saying goodbye to the siblings, she headed into Zulingshan again. This time, she didn't hire a local guide. The group was smart and skilled in martial arts, so one guide was enough. Compared to the last trip, it was less dangerous. Yuni also found many aged, high-quality herbs. When no one was paying attention, she collected some in her space. On the third day of this trip, they found a small patch of snow lotus in a mountain valley near the main peak. Yun-yi was very happy and stored some in her space. Unexpectedly, after finishing her work and preparing to rest, she sensed something strange in her space. She looked for a place to check, but found she had lost contact with her space. Yun-yi couldn't understand what was happening, so she was gloomy all afternoon and felt unmotivated. Long Jingrui noticed her distracted and worried behavior, so he kept a close eye on her, afraid she might get into trouble if she lost focus. By evening, they set up camp, ate a simple dinner, and Yun-yi went into her small tent. Still, she couldn't contact her space and was almost frustrated to death. Until the next morning, I sensed the space again and found that I could finally connect. I could also see inside without anyone entering, and I could freely control everything inside. Before, I could store things in the space using my thoughts, but I couldn't see inside or do things with my mind. Now, all of that is possible. What surprised Yun-E the most was that, on the right side of Tangchi Mountain, between Mini Little Sea and the grassland, a small snow mountain appeared. The snow lotus she stored was growing on top, and a little snow fox was lying under the mountain. Yun-E was very happy. She felt that coming to Snow Spirit Mountain was worth it. Even if she couldn't easily enter the space in the future, she could still do what she wanted with her mind. She was very happy about it. After she tidied up her mood and stepped out of the tent, she saw Long Jingrui's deep eyes looking at her. Yun-E was startled at first, but quickly realized that he probably noticed she was feeling down yesterday and was worried about her. Long Jingrui's deep voice came softly, asking, "Are you feeling better now?" Yun-E looked up at him. She realized that he wasn't very expressive. Actually, he wasn't good at expressing himself. Yesterday, he noticed she was upset, and now he was asking if she was feeling better, not just about her health but about her mood. She suddenly thought that this man was quite thoughtful. During their time together, he often said little but did a lot, even if he usually looked cold. Yuni kept her expression calm and nodded, saying, "I'm fine now. Thank you." She quickly packed up the tent and turned to Long Jingrui, saying, "I'll go help make breakfast," and then she ran off. Long Jingrui felt a bit helpless about her politeness. He could sense her distance, but he believed that there was still plenty of time. Once he decided on something or someone, he never changed his mind. Yun-E wasn't foolish. She noticed Long Jingrui's subtle concern. She wasn't unaware of his care. Not long ago, when she was sick, he took care of her all night without complaint. Yun-E kept that in her heart. But that didn't mean she liked him. Yun-E came from a different world. She had seen wealth and power before. Her family was quite well off, and she could create her own wealth. She would never become just one of many women in the ancient backcourt, wasting time guarding a small piece of land. She refused to be like that. Regarding the favor owed to Long Jingrui, she had already planned it. Now that Snow Fox and Spirit Crystal are in her possession, after she descends the mountain this time, she will help him remove the poison and add some spirit spring water for him. That would be a thoughtful gift, but if there's anything extra, she might let him continue to be her supporter. Killing two birds with one stone, a perfect plan. On the 5th day on Snow Spirit Mountain, as they approached the middle of the main peak, everyone noticed a pair of adult snow foxes. After the last avalanche incident, everyone was cautious. Strangely, these two snow foxes had been following them at a distance. At first, Yuni didn't understand, but later she noticed they kept staring in her direction. Careful Long Jingrui also saw this, so he stayed close to Yun-E, worried something might happen. But as the day was about to end, nothing happened. Instead, the two snow foxes disappeared without a trace, which made everyone a bit annoyed. They thought they should have acted sooner. Now the master is just waiting for the snow fox's blood to save her life. However, Long Jingrui and Yun-E shared the same idea. Animals can communicate, and these two snow foxes wouldn't follow them for no reason. But the exact reason was still unknown. That night, Yun-E finished tidying up and prepared to rest. She remembered the snow fox in her space, so she used her mind to check. She found the little creature was awake and sneaking a bite of snow lotus. Yun-E didn't care about anything else now. She used her spiritual awareness to scan around and saw no one paying attention to her. She then entered her space, where the small snow mountain was, with many herbs she had transplanted today. Some were planted in her medicinal field, others on the small snow mountain. The spiritual energy inside the space was now even purer and denser. She also discovered a new feature. She could monitor the outside world from within the space. This was truly amazing. Her bad mood from the snow fox eating her snow lotus was also cured. She then moved directly to the snow mountain, caught the little snow fox enjoying itself, and held it by the fur on its neck, saying, "You little guy, I saved you, but you're stealing my snow lotus." The little snow fox blinked its big round eyes at Yun-E, looking so pitiful that she couldn't be more fierce. Yun-E could only helplessly say, "No more eating my snow lotus, understand?" Funny enough, the little snow fox looked quite aggrieved, with big, sad eyes and tears forming, like it was about to cry. My goodness, it must be a fox spirit in disguise. Yuni thought to herself, this one really is a little drama queen. The world is truly fantastical. Yun Exian thought, if she didn't still want to use your blood to repay Long Jingrui's kindness, she would have thrown you out now. What's the use of you stealing my snow lotus? Seeing her with such an expression, as if she had done something unforgivable, she wasn't a good person. Your little expression doesn't move me, but it reminds me of the white lotus flower in later generations. Just pretend. Disgusted, she threw the little snow fox out and said, seriously, don't eat my snow lotus again, or I will throw you out early. The little snow fox seemed to understand, as if it could understand words. It sat there pitifully without moving, but its adorable look made it hard to scold it further. Since they had all come in, Yun-E directly found a large pet cage in the warehouse and threw the snow fox inside. Then she quickly took a bath in the hot spring. Feeling comfortable, she dried her hair, drank a glass of juice, packed herself up, and hurriedly left the space. The next day, Yun-E woke up early. After tidying herself up and packing her bag, she took a deep breath and flew far away while everyone was busy packing, looking for a place to meet her physiological needs. Just after finding a good spot and finishing, she was about to head back when she saw the 2 adult snow foxes standing in front of her left side, just like yesterday. Yun-E instinctively thought of the little snow fox in her space. She hesitated. If she released it, she might not find Long Jingrui's favor again later. But if she didn't release it to try, why were these 2 adult snow foxes always following her? Clearly, they didn't seem to want to hurt her. She couldn't just bloodlet that little snow fox now. She knew there might be other demands, and she wondered if releasing such a small snow fox would be dangerous for it. Thinking that with her carefree and untraceable skills, capturing them shouldn't be a problem, she moved her mind and released the little snow fox. At first, the little snow fox was confused after being released. But perhaps it smelled something familiar, so it howled twice at the 2 adult snow foxes. Then Yun-E saw the little snow fox reluctantly turn to look at her before running toward the 2 adult snow foxes. She was thinking about what to do next when she saw the snow foxes coming toward her. Yun-E wondered what was happening. Could it be that the snow foxes of Snow Spirit Mountain had really gained spiritual awareness? The little snow fox bit Yun-E's pants and pulled her forward. Yun-E roughly understood that it wanted her to follow them. Curious, she followed the 2 large and 1 small snow foxes ahead. The 2 snow foxes followed Yun-E as she looked at the clouds. They moved faster and faster. Yun-E didn't know how long she had been walking, but it felt very long before she reached the edge of a cliff. If she went further, it would be almost like walking on a steep mountain wall. Without her light skills, she couldn't have come up here. Yun-E was led to the entrance of a cave on the cliff. Yun-E wondered if this was the snow fox's home. She didn't rush inside. The 2 adult snow foxes, seeing Yun-E didn't follow, turned back. A little snow fox came over and tugged at Yun-E's pants. Yun-E then followed into the cave. The inside was dry, but the smell wasn't very nice. When they reached about 60 or 70 meters from the cave entrance, Yun-E saw a large ice crystal rock where a tired snow fox was lying. At that moment, Yun-E realized that both the appearance of the little snow fox and the 2 adult snow foxes were not accidental, but part of a plan. Could these snow foxes really have gained intelligence? Yun-E dared to walk closer. The snow fox opened its eyes and looked at Yun-E. Its expression was so pitiful, and its longing in its eyes was hard to ignore. The little snow fox started tugging at her clothes again. Yun-E understood that the little fox wanted her to save the old, weak snow fox. They must have some special ability to smell the spiritual spring or aura on her. Yun-E took a bowl of prepared spiritual spring water from her space. She didn't dare give it pure spiritual spring, as that could cause trouble. The desperate-looking snow fox smelled the water, opened its eyes, and then tilted its head, sticking out its tongue to drink from the bowl. After drinking the water, the snow fox closed its eyes and lay down again. Yun-yi didn't care whether it was resting to regain strength or unable to survive much longer. She then poured another bowl and placed it in front of the two adult snow foxes she had brought. She had noticed the sparkle in their eyes earlier. Since she had plenty, it was easy to do. Yun-yi then looked around the cave. It was clear that more than just these few snow foxes lived here. She found signs of habitation inside the cave, which seemed naturally formed. Inside, she discovered several thousand-year-old ice crystal stones and many high-quality jade stones. Yun-yi wasn't sure if these items were beneficial to the snow foxes living inside. Everyone has arrived, and she doesn't want to make a loss. She didn't take everything, just picked some pleasing items to put in her space. This counts as a fair exchange. Then, finding nothing useful, she refilled her bowl with water and headed toward the cave entrance. It had been a long time. If she didn't return soon, they would start to worry. But the little snow fox following behind her was curious. If she moved fast, it moved fast. If she slowed down, it slowed down. It just kept following her. Yun-yi stopped and asked, "Are you going to follow me?" The little snow fox just stared at Yun-yi with its round eyes. Yun-yi picked it up and looked behind her. She saw two adult snow foxes standing on a high hill in the distance, suddenly howling loudly. The little snow fox also howled twice. Yun-yi couldn't understand what they were communicating, but she saw tears in the little snow fox's eyes. Oh my, could those be tears of parting? Yun-yi stood there quietly for a long time. She realized that the snow foxes on Snow Spirit Mountain truly have spirits. It's not just a legend. When Yun-yi returned to their camp, not far from where they stayed last night, she saw Long Jingrui looking bloodthirsty. He quickly pulled her into his arms. With a worried and slightly angry tone, he asked, "Where did you go?" Yun-yi could clearly feel that this man was probably nervous or maybe had an overexerted heartbeat. The thump, thump sound. She instinctively wanted to pull away from Long Jingrui, but after struggling for a while, she couldn't get free. She was also holding the little snow fox, so it was inconvenient. She thought to herself that this man must have been stimulated somehow. After a while, Long Jingrui released Yun-yi. His face looked much better, and the bloodthirsty look in his eyes disappeared. He said somewhat annoyed, "You're really hard to deal with." Then he saw the little snow fox in her arms and looked at Yun-yi with confusion. Yun-yi snorted, thinking, "What does he mean I'm hard to deal with? I was just minding my own business." She proudly hugged the little snow fox and walked away. Leaving Long Jingrui feeling a bit guilty, he rubbed his nose awkwardly and followed behind. After launching a signal flare, everyone searching in different places hurried back. When they saw Yun-yi holding the snow fox, they couldn't help but show excited expressions.